Chapter 15:20. Everyone was seated in the living room. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at the people present. A look of admiration surged into his eyes. Everyone's cultivation had increased significantly after the clan sacrifice. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin had already stepped into the 7-star source ancestor realm, and even Xiao Feng had reached the early 7-star source ancestor realm. Xiao Xiyu had reached the 8-star source ancestor realm, and the strongest person present, Xiao Xiaojun, was approaching the peak of the late 9-star source ancestor realm. Xiao Yin believed that he would be able to take that step in less than 3 years and become a source venerate. As for the person whose cultivation had increased the most amongst everyone present, my old man said yesterday that my strength had increased by quite a bit. Do you want to have a go with me? You weren't around for the past 2 years, so there wasn't anyone in the clan who could fight with me. Xiao Ling sat on a chair, her jade-like hands cupping her delicate cheeks as she stared at Xiao Yin with a hopeful expression. Xiao Yin smiled embarrassedly, then shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl's temperament was indeed a little wild, but her cultivation talent could be described as terrifying. In a short 2 years, even if it was because of the clan's sacrifice, this girl's cultivation had jumped from the 2-star source ancestor realm to the 6-star source ancestor realm, an increase of 4 stars. From a certain point of view, such a terrifying increase was even faster than him relying on devouring heavenly flames to increase his cultivation. Don't underestimate this girl. Ever since the clan's sacrifice, she has caused quite a bit of trouble for us. All of us here have been beaten up by her twice. You met Xiao Yang on your way back, right? With that guy's current strength, even we have to retreat a little if he goes all out. However, in this girl's hands, we don't even have the chance to retaliate. Seeing Xiao Linger's eager appearance, Xiao Lei and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Ever since Xiao Linger was defeated by Xiao Yang during the clan gathering, every time the young girl's cultivation improved, she would take the initiative to challenge them. However, as long as she was defeated, the young girl's depressed mood would immediately change direction, and she would direct her rage towards them. With this girl's status in the clan, aside from Xiao Xiaojun, Xiao Feng, and Xiao Xiaojun, the others could only be bullied by her. Half a year ago, she had entered a 6-star source sect and was under the personal control of the Great Elder. Only then did she become much more well-behaved. Xiao Yin couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this. He looked at Xiao Linger, who was opposite him, and pointed her nose at Xiao Lei and the others with a proud expression. She lightly raised her jade finger, and a thin ribbon flew up, twisting like a spirit snake. Xiao Yin instantly went silent when he saw this. Xiao Xiaojun smiled and glanced at Horong and Horong, who were seated beside Xiao Yin. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he slowly said, "Compared to us staying within the clan, I think that cousin brother Xiao Yan's trip can be considered to have gained a lot. Let's not talk about the 2 additional companions. Your cultivation seems to have reached that of a 7-star source, right?" The expressions of everyone present instantly changed when these words were spoken, and when they saw Xiao Yin nod his head in confirmation, their eyes revealed astonishment. Probably intermediate 7-star source sect. Whoosh! Everyone present instantly went into an uproar when these words were spoken. Xiao Lei and the others had expressions as if they were looking at a monster. It was very difficult to imagine exactly what Xiao Yin had encountered in the past 2 years to actually be able to raise his cultivation so quickly. After all, even Xiao Xiaojun, a publicly acknowledged genius of the Xiao clan, had similarly relied on the power of the clan's sacrifice to raise his strength to the peak of the source sect in 2 years. However, Xiao Yan's results were something that no one dared to imagine. Come. Let's fight. At this moment, Xiao Linger was probably the only person in the hall who was still in high spirits after learning that Xiao Yan's cultivation had increased. The excitement in the little girl's eyes grew even denser. Her delicate figure jumped down from the chair and charged toward Xiao Yan. Fortunately, Xiao Xiaojun, who was behind her, had sharp eyes and nimble hands. He grabbed the ribbon around the young girl's body and pulled her back. At the same time, he lightly patted her head and reprimanded in a soft voice. "Little girl, you only know how to fight all day long. Behave yourself." After speaking, he immediately threw the young girl out of the hall under everyone's stunned gazes. No matter how furious her face was, there was nothing she could do. Without the young miss in the hall, the atmosphere naturally became much quieter. After chatting with a few people, Xiaoyan also learned that Xiao Ming had left the clan. However, according to Xiao Jun, there were only a few people in the clan who knew the details. In addition, the final result of the battle between Xiao Yitian and Ouyang Yu more than a year ago was that Ouyang Yu had returned to the clan. In that battle, he had lost both of his arms. However, Xiao Yitian's whereabouts were unknown. The upper echelons of the clan also did not give any relevant answers. Everyone sat and chatted for a long time. After they left, the huge courtyard once again became empty and quiet. After chatting for a while, Xiaoyan learned about many changes in the Xiao clan in recent years. He also learned some secrets about the central region. If this information was spread to the outside world, there would definitely be very few people who knew about it. Only in this huge clan could one know a little about it. When he thought about how the central region, which seemed peaceful on the surface, was actually filled with fierce undercurrents and unforeseen events, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but be slightly agitated. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the central region in the future, he probably could no longer rely on his own strength. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Ever since the news of Xiaoyan's return to the Xiao clan spread, the inner sect elders, who usually held high positions, rushed to Xiaoyan's courtyard one after another in the following days. In particular, those who knew that Xiao Jun and the others had gathered to visit Xiao Yan came in an endless stream to befriend them. Other than a portion that could be easily dismissed, the remaining few old antiques, even Xiao Jun, stepped forward to chat with Xiao Yan. It was only when Xiao Xian stepped forward and blocked those fellows behind him that Xiao Yan's subsequent days finally became idle. Usually, he would accompany the two girls in his family to play all over the place. As he sensed the fresh and elegant atmosphere among the young ladies, he appeared to have become much younger. In the hall, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his hand from Bai Hua's wrist. His furrowed brows did not loosen for a long time. The worry in his heart grew even more grave. During the many recent investigations, Xiaoyan was able to clearly sense that the black-colored strength within Bai Hua's body might be suppressed by Xiao Xian's formation, but it was ultimately unable to completely seal it. Bai Hua's spiritual essence was still being swallowed by that strength at an extremely slow pace. Even the suppressive effect of the transforming pill ring was becoming increasingly difficult. Chapter 1521. The suppressive effect of the melting pill ring was getting weaker and weaker. To be safe, Xiaoyan had refined some pills during this period. With the help of external forces, it was indeed effective in temporarily guiding the black energy to devour its target. However, the result of this method was that it directly led to the rapid growth of the black energy. It was not difficult to imagine how miserable the result would be if one consumed pills to suppress it for a long period of time. Faced with such a frightening potential danger, Bai Hua merely smiled. Back then, he did not expect that a useless medicinal pill would actually evolve into such a state. However, during these 2 years, he had gradually gotten used to this kind of feeling. Although this caused him to be unable to train for a long time, at the very least, the current him would no longer cause any trouble for Xiaoyan. Currently, the only thing that could cause him to be reluctant to part with it was that stupid girl who liked to pester him. Looking at Xiaoyan, who had an ugly expression on his face, Bai Hua withdrew her thoughts and slowly stood up. She patted the former's shoulder and sighed deeply, saying, "Don't worry. It's not the first day or two. She won't die for the time being." Hearing this, Xiaoyan paused for a moment. Immediately, his attitude changed as he laughed. He curled his mouth and said, "Don't worry. With me here, I will definitely not let anything happen to you." After his voice faded, Xiaoyan said a few more words to Bai Hua. Then, he left the courtyard and entered the Hidden Sky Pavilion after a round of turnover. Now that things had developed to this point, Xiaoyan was unable to do anything to the black strength by relying on his own tactics. All he could do now was to gamble within the inner sky pavilion and hope that the rich collection of the Shao clan would be able to find something that he needed. Unfortunately, the situation in Bai Hua's body was unusual. After a round of searching, even with the rich collection of the Shao clan, he still could not find any specific useful information. Now, it seemed that he could only bet all his hopes on the heaven-questioning pill at the back mountain of the Shao clan. At this moment, it had been almost 3 months since Xiao Yin had returned to the clan. Ever since the matter with Bai Hua had been fruitless, Xiao Yin had decisively invested all of his time into training. As a result, his strength after his breakthrough was consolidated. Xiao Yin sat on the cliff and sensed the surging energy flowing through the veins within his body. He involuntarily recalled the battle with Bai Rong's group back then. At that time, he had been imprisoned and was in a passive position. Even with the help of a secret technique, he was only able to barely block the other party's attacks. If one were to carefully consider it, with his current strength, he could reach the level of a 9-star source zone after using the secret technique. If one were to include the 6 heavenly flames in his hand and the angry Buddha lotus flame that he unleashed with all his strength, Xiao Yin was confident that no one below the level of Yuan Zun would be able to survive. Phew! Xiao Yin exhaled a long breath after thinking about it in his heart. His body trembled slightly. When he stood up, a green-clothed figure swiftly shot over from the sky above the sea of trees in front of him, after which the figure stood in the empty space opposite of Xiao Yin. "Ancestor, why have you come?" Ever since he had returned to the Shao clan, Xiao Xian had been dealing with matters related to the Zhao clan. Hence, the two of them rarely met. Whenever Xiao Xian appeared, he would basically help Xiao Yin block some trouble. However, looking at his smiling appearance today, it didn't seem like it. "I'm here to inform you of a piece of news." "No, you can't do that, great elder." At the same time, somewhere in the back mountain of the Shao clan, Xiao Dingtian shouted in an extremely agitated tone. His expression was rather gloomy. Even if he has returned to the clan, and the Shao clan acknowledges his existence, how can the clan's rules be changed because of him? Xiao Zhen narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiao Dingtian before him. "But this is what he deserves. Back then, you guys kept pushing him. The patriarch and I gave in time and time again because of your many years of contributions to the family. That's what led to this outcome. In the end, we owe him this." Xiao Zhen gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. He pondered for a moment before speaking again. "No matter what, according to the clan's rules, the ancestral hall will only be opened once every 20 years. If it is opened earlier, the sacred blood crystal will definitely be affected. That is the foundation of the Shao clan." "Fool! The continuation of the clan depends on the people. Although the sacred blood crystal is precious, it still contains the bloodline of a human. If we can use it to strengthen the Shao clan, it will be a good use. Otherwise, what's the point of its existence?" Xiao Zhen raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Even until now, Xiao Dingtian was still so pedantic. When Xiao Dingtian heard these words, he became silent for a moment. He hesitated for a moment before he raised his head and spoke to Xiao Zhen with determination. "But this matter is related to the clan's reputation. He has just returned. He has no aptitude and no achievements. We can't possibly pull down the entire clan's reputation just for him, right? If we can't even keep our own family members, what's the use of our reputation?" Xiao Zhen rebuked angrily. His domineering attitude made Xiao Dingtian lower his head with a gloomy expression. Xiao Zhen then slowly exhaled and said, "In addition, according to special permission, Xiao Yang and Xiao Yin will participate in the clan sacrifice together." "Xiao Yang? That fellow. This is the ancestor's decision. We only need to follow it." Xiao Dingtian was about to refute, but Xiao Zhen mentioned the ancestor. Xiao Dingtian immediately became dejected. On the other side, clan sacrifice? Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Xiao Yin was a little surprised. He knew quite a bit about the clan sacrifice back then. Naturally, he knew that according to the normal clan rules, the clan sacrifice would only be held once every 20 years. Other than the time for the younger generation to grow, The energy needed to complete the clan sacrifice would also slowly recover during this period of time. However, Xiaoyan didn't expect the Xiao clan's upper echelons to make such a decision. In less than 2 years, they were going to hold another clan sacrifice for him. It's not just for you. Xiaoyan will be participating with you this time. Hearing this, Xiaoyan was a little surprised for a moment. Then, he suddenly understood and nodded. That was true. After all, that fellow's perseverance was seen by everyone. Now that the clan allowed him to participate in the clan sacrifice, it could be considered as compensation for neglecting him for so many years. If that's the case, when will the clan's sacrifice be held this time? Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with a fiery passion as he asked in doubt. Xiao Xian smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "If you are willing, you can do it any time. I'm afraid I can't do it now." However, just as he finished speaking, a figure quickly appeared in the void, not far away from him. The person was wearing a luxurious robe. It was the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng. Hearing the former's words, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian looked at each other. Then, their gazes fell on Xiao Yuheng. Xiao Yuheng frowned and sighed. He took a deep look at Xiao Yan before shifting his gaze to Xiao Xian and slowly said, "The Bai clan has come." Someone from the Bai clan has come and requested for Xiao Yan to be handed over. Chapter 1522. Bai clan. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were stunned when they heard Xiao Yuheng's words. Soon after, a cold glint flashed across their eyes. Xiao Yuheng nodded slightly and said softly, "There are a lot of people here, and there are quite a lot of people here. Even the head of the Bai family is here. Things are getting a little tricky. What about the father of the 2 brothers? Looks like Bai Zijing has not given up. He has even brought along the head of the clan. He wants you to pay with your life for his sons." Xiao Xian was expressionless. However, there was a sharp sword aura gathering in his eyes. Xiao Yan smiled. His finger gently flicked his sleeves as he coldly said, "Let's go. You want to go? They are here for you. As long as you don't show up, even the Bai clan can't barge into our Xiao clan. However, if you go, haha, clan head, since they have come knocking on our door, there is no reason to avoid them. If I really do that, won't it show that our Xiao clan is at a disadvantage? If they want to take my life, they should see if they have the ability to do so." After he spoke, he took the lead and flew toward the entrance of the Xiao clan. Behind him, Xiao Yuheng frowned and looked at Xiao Xian. When he saw the latter's calm face, he withdrew the worry on his face and quickly followed. Halfway through, a group of people quickly flew in front of Xiao Yan. At a closer look, it was Xiao Xiaojun and the other younger generation of the Xiao clan. When he saw them, Xiao Yan was slightly stunned and asked doubtfully, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" "Haha, we have heard about the matter. The Bai clan wants to touch the people of our Xiao clan. They should be clear about whose territory this is. With us around, they will not be able to touch a single hair on your head." Xiao Xiaojun laughed out loud in a forthright manner. The group of people behind him immediately responded in unison. That kind of aggressive manner appeared a little overbearing. Xiao Yan's heart moved slightly when he saw this. He ceased being courteous. With a wave of his large hand, he decisively led these people and hurried to Xiao City. At the same time, 2 groups of people stood in the sky above Xiao City. One group was led by the 6th elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yuehua, while the other group was led by a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Behind him was a group of nearly 100 people. Everyone stood in a forest, and their imposing aura filled the sky above Xiao City, causing many people in the city to have a slight change in expression. Looking at the posture of these people, one could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. To be able to appear in the Xiao clan region with such fanfare, they most likely did not come with good intentions. These people seemed to be from the Bai clan. The young man beside the leader seems to be the eldest son of the Bai clan, Bai Zijing. How ignorant. Bai Zijing travels the continent and knows a lot of people, but the person in front of him is the real elder. Bai Zijing's father is also the patriarch of the Bai clan, Bai Haotong. He's a source venerate. Source venerate? Such an elite has personally appeared in the Xiao clan. What is he trying to do? I heard that Bai Zijing brought a group of people into the Fire Banyan relic some time ago, but he was the only one who came out alive. Now, it seems that he has some connections with the Shao clan. While everyone in the city below was whispering, Bai Haodong, who was in the sky, swept his cold gaze across the group of elders of the Shao clan. Finally, his gaze stopped on Xiao Yuehua. A rather oppressive aura spread out in front of her. Soon after, he said in a deep voice, "I don't have much patience. Are you going to hand over the person I want or not?" Facing Bai Haotong's oppressive aura, Xiao Yuehua raised her eyebrows and snorted coldly. She took a step forward, and an invisible ripple spread out in an instant, dispersing the pressure. She coldly said, "Patriarch Bai, I don't care if what you said is true or false. You came to the Shao clan just because something happened to your Bai clan. What kind of place do you think the Shao clan is?" "Xiao Yuehua, I don't want to make things difficult for the Shao clan, but my son died at Xiao Yan's hands, and I will personally take revenge. As long as you hand over Xiao Yan, I will leave with my men." Bai Haodong coldly stared at the woman opposite him. His chilling words caused the woman to snort coldly. "I said earlier that Xiao Yan left the Shao clan 2 years ago. If you want to find him, go somewhere else. The Shao clan doesn't have the person you want." Once she finished speaking, Xiao Yuehua waved her sleeve. She turned around and shouted coldly, "Send the guest off." These words caused Bai Haotong's expression to darken. His venomous gaze stared at Xiao Yuehua's figure as she turned around. Anger immediately surged in his heart as he flicked his wrist under his sleeve. Genesis Chi gathered in his palm as his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. "You don't want to hand him over." Soon after, a furious cry was heard from behind Xiao Yuehua. The elders of the Shao clan, who were facing Bai Haodong, fell into the city due to the latter's powerful charge. They charged towards Xiao Yuehua like a hot knife through butter. "Bai Haotong, don't you dare! This is the Shao clan." Xiao Yuehua was enraged by Bai Haodong's ferocious attitude. She fiercely waved her hand, and a whip appeared in her hand. Genesis Chi shot out to meet Bai Haodong's attack. "Xiao Yan killed my son and elders of my clan. If you don't hand him over today, no one will be able to live in peace." Thud! Xiao Yuehua was instantly pushed back. Bai Haotong was a 7-star origin venerate, and there were very few people of the same cultivation level who could match him. It was indeed a little difficult for Xiao Yuehua, who was only a 3-star origin venerate. After a few exchanges, Xiao Yuehua was no match for Bai Haodong. She was blasted back by a single attack, causing the qi and blood in her body to churn violently. Bai Haodong seemed to have grasped this opportunity. His hand transformed into a claw as Genesis Chi gushed out and viciously slashed at Xiao Yuehua's chest. Clang! The cry of a diamond rang out, and piercingly cold sword qi immediately surged to the sides, blocking the Shao clan members behind it like an invisible curtain. Bai Haotong quickly retreated, and his expression darkened as he looked toward a certain spot in the air. A figure in an azure robe had appeared. It was Xiao Xian, who had arrived just in time. What domineering sword qi! Bai Haotong looked at the sword scar on his palm as amazement surged in his heart. Although the person before him was far inferior to him in terms of cultivation, the sword aura that covered his body was something that even the person from the Ouyang clan could not compare to. When did such a person appear in the Shao clan? Just as he was secretly bewildered, Bai Zijing quickly flew forward and whispered into his ear. Immediately after, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He suddenly raised his gaze, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually grew stronger as he looked at Xiao Xian, who was protecting Xiao Yuehua, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Xian, Xiao Yuehua, is it you who killed Bai Rong?" Chapter 1523. The word harm isn't appropriate. Bai Rong is the harm, and I only counterattacked. Xiao Xian said as he looked at Bai Haodong with a smile. "So you're admitting it?" Bai Haodong's face grew increasingly dark as he stared at Xiao Xian. The Genesis Qi in his body was on the verge of erupting. "I see that you don't intend to deny the fact that you attacked first." Xiao Xian mocked with a smile. Bai Haotong's face twitched slightly, and he immediately snorted coldly. His figure abruptly shot toward Xiao Xian. The space in front of Xiao Xian rapidly distorted, and a palm met Bai Haotong's attack. When the two attacks collided, Bai Haotong retreated with a grave expression, and Xiao Yuheng's figure appeared in the sky above Xiao City. Hua! Seeing this scene in the sky, an uproar immediately sounded in the city. In just a moment, several big shots that were rarely seen on normal days had appeared in the sky above Xiao City. It was really surprising. Ha! We haven't seen each other for many years. Why is Patriarch Bai so angry when we meet? Xiao Yuheng withdrew his hand and looked at the person opposite him with a smile. His eyes were rather calm. Less nonsense. Xiao Yuheng, you have also heard it just now. This thief has personally admitted that he killed Bai Rong. Even my son has died in Xiao Yan's hands. Today, no matter how you quibble, you must hand these two people over. Bai Haotong's gaze swept past Xiao Yuheng and stared at Xiao Xian behind him. Xiao Xian frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Patriarch Bai, although I don't know the ins and outs of this matter, I know one thing. The central region is vast, and it is inevitable that clansmen will be injured when they go out. If you want the head of the Xiao clan's inner pavilion to pay for the life of an elder of your Bai clan because of a few words from you, isn't that too much? Bai Haotong's expression immediately changed when he heard those words. His mind became slightly solemn. He did not know that the person behind Xiao Yuheng actually had such an identity. As the clan leader of the Bai clan, he naturally knew some information about the Xiao clan. Being in charge of the inner cabinet, his status was not much lower than the clan leaders. If anyone wanted to touch him, the entire Xiao clan would not let the matter rest. After hesitating for a long time, Bai Haotong could only gnash his teeth and turn his gaze toward Xiao Yan. I can treat the matter of Bai Rong as a result of him not being as skilled as others. However, you must hand Xiao Yan over. Only by doing so will there be some leeway for today's matter to be resolved. Otherwise, do not blame me for not thinking about the friendship of our clan. Many of the Xiao clan's older generation members couldn't help but change their expressions. Bai Haotong's threat was very strong. What he meant was that the Xiao clan had to make a choice between handing over Xiao Yan and starting a war with the Bai clan. Once the Xiao clan chose to forcefully protect Xiao Yan, it would be difficult for the two clans to get along in the future. Does Patriarch Bai think that there is no one in the Xiao clan who can match up to him? Xiao Yuheng sneered. As his figure flashed, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yuehua appeared at his sides. The three of them stood in a row in front of Bai Haotong. At the same time, two gray-robed elders from the Bai clan frowned slightly and appeared beside Bai Haotong. Immediately, the 6 source venerables faced each other in the air. Father's words couldn't be more correct. Just as everyone's expressions changed, a group of Xiao clan's juniors flew over from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of everyone. Bai Zijing and the others' gazes immediately fell on the two people leading the group. It was Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun. Xiao Xiaojun's gaze swept across the Bai clan's members calmly. Finally, his gaze landed on Bai Haotong as he slowly said, Patriarch Bai, although the Xiao clan has been quiet in recent years, it has not reached the point where we can be trampled on by others. If you think that the Xiao clan is easy to bully, then go ahead and start a war. However, if you want to beat someone up in front of their home and demand an apology, you should ask them if they agree. Xiao Xiaojun let out a loud cry at the end of his words. He waved his hand and angrily pointed at the members of the Xiao clan behind him. Immediately, all the members of the younger generation behind Xiao Yan suddenly let out an explosive cry. A majestic aura suddenly shot to the sky as they stepped forward. This unyielding attitude caused the surrounding experts of the older generation to become excited. This matter concerned the dignity of their clans, so they would naturally not hesitate. Immediately, they looked at each other and saw a wisp of burning desire in each other's eyes. Soon after, accompanied by a roar, all the Xiao clan's experts stirred the Genesis Qi in their bodies. Pillars of energy soared into the sky as mottled colors converged. Everyone's aura and pressure twisted together, like an invisible giant beast occupying the sky above Xiao City. The terrifying power made everyone's expression change. Even Bai Haotong and the others, who were hovering in the sky, wore grave expressions. Although the Bai clan and the Shao clan were on par with each other in the middle region, only they knew the true strength of the two clans. Once the Bai clan declared war with the Shao clan because of this matter, the Bai clan would suffer a great loss regardless of the outcome. At that time, it was likely that others would be able to reap the benefits. At the same time, Xiao Yin lifted his head to look at the powerful pressure in the sky, and the pressure in his heart lessened significantly. It was only at this moment that he truly felt that he was a member of the Shao clan. Seeing that the Shao clan's experts had made their stance clear, the Bai clan's members were in a dilemma. Bai Haotong's face alternated between green and white. His gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Yin and the three people opposite him as thoughts spun rapidly in his mind. At this moment, Xiao Yin was already within reach. If he could instantly attack and kill Xiao Yin, the Shao clan would not easily start a war with the Bai clan over a dead person regardless of how furious they were once Xiao Yin died. However, Xiao Yuhing's group on the other side was currently a problem. Even with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yin before they could intercept him. In this way, the current situation had become a deadlock. A moment later, while both parties were in a deadlock, Bai Zijing, who had been staring intently at Xiao Yin, finally stepped forward and stood between Bai Haotong and the Shao clan. His eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, had never left Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, since we can't kill you in the grand scheme of things, let us settle this ourselves. A ferocious smile surged onto Bai Zijing's face. His eyes glanced at Shao City below. After seeing the hopeful eyes of the city, a dark and cold cry suddenly resounded in the sky above the city. Xiao Yin from the Shao clan, you killed my brother and killed an elder of my clan. Today I, Bai Zijing, as the young clan leader of the Bai clan, will have a decisive battle with you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? An uproar immediately arose in the city below when these words were spoken. At the same time, the expressions of the experts from both parties in the sky changed. Even Xiao Yin himself couldn't help but be a little stunned at this moment. His eyes exchanged glances with Xiao Jun, who had a strange expression on his face. Subsequently, he looked at Bai Zijing opposite him and curled his lips. You have invited me to a battle in public. If I don't accept, I'm afraid that I will embarrass the Shao clan in front of everyone. Since this is the case, your challenge, I accept. P.S. The update will begin at 11 a.m. tomorrow. 2 chapters will be updated normally and 10 chapters will be supplemented. A total of 12 chapters will be updated every half an hour and will end at 4:30 p.m. Reader group here, 476668761. Chapter 1524. The ferocious smile on Bai Zijing's face became even denser as he watched Xiao Yin calmly accept the challenge. His eyes immediately turned around and looked at Bai Haotong by the side with a confident face. At this moment, the latter's eyes also contained some surprise as he looked at Xiao Yin. With his strength, he was naturally able to tell that Xiao Yin in front of him possessed the cultivation of a 7-star origin sect. Such a strength was something that very few people of the same generation could compare with. A thought flashed across Bai Haotong's mind as he coldly glanced at Xiao Yin. He then waved his sleeve and gestured for the 2 people beside him to back away, leaving the space in front of them to Bai Zijing. At the same time, Xiao Yin also slowly stepped forward. Behind him, Xiao Jun and the rest looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with ridicule when they looked at Bai Zijing. Let's back off as well. Xiao Xian smiled as he spoke. He nodded with Xiao Yuhong by the side and withdrew. Only Xiao Yuehua frowned slightly. Her eyes revealed a worried expression. Although she had heard of some of Xiao Yan's battle results, Bai Zijing from the Bai clan's current cultivation was also a little strange. However, he still clenched his teeth and withdrew after seeing the 2 people beside him withdraw. Xiao Yuehua's expression changed slightly. A mocking smile appeared on the faces of the Bai clan's experts when they saw that the Shao clan had indeed given up the battlefield. They were naturally well aware of Bai Zijing's battle strength. Among the younger generation of the 3 great clans, only the Shao clan's young master, Xiao, could match up to him. Now that Xiao Yin had accepted the challenge, it was no different from seeking death. Bai Haotong narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at Xiao Yin. Although he was a little surprised by the actions of the members of the Xiao clan, it was impossible for him to misjudge Xiao Yan's cultivation of a seven-star source sect. In my opinion, why don't we just leave it at that? While Xiao Yin and Bai Zijing were facing off, Bai Haotong's eyes rotated as he suddenly spoke. Everyone's gazes instantly gathered on him. Since this is a decisive battle, the result of this battle will be life and death. The experts from both sides will not interfere. After this battle, the grudges between my son and I will be written off. The members of the Xiao clan looked at each other in dismay. Many strange gazes were directed at the members of the Bai clan. Xiao Yuhing opened his mouth slightly, sighed softly, and replied coldly, "That's right. Since you insist, then do as you please." Bai Haotong and Bai Zijing looked at each other. They both saw coldness in each other's eyes. The latter turned around and looked at Xiao Yin again. Killing intent surged in his eyes. "Xiao Yin, you've been lucky enough to survive time and time again. Today, I'd like to see who can save you." With regard to this, Xiao Yin did not comment. He waved his hand fiercely, and a huge, dark, heavy buster sword landed in his hand. The tip of the buster sword rotated slightly, and the raging flames immediately climbed up. From the looks of it, the Bai clan was clearly determined to kill him. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to hold back. Everything would be settled as quickly as possible. Bai Zijing involuntarily let out a laugh when he saw Xiao Yin take out a weapon without any hesitation. He recalled how Xiao Yin had been chased by him like a dog that had lost its home in the Fire Banyan Forest back then. Xiao Yin had been chased by him until he did not have the ability to retaliate. In the end, Xiao Yin had merely relied on a couple of tricks to escape. Now that the two of them were facing each other head-on, Bai Zijing's heart was completely confident that he could kill the latter. With a flip of his wrist, a blue longbow immediately appeared in his hand. As he swung it, Genesis Qi surged through the meridians in his body, and a tyrannical pressure swiftly unfurled from Bai Zijing's body. Buzz! Xiao Yin, along with Xiao Jun and the others behind him, raised their eyebrows when they sensed this aura. Their eyes contained surprise as they looked at Bai Zijing. 9-star origin sect? Xiao Yin raised his brows. Soon after, his expression turned into an icy smile. No wonder Bai Zijing had challenged him in public. It turns out that Bai Zijing had encountered some miraculous encounters in less than half a year. Even though this was the case, the expressions of the members of the Xiao clan behind did not stir much of a ripple. The strength of a 9-star origin zone might be quite strong, but they might not be optimistic about a variable like Xiao Yin. After all, even members of the Xiao clan like them were unable to see Xiao Yan's true fighting strength. If the two of them were to really fight, Bai Zijing's chances of victory might not even reach 50%. While Xiao Yin and Bai Zijing were locked in a stalemate in the sky, a wave of noise soared into the sky from the city below. The name of the Bai clans, Bai Zijing, could be considered one of the top members of the younger generation in the Middle region. This was especially the case within the three large clans. There were naturally many people who understood him. Hence, when everyone saw that Bai Zijing had bumped into Xiao Yin, many sighs were emitted from their mouths. Their eyes involuntarily contained an additional regret when they looked at Xiao Yin. Bai Zijing drew his bow and knocked an arrow. As his Genesis Qi gathered, an icy chuckle was spat out. "You didn't expect this, did you? You stole my Limestone Valley's blessing, but still failed to surpass me. Back then, you were like a stray dog in my hands. Even now, this fact has not changed." Noisy, Xiao Yin let out a cold snort when he heard this. His feet suddenly stomped on empty air, and a frightening strength shattered the empty air. His body used this to shoot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Bai Zijing. The arrow that the latter had shot out was shattered by Xiao Yan's strength. At the same time that Bai Zijing's body flew back, he used the longbow in his hand to hack at Xiao Yan's head. However, it was violently shaken by the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. A frightening large force immediately attacked. The web between the thumb and index finger of Bai Zijing's left hand, which was holding the bow, immediately cracked. Even his entire arm swiftly became numb. What astonishing strength! With an ugly expression, Bai Zijing mobilized his Genesis Qi to quickly break the force invading his body. When he lifted his head, Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared like a ghost. He disappeared? The expressions of quite a number of people present involuntarily changed when they saw Xiao Yan's body disappear in such a strange manner. Immediately, numerous gazes that were filled with surprise began to patrol all over the place. If I caught you. But in the next moment, Bai Zijing's gaze rapidly swept around. Soon after, he curled his lips and let out a disdainful snort. He drew his bow to a full crescent and unhesitatingly shot an arrow at a certain spot behind him. Parting arrow. Chi. Just as Bai Zijing's arrow shot toward the void, 3 balls of flames suddenly appeared in the originally calm void. A terrifying aura also rose abruptly. Immediately after, a palm pierced through the void and pierced through the 3 balls of flames. The moment it clenched its fist, a shocking aura that was not inferior to the former erupted without reservation. Chapter 1525. A shocking force erupted. The arrow that was shot toward Xiao Yan's face was also shattered by the might of a punch from Xiao Yan, who had revealed himself soon after. Break! Xiao Yan's fist, which was covered by a flame, shattered the arrow that was shot over. He slowly raised his eyes, and his cold and stern gaze looked directly at Bai Zijing on the opposite side. His body shook gently, and a circular flame ripple immediately swept over the sky. The expressions of those who sensed this qi changed. 9-star source sect. Shock filled the eyes of the Bai clan experts when they sensed the sudden surge of aura from Xiao Yan's body. Patriarch, this isn't good. Shut up. An elder beside Bai Haodong frowned deeply when the former interrupted him. His calm gaze paused on Xiao Yan and Bai Zijing for a brief moment before he took in a deep breath and slowly said, I never expected this kid to have such a trump card. I really never imagined that this kid actually possessed such a trump card and relied on a secret technique to actually forcefully close the gap in cultivation between him and Zijing. But it's still early, and based on his appearance, he ought to have expected this since long ago. So, there's nothing to make a fuss about. Is it another secret technique? Bai Zijing sneered and shook his head. You want to end this quickly? That's good too. My hatred for you has already reached the point where I hate you. A sinister look flashed in Bai Zijing's eyes. He took in a deep breath as his hands rapidly formed a series of seals. As the seals in Bai Zijing's hands changed, waves of majestic dark blue Genesis Qi continuously gushed out from his body, transforming into a giant waterspout around him. An astonishing suction force rapidly extended from within, and the energy of the universe frantically rushed towards Bai Zijing's body under the suction force. Xiao Yan, be careful. This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. Once he uses it, he will be able to forcefully absorb the surrounding energy for a short period of time, raising his strength by around 1 star. When Xiao Jun, who was not far behind, saw Bai Zijing's attitude, the expression on his face changed slightly. His anxious reminder had just sounded when Bai Zijing emitted a ferocious voice that caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Xiao Yan, I will make you pay a painful price for everything you've done today. As the Genesis Qi in his body swiftly soared, a savage smile involuntarily surfaced from the corner of Bai Zijing's mouth. After using the secret technique, his strength had already reached the peak of the Origin Zone level. There was basically no one below the Origin Venerate level who was a match for him. Xiao Yan was no exception. Kill! A low roar that was filled with killing intent was spat out from Bai Zijing's throat. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot. An instant later, the sound of rushing air suddenly exploded beside Xiao Yan's ear. Bai Zijing's whipping leg suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan subconsciously extended his hand to block it. However, other than the firm strength, the natural energy that surged like a tide over the sky violently struck Xiao Yan's body like a sea wave. Xiao Yan's expression changed. Bang! Xiao Yan's body was sent flying 100 feet. When he lifted his head, Bai Zijing's figure was already charging toward him again. Clang! However, this time around, Bai Zijing's heavy punch was forcefully blocked by the giant metal body that Xiao Yan had transformed into with just one palm. The surrounding natural energy that wildly swept over was completely transformed into nothingness under the burning of the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan's sharp gaze stared intently at Bai Zijing in front of him, allowing the storm that was stirred by this attack to wreak havoc in the sky. Even with the help of the secret art, your strength is still that of a 9-star Genesis ancestor. There's nothing to be proud of. Is that so? Bai Zijing's expression did not change. His fist, which was in close contact with Xiao Yan's hand, shook with great force. His body immediately flashed back. Soon after, his fist turned into a palm. In an instant, the natural energy suddenly rotated and gathered. A wave of frightening energy wave was agglomerated in his palm. Raging waves of the sea, powerful Genesis Qi surged out, turning into an overwhelming wave of energy in the blink of an eye. With a terrifying power that could kill, it viciously blasted towards Xiao Yan. 7-layer Heaven Breaker Ruler. Xiao Yan was completely fearless in the face of Bai Zijing's attack. His golden body dissipated, and he swung the heavy black ruler in his hand. Genesis Qi frantically poured out from his body, rapidly withdrawing the flames that covered the giant ruler. Scarlet-red light pulsed from the giant ruler, and the tyrannical flame energy caused the space around Xiao Yan to distort uncontrollably. Such a ferocious aura caused Bai Zijing to be slightly taken aback. For some reason, the heavenly fire aura in Xiao Yan's body seemed to have become much more terrifying than before. However, before he could ponder any further, a majestic ruler light shot out from Xiao Yan's giant ruler. Bang! The powerful ruler light collided with the arrow, and the latter's astonishing power naturally easily neutralized the power of the ruler light. But then, one after another, startling ruler light rapidly shot out in front of Xiao Yan. The giant ruler flipped in the air, and one ruler light after another converged into the first ruler light. When the 9th ruler light shot out, the energy undulations at the point of collision grew increasingly intense. And then, buzz! Amidst a soul-shaking buzzing sound, the astonishing wave in the sky and the ruler light were both annihilated. Terrifying energy ripples suddenly unfurled, and the surrounding space, which had yet to recover, was once again shattered into nothingness. The energy storm swept apart in the sky. The two people in the square also swiftly retreated under the collision of this energy. The remaining ripples in the sky had yet to scatter. However, at this moment, a threatening voice suddenly erupted from Bai Zijing's mouth. Deep Sea Abyss. Monstrous Genesis Qi gathered around Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. Bai Zijing rapidly formed a seal with his hands, and the deep blue Genesis Qi immediately condensed into water and wrapped around Xiao Yan, forming a giant water ball. As the water ball rapidly shrank, a terrifying oppressive force, as though he was standing in the deep sea, assaulted Xiao Yan's body. Under this powerful pressure, not only space, but even the bones in Xiao Yan's body emitted a low sound of collision. His movements, breathing, and even the flow of Genesis Qi in his body were greatly affected at this moment. An explosive cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. His body shook, and a wild, bright red flame swiftly surged out of his body. In the blink of an eye, it covered his body and agglomerated into a magma armor. Following the continuous eruption of wave after wave of bright red magma, the vast water region that had agglomerated around his body was forcefully vaporized under the might of the heavenly flame. The instant Xiao Yan raised his head, Bai Zijing pulled his bow and released an arrow. The sound of air being split apart came from the front. Xiao Yan's body hurriedly dodged and narrowly dodged the arrow that was shot toward his face. Even though this was the case, his left shoulder was still shot, leaving behind a soul-sucking arrow wound. Bai Zijing drew his bow again, and a chilling snort slowly sounded. I have to admit that your combat strength is indeed beyond my expectations. However, if it's only at this level, there's no need for this battle to continue. Is that so? Amidst the whistling sound, Xiaoyan casually smashed the arrow to pieces. Just as he sneered, Bai Zijing continued. You want to talk about the Fire Lotus, right? Elder Roan once specially mentioned to me that once that thing is used, even Source Venerables will have to face it head-on. Unfortunately, the person you're facing today is me, and you're destined not to have the chance to use it. Puff. As soon as his voice faded, Xiaoyan flicked his finger, and raging flames suddenly rose in the air around him. 6 mysterious fires appeared and circled around his body. At the same time, a heart-trembling temperature suddenly spread out. Chapter 1526. After Xiaoyan randomly summoned the heavenly flame, the expressions of the people from the 2 clans present and the countless human traffic within Xiao City suddenly changed. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock gathered on Xiaoyan's body in an orderly manner. 6 heavenly flames? Bai Hao Tang's eyes suddenly shrank when he saw the heavenly flame. He involuntarily let out an involuntary cry. Although he was already aware that Xiaoyan was in possession of a heavenly flame, he did not expect that Xiaoyan actually possessed 6 types of heavenly flames. Being able to obtain a heavenly flame was already 1 in a million, let alone 6. This was simply unimaginable. Is he going to use that move? Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, who were among the Xiao clan's crowd, looked at each other. They recalled the angry Buddha lotus flame that Xiaoyan had used back then. Their breathing involuntarily turned sluggish. The 2 of them still had some idea of the might of that flame. This fellow has 2 more heavenly flames than when he fought with us back then. Looks like he's still held back in that battle. Humph, stubborn. At the same time, Bai Zijing snorted furiously when he saw Xiaoyan summon the heavenly flames. He raised a longbow in his hand and quickly raised both hands to his chest. Then he changed his hand seals. Immediately, numerous blue tints rapidly appeared in the sky. As his body passed through the water curtain in front of him, numerous clones stepped out from the hundreds of tints in the sky. They held longbows in their hands and pointed sharp arrows at Xiaoyan. Great Dao technique, 3,000 illusory water. Immediately after, an earth-shaking roar was emitted from Bai Zijing's mouth. All of his clones shot out arrows together with his actual body. A rain of arrows rained down and covered the sky. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Although the arrows that filled the sky were not terrifying, no one below the Origin Venerate level would dare to underestimate them. Faced with this storm-like attack of Bai Zijing, Xiaoyan did not hesitate at this moment. His hand moved the heavenly flame that was lingering in front of him until the volcano rock flame came to a stop in front of him. His hand rose and fell as his palm heavily slammed onto the flame. A fire glow shot out, and numerous magma fire pillars within 100 feet radius of Xiaoyan's body shot to the sky, gathering into a magma firewall that completely blocked the arrow rain that filled the sky. Chi, 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 chi. Countless arrows evaporated under the scorching heat of the heavenly fire and turned into a thick white mist. When all the arrows disappeared, a sneer appeared on Bai Zijing's face. With a thought, the nearly 100 incarnations in the sky stood behind him. They knocked their bows and pulled their arrows. The incarnations behind him formed seals with their palms. The white mist that filled the sky seemed to be attracted by something. It quickly gathered between Bai Zijing's 2 palms and the bowstring, condensing into a dark-colored arrow. Waves of astonishing water fluctuations continuously overflowed from it. This arrow, chasing sun, Bai Zijing's icy cold voice was emitted from between his lips. The bowstring was released, and the arrow immediately shot out. In the blink of an eye, it strangely disappeared into the empty space in front of him. When it appeared again, it had already arrived in front of the firewall. Only when the 2 made contact did the empty space behind Bai Zijing shatter with a buzzing sound. At the same time, The firewall that reached the sky was also instantly disintegrated under the might of this arrow. As the firewall dissipated, Xiao Yan's face was ice cold. The heavenly flames in front of him stopped rotating, and the scarlet-red flames rose. He grasped the flames in his hand and waved it into the sky. Karmic fire spread and transformed into a towering fire avatar in the blink of an eye. Wrath of the Fire God. The angry fist smashed down, and as a burst of energy surged, the two were neutralized. The void quietly distorted, and a figure appeared in front of Bai Zijing like a ghost. His right hand clenched into a fist, and as Genesis Chi poured out, he smashed it directly at Bai Zijing's head. Although Bai Zijing was shocked by Xiao Yan's attack, he was also a valiant general who had experienced many bloody battles. He was far from reaching the stage where he forgot to retaliate. In an instant, he used the great way to agglomerate a defensive technique. Illusion Water Kasaya. I'll let you drink water. However, the cry from Bai Zijing's mouth had just sounded when a thick white flame suddenly surged out from Xiao Yan's fist. Wherever it passed, the water that was agglomerated on the surface of the former's body was instantly frozen into ice. This punch was also firmly landed on Bai Zijing's face. Bang! With a muffled sound of bones breaking, Bai Zijing's body could not help but fly backward. When his body came to a stop with great difficulty, half of his face was already charred black. His entire face was a little distorted, and his eyes were filled with blood. But even so, Bai Zijing didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest. He clenched his right hand, and as Genesis Chi frantically poured out from his palm, a crystal-like arrow was condensed into a substance, and he ruthlessly thrust it into the void in front of him. The next moment, the empty space swiftly became distorted. Xiao Yan's body paused for an instant and narrowly dodged the arrow that was piercing over. Bai Zijing threw the arrow out, and his body quickly pulled back. Xiao Yan flipped his hand and flicked the arrow that was shot over. Bai Zijing smoothly received the arrow that was bounced back. At the same time that his body flipped backward, he lifted his leg and pressed the bow. He pulled the bowstring with one hand and suddenly shot an arrow. Immediately after, it was blocked by Xiao Yan, and the distance between the two of them was once again pulled apart. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Zijing couldn't help coughing the moment he stabilized his body. His pale face was filled with anger and resentment. Xiao Yan stood in the void, slowly exhaling. With a wave of his hand, 6 mysterious fires immediately revolved around him, and a chilling light surged in his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Yan, no matter what, I will get rid of you today. Blood Sea Seal. Accompanied by a roar filled with soaring killing intent, Bai Zijing's face rapidly flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He grasped the seal in his hand and poured all the remaining Genesis Chi in his body into it. Suddenly, a dark red color spread across the void. Bai Zijing is really forced into a corner. I can't believe he's resorting to this move. This Blood Sea Seal is his life-saving move. Back then, even the junior clan leader was almost defeated by him with this move. To think that he would use it to deal with Xiao Yan, this is going to be troublesome. Many members of the Xiao clan, who had some understanding of Bai Zijing's attack, had a change in expression when they saw this scene. Even the upper echelons of both clans locked their eyes on the two people in the arena. With the help of the secret technique, Bai Zijing's natural energy completely merged into the blood seal. The blood color that permeated the air was completely withdrawn. A frightening, murderous aura was also emitted from the blood seal. Then, as the blood-red light flickered, Bai Zijing's figure trembled, and he turned into a glowing figure that shot towards Xiao Yan with monstrous, murderous intent. Faced with Bai Zijing's all-out attack, Xiao Yan did not make any other choice. He raised his hand and twisted it. The 6 heavenly flames that were slowly rotating behind him immediately turned into a fire ring. It carried a chi-chi sound of rushing wind as it swiftly rotated. At the same time, a tiny black spot gradually agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. As the black spot condensed in front of Bai Zijing, Traces of great way power that was invisible to the naked eye also condensed in the surrounding space and gradually merged into the black spot. When Bai Zijing was about to get close to Bai Zijing, a strange aura that contained nirvanic extermination spread out from the black spot. Buzz! Bai Haotong's expression changed drastically the moment he sensed this power. The Genesis Qi in his body abruptly began to circulate. His body was just about to move when Bai Zijing's ferocious cry suddenly sounded. A blood-colored hand violently slammed towards Xiao Yan's chest. The surrounding space collapsed at this moment as a sharp, bloody aura unfurled. However, a split second later, Buddha's angry reincarnation. Xiao Yan gently tapped the black dot floating in front of him. A roar rang out in his heart, and a beam of black light pierced Bai Zijing's body like a bolt of lightning. Even the space 100 feet behind him was sliced apart by the beam of light. Bai Zijing's charging body abruptly froze along with the beam of light. Chapter 1527. The blood seals scattered and the entire place was silent. Everyone present was stunned as they looked at the calm Xiao Yan. The strength contained in that strange black light beam earlier caused even the few origin venerates present to involuntarily feel shocked. Zijing, immediately after, a furious roar resounded across the sky. When everyone came back to their senses, the head of the Bai clan, Bai Haotong, had rushed toward Xiao Yan with a murderous look on his face. He pulled Bai Zijing's body back and hurriedly examined him. Cracks had appeared on the Genesis bead in the vortex in Bai Zijing's body. If it couldn't be repaired, his cultivation path would be destroyed. Bai Haotong's murderous look became uncontrollable when he realized this. He turned his head and viciously grabbed at Xiao Yan's face. Little bastard die. Given Xiao Yan's cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to dodge the attack of a 7-star Yuan Zun at close range. The tent behind him hurriedly appeared as he once again pressed his finger heavily on the black spot in front of him. With all his strength, an enormous black light pillar shot out and violently collided with the palm in front of him. Chi chi chi. Amidst a series of intense hissing sounds, Bai Haotong was actually stopped for a few breaths, even with his cultivation. When the black light dispersed, and he raised his hand to look at his palm again, the strange power had actually corroded away a layer of flesh on his palm. What a strange dose skill. It can actually devour everything it touches. After personally experiencing the terror of Xiao Yan's dose skill, killing intent exploded in Bai Haotong's heart. This brat must be killed today. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. When Bai Haotong raised his head, Xiao Yan had already used the void path to retreat. Xiao Yuheng arrived in a flash and coldly looked at him. Clan head Bai, the outcome of this battle is up to fate. This is what you said. If you do this now, I'm afraid you will damage the Bai clan's reputation. Scram. What dog shit face? This venerable self's son has died miserably in Xiao Yan's hands. Now, he has even destroyed my Zijing. If you do not kill him today, your entire Xiao clan can forget about living in peace. Bai Haotong cursed angrily as his figure shot out. As he raised his hand, the power of the Great Path materialized in his palm and collided fiercely with Xiao Yuheng. As the two of them retreated, Bai Haotong twisted his body and pressed forward. Just as Xiao Yuheng was about to block him, Bai Haotong's figure suddenly flashed and strangely swept past Xiao Yuheng. At the same time, an explosive shout resounded in the heavens and the earth. People of the Bai clan, listen up. Attack together and kill Xiao Yan. As the order rang out, all the white clan members present looked at each other in dismay. Only then did they circulate the Genesis Qi in their bodies and rush forward. Xiao Yuheng, who had turned around, was blocked by a gray-robed elder who had followed closely behind. The Bai clan is preparing to declare war on the Xiao clan. Xiao Yuheng coldly reprimanded as he stared at the figures opposite him with an icy gaze. However, the only thing that greeted him was a sharp energy pillar from the Source Venerate expert. Xiao Yuheng's figure flashed, and his gaze swept across the area. The members of the Shao clan in the distance also rushed out without hesitation and engaged in battle with the experts of the Bai clan that had rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Shao City was filled with battle skills. It was unusually intense. This time, the members of the Shao clan no longer hesitated. Led by Shao Yuehua, the young master of the Shao clan, everyone attacked fiercely. The experts of the Bai clan were all blocked. The strength of the Shao clan even showed signs of suppressing the Bai clan. At the same time, Bai Haotong's figure turned into a stream of light that passed through the crowd and chased after the retreating Shao Yan. After a few flashes, he appeared in front of Shao Yan in the blink of an eye. Die! Clang! The instant the palm landed, a sharp, long sword blocked in front of Shao Yan. Shao Xian appeared with a hurricane swirling around him. His sword intent soared to the sky. Even someone as strong as Bai Haotong could not help but feel a little troubled. I heard that the Shao clan has a genius who has mastered 2 great path powers. Is it you? Bai Haotong's tone was sinister as he glanced at the serene orchid sword in Shao Xian's hand. I don't have a deep impression of the Bai clan. Perhaps it's because you don't have any capable people. Shao Xian said calmly. An initial stage source venerate. Since you insist on seeking death, I will also collect Bai Rong's debt today. Bai Haotong's face could not help but twitch slightly in the face of Shao Xian's sharp words. He used his palm as a blade and stabbed forward. Shao Xian blocked it with his sword, and the two began to fight. Behind them, Shao Yan looked at the sky, which had become chaotic in an instant. His gaze swept across the crowd and locked onto the opposite side of the battlefield. There, the seriously injured Bai Zijing was being protected by 2 Bai clan experts. Immediately, killing intent emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Bai Zijing had chased after him several times, and today, he had even brought the Bai clan experts to attack him. Since things had already come to this, why not take this opportunity to put an end to this once and for all? With this thought in mind, Shao Yan dispersed the ring of fire behind him, and his aura gradually fell to the level of a 7-star source venerate. Immediately, a sense of weakness spread out from his body. He hurriedly shook his head and exhaled deeply. After swallowing several Genesis Chi recovery pills, he controlled the 6 heavenly flames in his hands and began to merge them. A long while later, outside the battle circle, a faint sizzling sound streaked across the void. The people in the fierce battle naturally didn't notice it. Only the few Source Venerables could feel a faint, terrifying aura permeating the surrounding air. Their emotions couldn't help but become slightly uneasy. On the other side of the battlefield, the seriously injured Bai Zijing was doing his best to refine the pills he had swallowed under the care of the 2 8-star Source Venerates beside him. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside. It was only when a figure suddenly flickered in the air nearby that the 2 Source Venerates released the Genesis Chi in their bodies and vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Bang! Suddenly, a black light flashed by, accompanied by the sound of thunder. One of the 2 experts was knocked back by the black shadow, and they were soon entangled in a fight. Bai Ling, the expression of the remaining person changed drastically. When he turned his head, the black-robed Shao Yan appeared in a ghost-like manner in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a palm landed gently on his chest. Mountain River Seal. Despite the protection on the surface of his body, this 8-star origin zone was still sent flying while spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. A miserable cry immediately sounded from his mouth. Only at this moment did Bai Haotong and the others in the middle of the battlefield notice Shao Yan, who was standing beside Bai Zijing in the distance. What? Bai Haotong immediately withdrew from the battle in his great shock. He focused his eyes and looked over. At this moment, there was an extremely beautiful fire lotus slowly floating in Shao Yan's palm. The annihilation-like strength within it caused Bai Haotong's heart to shatter. With a flip of his wrist, Shao Yan lifted his hand and was just about to press the fire lotus onto Bai Zijing's body when Bai Haotong's furious shout was abruptly heard. Shao Yan, don't you dare. If Bai Zijing dies today, my clan, and you will not rest until one of us is dead. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's hand paused for a moment. He slowly turned his head and looked towards Bai Haodong, whose face was filled with killing intent. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister arc as he pressed the fire lotus down without any hesitation. In the next instant, an earth-shaking explosion pierced the sky. Chapter 1528. An earth-shattering explosion swept across the sky. Apart from the Origin Venerables, everyone else in the sky hastily retreated. Once the shockwaves from such a terrifying explosion spread, even a high-tier Origin ancestor would not be able to guarantee that they would not be hammered to death. After the shockwaves passed, a huge wave of wind followed. Several figures flashed through the waves of flames, and after a few low sounds of collision, both sides quickly retreated from the range of the explosion. After a long time, when the energy storm dissipated, the two clans faced each other in the sky. Xiao Yan was flanked by Xiao Yuheng and the others, while the North King stood in front of him. Behind him was a group of cold gazes that stared fearlessly at the White Clan's powerhouses. As for Bai Haotong, he was currently holding Bai Zijing, who looked like a rag in his hand. His aura was extremely furious, and his murderous intent surged toward Xiao Yan. Even though he had tried his best earlier, he had only been able to drag Bai Zijing, who was barely alive, back to him. Judging from the current situation, Bai Zijing's chances of survival were slim. Xiao Yan, Bai Haotong, gritted his teeth as he breathed rapidly. The fury in his chest was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Kill! With a sudden roar, Bai Haotong's body charged forward, but at that moment, a gray-robed elder beside him roared in a hoarse voice. Patriarch, we can't afford to waste any more time today. Bai Haotong's body trembled when he heard this roar. He turned around and saw that the auras of the White Clan's powerhouses were in chaos. Many of them had been seriously injured in the previous battle, and even the two gray-robed elders' auras were somewhat unstable. On the other hand, the Shao Clan's people all took a step forward when they looked over. Their fierce auras immediately swept towards the White Clan's powerhouses, instantly suppressing their auras. The outcome of this battle was self-evident. Xiao Yuheng slowly stepped forward and swept his gaze across the White Clan's people. His gaze returned to Bai Haotong. Bai Haotong, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. If you continue fighting, I don't mind letting the White Clan lose 3 Origin Venerables. You patriarch! Bai Haotong was just about to flare up in anger when the 2 gray-robed elders beside him hurriedly spoke out to stop him. They really didn't have the strength to fight today. On the spot, Bai Haotong clenched his fists tightly. He looked at the dying Bai Zijing in the arms of a clansman. The scarlet killing intent in his eyes was forcefully suppressed. He swung his sleeves and roared angrily, filled with unwillingness. Retreat. The members of the Shao clan finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this group of dejected fellows leave. A smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale face. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yuheng beside him and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Patriarch and Elders, for stepping in. Seeing this, Xiao Yuheng chuckled and helped Xiao Yan up. We're all family. There's no need to thank me for such a thing. You, on the other hand, have already blocked that guy. As long as you don't show up, the Bai family won't be able to do anything. Xiao Yuehua's beautiful eyes paused on Xiao Yan as she spoke in a slightly reproachful tone. They have already swaggered up to us. If I don't show up, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Xiao Yan smiled. Forget it. You guys go back first. I will order Xiao City to strengthen its defenses to prevent the Bai family from launching a sneak attack. Xiao Yuehua helplessly shook her head. She turned around and quickly flew towards the city below. In the sky, the group of Shao clan experts left one after another, leaving behind Xiao Xiaojun and the other juniors. After Xiao Yuheng gave a few simple instructions, he also slowly disappeared into the void. Xiao Yan slowly clenched his fist as he looked in the direction that the experts from the Bai clan had left. He understood in his heart that from today onwards, he and the Bai clan would end up in a situation where they could not live under the same sky. At the same time, he also knew that the people he would have to face in the future would not only be the experts from the Origin sect. Having offended an existence at Bai Haotong's level, it was likely that he would have to be even more careful when doing things in the Middle region. Don't worry. Although the Bai family is strong, they are just SOSO in the eyes of our Xiao clan. After today, they will not dare to easily invade us. Xiaojun gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder as if he could see the apprehension in his heart. Xiao Yan's name resounded over the entire Xiao clan's territory after the soul-stirring battle with Bai Zijing in the sky above Xiao City. Many factions within the Middle region began to have rumors related to him. There were an uncountable number of people within the Xiao clan who spread the news of his battle results. Although many people were not present during the battle back then, they spoke of it with great interest as though they had personally witnessed it. In an instant, all the young people within the Xiao clan regarded Xiao Yan as their benchmark. While Xiao Yan's name was spreading everywhere, the latter was quietly cultivating in the back mountain of the Xiao clan. After going through such a huge battle, the exhaustion on his body was naturally enormous. However, the result of such exhaustion was a high desire for strength in his body. Under this kind of collision, Xiao Yan's own strength had also improved a little. Although this kind of improvement was extremely slow, it could already be considered a great help to him, who had just consolidated his strength not long ago. Outside the ancestral hall of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan came here with a heart full of hope. When he recalled his previous experience, a trace of unhappiness involuntarily flashed across his heart. However, he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he saw a familiar figure. Xiao Yan was a little surprised when he saw the person in front of him. The latter smiled and said coldly, "It is all thanks to you that I have the opportunity to participate in the clan's ceremony." Xiao Yan was a little stunned when he heard this. Soon after, he seemed to have understood something. He gently shrugged his shoulders and declined to comment. "I have heard about what happened a few days ago. You are indeed more terrifying than I imagined. It is a pity that I was not in Xiao City that day. By the time I rushed back, the matter had already ended. It's all right. Since you are already here, you are not here to tell me this." Xiao Yan smiled when he heard Xiao Yang's respectful words. It was really rare for this fellow to say such words. After the two of them spoke, the tightly shut stone door of the ancestral hall in the depths of the courtyard finally opened slowly. The person who walked out was the first elder, Xiaozhen. First elder. The two of them did not dare to slight the old man when they saw him. Xiaozhen nodded his head in response. His turbid old eyes paused on Xiao Yan for a moment, after which he looked at Xiao Yang and said slowly, "Come in." The two of them looked at each other. They took a deep breath and stepped into the ancestral hall together. At the same time, a slightly excited emotion rapidly surged in the chests of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yang. After 2 years, the clan ceremony was finally here. Chapter 1529. After entering the ancestral hall, the sight in front of Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became dim. The moment his body passed through the stone door, it appeared as though there was an invisible strength sweeping over his entire body. However, that kind of feeling did not appear to be probing. Instead, it was like an elder gently caressing the younger generation. There was an exceptional affinity, causing Xiao Yan's excited heart to immediately become much calmer. After his vision gradually returned to normal, he was able to see the situation within the ancestral shrine. The ancestral shrine in front of him was not as majestic as Xiao Yan had imagined. On the contrary, there were quite a number of paintings hanging on the walls on both sides of the ancestral shrine. On these paintings were the portraits of some of the Xiao clan's ancestors. There were also some rare and strange talismans. However, these things had long been covered by a thick layer of dust. There were a few stone pillars on both sides of the hall, protecting the ancestral shrine from falling. Near the deepest part of the ancestral shrine, there were 2 neat rows of chairs. The thing that caught Xiao Yan's attention was the 5 stone tablets at the deepest part of the ancestral shrine. At a glance, they appeared exceptionally eye-catching. What is this? Xiao Yan was finally able to clearly see them after approaching them. Out of the 5 stone tablets, 4 of them had already been cut diagonally. The cut surfaces were smooth and neat. Even though they had been cut for a long time, it was still possible to sense the powerful aura that remained on the cut surfaces. Among them, there was a stone tablet that was still intact. The words that were originally carved on it had been covered. All that was left was the word Emperor that had been cut by someone. Xiaoyan immediately felt his head spin the moment he saw that word. While he was in a daze, a shriveled hand was placed on his shoulder. Only then did he gradually suppress that frightening feeling. Don't look at the words on the stone tablet. With your current strength, you are still unable to withstand that kind of pressure. Xiaoyan hurriedly shifted his gaze away after those words sounded. He looked at Xiaoyang by the side. At this moment, the latter's face also had a frightened expression. Clearly, he had also sensed the terror on the stone tablet. Our clan calls these 5 stone tablets the 5 Emperor tablets. 5 Emperor tablets? The first elder slowly opened his mouth. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang's minds immediately focused as they involuntarily cried out in alarm. In that case, the meaning of these 5 stone tablets was naturally self-evident. The first elder seemed to know what the two of them were thinking. He slowly inhaled a breath of air and said, "In the ancient era, the Soul Clan. During the ancient times, 5 origin emperors appeared in our Shao clan. At that time, the Spirit Clan was rampant, which is the current Ghoul sect. The ancient remnant clans also called them the Ghost Clan. An origin emperor appeared in the Ghost Clan, and his methods were extraordinary. At that time, the continent was in dire straits because of them. For the sake of the continent's safety, the 5 origin emperors of our Shao clan joined forces and charged into the ghost world. In the end, they succeeded in killing the Ghost Emperor. However, the 5 of them were affected by the Ghost Emperor during that battle." After hearing the first elder's words, the shock in Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang's hearts grew even deeper. 5 origin Emperor-level experts had appeared at the same time. Such a grand occasion was something that no faction had ever been able to achieve since ancient times. Let alone 5 origin Emperor-level experts. The number of origin Emperor-level experts appearing at the same time was probably unprecedented in the history of the continent. It was hard to imagine how powerful the Shao clan was in the past under such a magnificent scene. All right, you will understand the past in the future, but there is no need to delve into it. What you need to do now is to enter the stone room at the back and quietly complete the clan sacrifice. The first elder smiled as he opened his mouth and urged them when he saw the shocked expression that was revealed on Xiaoyan's duo's faces. Although the achievements of the predecessors were admirable, the ones who could truly make the clan prosper were the juniors. Only the juniors could continue to pave the way for the clan to prosper. Otherwise, they would only be lost in the glory of the past and become the laughingstock of others. Under Xiaojin's guidance, the trio circled around the ancestral hall and arrived at a dim and narrow passageway. At the end of the passageway was a circular stone room. As they approached, Xiaoyan could already feel the bloodline power in his body roaring excitedly and gradually boiling. Remember, you only have half a year. After half a year, regardless of whether you come out or not, the connection between you and the clan sacrifice will be forcefully severed. I hope that you will make good use of this opportunity and not waste it. The first elder's expression was solemn as he reminded Xiaoyang. At the end of his words, his gaze paused deeply on Xiaoyang's body. Immediately, he waved his large sleeve and an invisible ripple spread out. The 2 nearest stone doors slowly opened amidst the sound of gears turning. "I will leave the rest to you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang looked at each other and nodded heavily. They each lifted their feet and stepped into a stone room. Following the rotation of the gears, the clan's sacrifice was about to begin. Within the stone room, Xiaoyan's eye surveyed his surroundings. Other than the bloodstones piled up in a corner, there was only a transparent crystal embedded in the stone table in front of him. Upon seeing this crystal, Xiaoyan's body slowly sat down. Following the first elder's instructions, he used his thumb to draw across his fingertip and dripped a drop of essence blood onto the surface of the crystal ball. The instant that drop of essence blood dripped onto the surface, the hard surface of the crystal ball instantly churned, forming circular ripples. That drop of essence blood also slowly seeped into the interior of the crystal ball. Only when it reached the center did the crystal ball gradually stabilize. Soon after, a ray of light suddenly shone from the bottom of the crystal ball. Soon after, a drop of pure blood that contained a trace of gold entered it. The instant the two drops of blood mixed together, a majestic energy suddenly filled the entire stone room. Such pure energy! Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. Suddenly, he felt that even the air had become viscous due to this energy filling it. At the same time that he felt shocked in his heart, he did not dare to hesitate even a little. His hand was swiftly placed on the surface of the crystal ball. He focused his mind and closed his eyes. As a thought passed through his mind, the flame mantra Qi method in his body also began to circulate at a high speed. Ever since the southern region had obtained the complete flame mantra Qi method, after devouring a few heavenly flames, the current flame mantra was already comparable to a high-level E-rank Qi method. Once it was used in this stone room that was filled with energy, Xiaoyan's body immediately became like a bottomless black hole. Under the effect of this crazy suction force, the nearly viscous and enormous energy in the air around him converged into streams of thick energy streams. They flowed from Xiaoyan's 7 orifices and even the pores all over his body into his body. After a simple refinement, they all converged into the vortex. Under such a grand situation, Xiaoyan's aura was like a river flowing into the sea, continuously rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1530. Time flashed by. In the blink of an eye, half of the half-a-year period of the clan's sacrifice had passed. During this period of time, not the slightest unusual activity was emitted from the stone room where Xiaoyan was located. Everything proceeded as though the conditions were right. The originally abundant energy in the stone chamber had long been refined. Xiaoyan's palm was still on the crystal ball, and there was an inexplicable attractive force that connected him to the pure blood inside the crystal ball. As the wisps of golden light in the blood essence entered Xiaoyan's body, the bloodline power in his body also fused with the wisps of blood essence. After a circulation, they gathered in his heart and filled his body with the rhythm of his heart. At the same time, a warm swelling feeling gradually spread out from the depths of Xiaoyan's body. The strange feeling of fullness made Xiaoyan's entire body and soul feel plump and comfortable. While Xiaoyan was completely immersed in the clan's sacrifice, the friction between the Bai clan and the Xiao clan gradually increased in the outside world. In the past, both sides would secretly attack each other because of a conflict of interest. However, now, any member of the Xiao clan who encountered the Bai clan would inevitably fight. As time passed, no one knew when it would be the turn of the true expert from both sides to face each other. Outside the ancestral temple, Xiao Xian stood quietly as he calculated the time since Xiao Yin entered the ancestral temple. He slowly let out a long sigh. When he turned his gaze, the clan leader was slowly walking over from the side. "You haven't come here to see that little fellow for a while. Are you preparing to leave?" Xiao Yuheng looked at the depths of the ancestral temple and turned his head back to ask softly. Xiao Xian nodded slightly with a helpless expression. Now that the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Bai clan was gradually becoming tense, he could not continue to stay in the clan. This matter concerned the rupture of the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Bai clan. No matter what, he had to make a trip to the sword tomb in the northern region. "Don't worry about this trip. That little fellow's talent is not inferior to yours. Perhaps when you return, he will bring you an unexpected surprise." Xiao Xian merely smiled when he heard this. He had never doubted Xiao Yan's training talent. However, he did not know when he would be able to return once he left. Hence, his heart was still a little worried about Xiao Yan. 3 months later, the stone doors of the ancestral shrine opened and Xiao Yang walked out of the courtyard, welcoming the sunlight that he had not seen for a long time. He turned around and looked at the depths of the ancestral shrine, where an aura was quietly condensing. This fellow really likes to be in the limelight. Xiao Yang curled his lips and said. The next moment, buzz! A buzzing, trembling sound suddenly resounded over the quiet ancestral hall. Immediately, a vast and mighty aura suddenly soared into the sky and swiftly spread in all directions like floodwaters. A bright red light pillar stood in the sky after the aura gradually solidified. Immediately, the members of the Shao clan, who had sensed the unusual activity, shot their gazes over. The light gradually disappeared, and a skinny black figure slowly appeared. That frightening aura also spread from within his body. Soon after this figure appeared, a couple of figures rushed into the sky from various parts of the Shao clan. Among them, an expert with a golden flowing light around his body appeared beside the black figure in a flash. His body flipped in the air, and his leg came down heavily without any hesitation. Bang! Faced with this attack, the black figure merely turned his hand and threw a palm strike. A red flame flickered on his palm. This seemingly ordinary attack forced the attacker back. Ha ha ha! Cousin Shao Yin is indeed extraordinary. His current strength is almost catching up with mine. The golden figure stepped on the empty air as he was pulled back and easily removed the force on his body. He turned around and lifted a familiar face. It was the young clan leader of the Shao clan, Shao Xiaojun. As for the black-robed figure opposite him, it was naturally Shao Yin, who had been in the ancestral hall for half a year. After the clan sacrifice, not only had the strength of the bloodline within Shao Yan's body been raised, but his cultivation had also relied on the opportunity of the clan sacrifice to break through to the advanced level of a 9-star source zone. He was only one step away from the peak of the source zone level opposite him, Shao Xiaojun. Shao Yin pursed his lips and smiled when he heard Shao Xiaojun's words. A fiery expression surged on his face as he said, "During the clan sacrifice, I was very curious about your strength. I've been very curious about your strength since the clan meeting. Now, I finally have the chance to see it for myself." After saying this, Shao Yin suddenly waved his hand. Flames shot out from his palm, and the pitch-black dark heavy buster sword appeared inch by inch. With a slight twist of his hand, a raging fire climbed up. "Ha! I couldn't ask for more. You are now known as the number 1 person below the Origin Venerate level. As the young clan leader of the Shao clan, I can't be inferior to you." Shao Xiaojun immediately laughed heartily when he saw this. He gently twisted his wrist, and a golden spear with a domineering aura appeared in his hand. The spear rotated and suddenly shook. The instant the sound of metal rang out, Shao Xiaojun's figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and collided head-on with Shao Yin. The members of the Shao clan who were watching outside the arena revealed a hopeful expression when they saw the two of them fighting the moment they came out of their seclusion. The first elder Shao Zhun and the clan leader Shao Yuhing stood at one side. Between the two of them, the cute Shao Ling was about to charge forward when she was pulled back by the two of them. After which, she was pushed behind her father with a depressed expression. These two people, along with Shao Feng, can be considered the top few people in this generation's younger generation. What do you think the outcome will be if the two of them fight? The first elder smiled as he looked at the two people in the arena, ignoring Shao Ling, who was preparing to sneak away. If we don't consider the two great killing moves in Shao Yan's hands, young master might have a chance of winning. Shao Yuheng pondered for a moment before he slowly spoke. At the same time, he withdrew his hand behind him, and an invisible suction force pulled the fleeing Shao Ling back. The first elder smiled thoughtfully. He lifted his head and saw Shao Yin using his giant ruler to knock away the golden spear. He took the opportunity to get close and heavily punch Shao Xiaojun's chest. Clang! Golden light suddenly flowed on the surface of Shao Xiaojun's body, forming a golden armor in the blink of an eye. Shao Yan's heavy punch was unable to push him back even a little. What a domineering defense! Shao Yan was confident. Even an ordinary 8-star source sect would not dare to receive that punch head-on. However, it was unable to shake Shao Xiaojun at all. This was enough to show the other party's strength. This golden armor of mine is condensed from the energy of the Grand Tao, and it can be considered to be a Grand Tao technique. Ordinary methods are unable to break through it. Xiao swung his spear forcefully, causing the tip of the spear to revolve behind him. After that, he held the tip of the spear with his other hand and stabbed it forward. However, the strange thing was that the tip of the golden spear easily tore apart the figure before him. An afterimage? Xiaojuan's aura was still present, yet the person had vanished. Even Xiaojun was unable to restrain himself from witnessing this scene. Xiaojun narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he turned his spear without the slightest hesitation and smashed it fiercely towards the space at the side. Subsequently, a black shadow suddenly flickered in the calm space, and it immediately collided heavily with the golden spear in Xiaojuan's hand. However, if one looked carefully, the black shadow was actually the dark, heavy ruler, whereas Xiaoyan's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Hiss! All of a sudden, the dark red flames behind Xiaojuan's back strangely clung to his armor, and the terrifying temperature rapidly melted the golden armor's defenses at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Xiaojun himself could not help but feel a wave of shock at this sight. However, Xiaojun could not be bothered about the heavenly flame burning behind him. His expression was grave as he surveyed his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, he unhesitatingly threw the golden spear in his hand. It shot explosively towards a certain empty space where no one was present. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, a fierce, heavenly flame immediately rose out of nowhere. Under this frightening flame, the golden spear was swiftly melted into nothingness. It's coming. In the next instant, Xiaojuan's expression abruptly changed. His arms suddenly jerked and golden light blossomed. Surging Genesis chi adhered to his armor, and soon after, he threw a heavy punch forward with shocking power. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Xiaoyan's figure appeared. However, unlike before, the flames on Xiaoyan's arm churned, converging into a fire dragon. It roared as it charged towards Xiaojuan's arm, instantly destroying the armor protecting his body. Soon after, Xiaoyan's arm jerked, and Xiaojuan's body was immediately sent flying backwards. When his body came to a stop, one of his arms was already exposed to the air. If Xiaoyan had not held back, his entire arm would have been crippled. When the battle came to an end, everyone present was dumbfounded. Gazes of disbelief were cast on Xiaojun, who was in midair. At this time, the latter also shook his head with a bitter face. He smiled bitterly and said somewhat helplessly, "That's right. Heavenly fire is really terrifying. I've lost." Chapter 1531. Uproar. The surrounding members of the Xiao clan immediately turned into an uproar after Xiaojun helplessly admitted defeat. Although they had once witnessed Xiaoyan's powerful fighting strength, they had never imagined that even the publicly acknowledged strongest person among the younger generation of the Xiao clan, Xiaojun, would be defeated by his hands. Moreover, from the looks of the fight between the two, it had only lasted for a short moment. Being able to cause a peak source zone to helplessly admit defeat within such a short period of time, Xiaoyan's great fighting strength went without saying. "Ah, thank you for letting me win." The two descended. Xiaoyan scattered the flames on his body and smiled politely at Xiaojun. Even with Xiaojun's character, he could not help but curl his lips when he heard this. He was naturally able to personally experience the terror of the heavenly flame earlier. It was fortunate that this battle was not a foolish one where he risked his life. Otherwise, he did not think that his ending would be any better than by Zijing's. "Aren't you a little too frightening? How did your battle power increase by so much even though your strength has risen by 2 stars? Xiaojun glanced at his bare arm. He still had some lingering thoughts in his heart. Soon after, with a thought, a tattered robe appeared. Given his fighting strength, he could already be considered at the peak of the younger generation in the 3 great clans. However, he did not expect that there would actually be a fellow who was even more abnormal than him. This inevitably caused him to feel a little dejected. "Haha, I merely borrowed the power of the great Tao and the heavenly flame to gain an advantage. I know that I am no match for you in a head-on clash." Xiaoyan smiled faintly as he patted Xiaojuan's shoulder. His words were not flattery. Xiaojuan's domineering metal-type genesis, Qi, not only gave him terrifying battle power, but his golden armor was also the strongest defensive dose skill Xiaoyan had seen in a long time. If not for the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan did not believe that he would have been able to break through it. After speaking, Xiaoyan's gaze turned around and looked towards the crowd nearby, where a few familiar figures were already waiting. Haha, why have you guys also come? Xiaoyan minded his own business as he walked forward. His gaze swept across by Hua and the three others. His expression was immediately startled as he asked doubtfully, "Where's ancestor Xiaoxian? How has he been recently? He shouldn't be coming back anytime soon." At this moment, the great elder and the patriarch walked over from the side of the crowd. Their aged voices also entered Xiaoyan's ears. Xiaoyan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the first elder's words. The first elder immediately explained a reason for Xiaoxian's departure. Only then did he understand and gradually relaxed. "By the way, since you've come out of seclusion, there's something that I think you'll be interested in." "Oh." The expression on Xiaoyan's face was slightly sluggish. He immediately looked at the great elder with a slightly stunned expression. Some time ago, news came from the central region that the Pill Pagoda is going to hold an alchemy convention. You're an alchemist, so I'm sure you'll be interested in this kind of competition. Alchemy convention? Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed when he heard this. His gaze instantly looked towards Bai Hua by the side. The emotions in his heart were immediately stirred. Currently, Xiaoxian had even borrowed the strength of the Xiao clan to inquire about the heaven-questioning pill because of Bai Hua's matter. Even though this was the case, there was still no result. This caused Xiaoyan to feel anxious, and a layer of disappointment covered his heart. However, the words of the first elder caused hope to ignite within Xiaoyan's heart. The pill gathering was an incomparable event in the alchemy world. All alchemists yearned to become famous in the pill gathering and become famous on the continent. However, to Xiaoyan, the most important thing was that he could only use the pill gathering to have a chance of meeting the Pill Pagoda's ancestor. At that time, once he obtained the heaven-questioning pill, the trouble in Bai Hua's body would be resolved. When will the pill gathering begin? After a long while, Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts. His gaze once again returned to the great elder as he asked in a fervent tone, "It is still early for us. However, there is perhaps not much time left for you." Xiaojun stepped forward with a smile from the side. When Xiaoyan's gaze turned towards him, he continued to speak. "Roughly speaking, there is less than a year left. Xiaoxiu had already secluded herself to refine pills a few months ago." Xiaoyan knit his brows slightly when he heard this. He involuntarily let out a quiet sigh in his heart. Half a year's time was indeed not enough for him. Forget about the time it took to refine a high-tier medicinal pill. Even the journey from the Xiao clan to the pill tower would require quite a lot of time. More specifically, it was likely that Xiaoyan did not have more than half a year's time left. "All right, I will do my best to raise my alchemy skills during this period of time." After musing for a moment, Xiaoyan immediately raised his head and looked into Bai Hua's eyes. Immediately, he nodded heavily. After bidding farewell to the great elder and the rest, he hurried to the training room in the other courtyard without stopping. As for the medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan's own huge collection aside, given Xiaoyan's current reputation and status in the Xiao clan, there was naturally no need for him to worry about the supply of medicinal ingredients. The only thing he needed to worry about now was to raise his alchemy skills. Seated in the training room, a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron stood in front of Xiaoyan. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. His mind continuously recalled the various pill refinement experiences of the past. Until now, the number of rank 7 medicinal pills that Xiaoyan had successfully refined could be counted with one's fingers. He had only refined one true high-grade rank 7 medicinal pill. Even so, there was still a significant amount of luck involved. Hence, if he wanted to truly take the step to become a rank 7 high-grade alchemist, it was likely that there was still a long way to go. Oh, after pondering for a long while, Xiaoyan finally clenched his teeth. With a flip of his hand, he took out a scroll of rank 7 middle-grade pill formula from his storage ring. The 7 lives suspending pill could be considered as the best amongst the rank 7 middle-grade medicinal pills. After consuming it, regardless of the state one was in, one would be able to forcefully unleash one's potential and obtain an extremely great fighting strength for a short period of time. However, once the medicinal effect wore off, it would cause a great injury to one's body. Moreover, one could only consume it 7 times in one's life. After 7 times, one would undoubtedly die. The difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was comparable to some ordinary rank 7 high-grade medicinal pills. Quite a number of alchemists used it as a transitional item to advance to a rank 7 high-grade alchemist. To the current Xiaoyan, this thing could be said to be the best medicinal pill to practice his skills. After a careful inspection, Xiaoyan calmed his heart and calmed his breathing. The various medicinal ingredients that he needed to refine the pill slowly flashed across his mind. Immediately, he flicked his finger gently. Numerous rays of light flew out from his storage ring. His hand gently patted the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, a heavenly flame rose and the lid of the cauldron opened. With a thought, the various medicinal ingredients that were suspended in the air around him were thrown into the medicinal cauldron one by one. Next, it was the complicated and slow process of refining and raising his alchemy level. Chapter 1532. After knowing that the pill gathering was about to begin, Xiaoyan naturally focused all his energy on improving his alchemy skills. After leaving the ancestral hall, he immediately threw himself into the training room. The flame within the medicinal cauldron rose continuously. Medicinal ingredients were thrown into the cauldron one after another without any heartache. The medicinal fragrance and medicinal dregs alternated with each other. Xiaoyan became increasingly proficient in refining rank 7 medicinal pills under this continuous consumption. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed. The minimum requirement to participate in the pill gathering was to be a rank 6 high-grade alchemist. With Xiaoyan's current alchemy skills, it was naturally easy for him to meet this requirement. However, what he hoped for was to be able to stand at the top of the pill gathering and have the opportunity to meet the leader of the pill tower. It was not just a simple participation. Therefore, after 3 months of continuous refinement, Xiaoyan was already able to ensure that his alchemy skills were stabilized at the rank 7 middle-grade alchemist level. Next, it was naturally time to try refining a rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill. Although Xiaoyan had successfully refined a rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill before, it was only limited to the rank 7 high-grade zone transformation pill. Moreover, just that one time had already exhausted Xiaoyan's mental and physical strength. Even though he had tried a few times during this period of time, the final result was unsurprisingly a failure. A high-tier alchemist was already something that an ordinary person could not reach. By being able to reach this stage, each stage could be said to be as different as the heavens and earth. Many alchemist grandmasters stopped at the level of a rank 7 middle-grade alchemist. Xiaoyan was able to familiarize himself with the refining method of a rank 7 middle-grade medicinal pill within a short few months. This was already extremely rare among alchemists of the same tier. Hence, it was natural that he could not rush to refine a rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill. Within a somewhat dark and spacious secret room, a terrifyingly high temperature spread in the air, causing the originally stuffy secret room to become even more unbearable. The hot air alternated between dryness and stuffiness. If an ordinary person was here, it was likely that they would not be able to endure it for even a moment. In the stuffy atmosphere, a thin figure was sitting cross-legged in front of a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron. Within the medicinal cauldron, a dark red flame was raging. Waves of shocking heat waves constantly hit the inside of the medicinal cauldron. After being reduced by more than half, it reverberated in the secret room. Within the flame, a palm-sized mottled mucus was slowly fusing under the constant refinement of the heavenly flame. The ethereal flame seemed to have a life of its own. It carefully removed the impurities in the mucus and turned it into nothingness in the flame. The colorful mucus that contained a violent energy gradually became purer under such meticulous refinement. At this moment, the person seated in front of the medicinal cauldron was Xiaoyan, who was practicing his alchemy skills. During this period of time, his success rate in refining a high-grade rank 7 medicinal pill might have increased, but the effect was not obvious. He had only succeeded once or twice out of over a dozen refinements. One of them was extremely forceful. This kind of speed might be able to shock everyone on a normal day. However, with the pill gathering around the corner, this kind of result was far from Xiaoyan's expectations. Just as the medicinal liquid was gradually merging, a wild, violent medicinal strength within the medicinal liquid was slightly displaced, causing this large cluster of medicinal liquid, which had been refined for nearly a day, to instantly turn into dust. Xiaoyan's face immediately turned pale as he lowered his head. This was already the 16th time that he had refined the medicinal liquid once again. It was really unexpected that there would be such a result. While he was feeling disappointed in his heart, a noisy emotion involuntarily rose. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was already used to such a situation. By being able to reach this stage, he would naturally not truly descend into a wild and violent state because of a couple of failed refinement attempts. After sorting out his mood, Xiaoyan could only walk out of the secret room gloomily. He repeatedly thought about the various details of the refining process in his heart. Suddenly, 2 people walked towards him, instantly breaking Xiaoyan's thoughts. "You guys, why are you here?" Looking at the Huo Rong siblings in front of him, Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. He was in seclusion to train his alchemy skills. If there was nothing important, Bai Hua and the others would not disturb him around the stone room. Therefore, when he saw Hua Xing and Hua Xian, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. Could it be that Bai Hua? Before he finished speaking, Hua Xing suddenly extended his hand. Light flickered in his palm, and immediately a wooden box made of fire banyan wood appeared. The moment the wooden box appeared, a strange energy quietly overflowed from it. When he felt the aura, Xiaoyan felt his entire body and even his soul tremble slightly. This item is unique to my Fire Banyan clan. It's called the Flame Lingji. Hua Xing gently pushed his palm forward, and the wooden box was sent in front of Xiaoyan by an invisible force. Fire Banyan clan's Flame Lingji? Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression froze. Then, a look of surprise surged on his face. He had come across this item by chance in some of the ancient books of the Xiao clan. It was said that this item was originally the treasure of the Fire Banyan clan. Although it was a medicinal ingredient, only the Fire Banyan clan could successfully raise it. Once the Flame Lingji was consumed, it would allow the user to possess the legendary source body. Unless the user was on the verge of death, the user's soul origin would not be damaged or destroyed. This was one of the reasons why very few people could kill the Fire Banyan clan during its heyday. The miraculous effect of the Flame Lingji had once caused countless alchemists on the continent to go crazy. There was even a rank 8 alchemist who paid a great price to gather experts to the Fire Banyan clan to seize it. However, with the destruction of the Fire Banyan clan, the Flame Lingji had long disappeared in the long river of history. Now, on the continent, there was probably no one who could take it out. However, such a legendary item had now appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The Flame Lingji was originally bred by my Fire Banyan clan's ancestors using a special method to combine the power of magma and earth veins. The success rate is extremely low. This one was also left behind by Hua Qing's grandfather when my sister and I were breaking through. I originally planned to refine it carefully after my cultivation stabilized, but at the end of his words, Hua Xing glanced at the young girl, Hua Xin, and slowly exhaled. We also have some understanding of senior by Hua's matter. Therefore, after this girl, and I have repeatedly considered it, we have decided to gift this item to senior. After all, compared to us, you who have a heavy responsibility and are also an alchemist are more suited for the power within this item. Seeing this, Xiaoyan was stunned. He then shook his head with a bitter smile. The Flame Lingji was not only a clan treasure to the Fire Banyan clan, but also a last resort to protect their lives. How could it be suitable or not? I will try my best to think of a solution for the Elixir Association. However, you should keep the Flame Lingji for yourselves. If I were to take the treasure that the Fire Banyan tribe left for you, wouldn't I be throwing away my bottom line? Huoxing was momentarily speechless when he heard this. He opened his mouth slightly and exchanged glances with Huoxian beside him, after which he nodded slightly. His hand, which he had extended forward, was suddenly clenched. One could hear a bang sound as the wooden box containing the Flame Lingji suddenly burst apart. At the same time, a pure aura spread outwards. Huoxing decisively smiled. He lifted his hand, and the Flame Lingji floated in front of Xiaoyan. The preservation of the Flame Lingji must be stored in a wooden box made of fire banyan wood. Once the wooden box is destroyed, the medicinal strength of the Flame Lingji can at most be preserved for 3 days. After 3 days, the energy within will begin to disappear. Therefore, Senior Xiaoyan, you should hurry. Looking at the Flame Lingji in front of him that was emitting waves of pure medicinal strength, Xiaoyan's face could not help but be at a loss. Even though his heart was filled with longing for this treasure, but a long while later, Xiaoyan finally laughed bitterly. Since things had already developed to this point, it was likely that he could no longer decline. Immediately, he waved the heavenly flame in his hand and formed a thin barrier that covered the surface of the Flame Lingji. He looked at the brother and sister, who were smiling at each other. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he cupped his hands together, after which, with a twist of his hand, he kept it into his storage ring. Chapter 1533. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged in the quiet stone room. At this moment, there was a completely crimson Lingji mushroom in the empty space in front of him. Its fiber lines were just like tree bark. It was slowly suspended in the air. A dark red flame wrapped around the medicinal ingredient, sealing the majestic energy within it that was about to dissipate. Eyeing the flame Ganoderma in front of him, Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. The emotions in his chest were complicated. A long while later, he finally hardened his gaze. He opened his mouth, and a cluster of dark red flame was spat out. With a twist of his wrist, the flame carried a bright tail that immediately wrapped around the flame Ganoderma in front of him. The instant the temperature exploded, a wave of pure and enormous mysterious energy suddenly erupted. The raging flames continued to rise under Xiaoyan's control, causing the space in the stone room to rapidly dry up. The scarlet-red body of the Flame Lingji mushroom grew increasingly dark and rich under the heavenly fire. Once the energy within was extracted, it would be the best time for Xiaoyan to devour and absorb it. As expected of the Fire Banyan clan's ultimate treasure, this Flame Lingji mushroom's resistance to fire is truly incomparable to ordinary herbs. In the blink of an eye, nearly a day had passed. Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in surprise when he saw that the Flame Lingji mushroom had not undergone much change. After a long period of high-temperature refinement, the wrinkles on the Flame Lingji mushroom's surface were still clearly visible. Although the original scarlet-red color of the Lingji mushroom had almost turned black, overall, not much had changed. One must know that given the power of Xiaoyan's fusion of several heavenly fires, it would take him at most 2 to 3 days to refine nearly 1,000 high-tier herbs. However, the Flame Lingji mushroom had only undergone a slight change in color after being burned by the heavenly fire for a long time. This was simply unimaginable. Under Xiaoyan's all-out refinement without sparing any of his Genesis chi, the Flame Lingji's outer appearance, which had already turned pitch black, finally gradually cracked apart amidst a wave of black smoke on the evening of the 3rd day. A clear cracking sound was like that of an exploding rock. When the outer shell fell off, it turned into nothingness within the heavenly flame. Soon after, a cluster of extremely pure pale yellow energy appeared in front of Xiaoyan. "I've finally succeeded." Looking at the Flame Lingji in front of him that was about to break apart, Xiaoyan's face was filled with joy, and he could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. As the flame gradually disappeared, one could see that Xiao Yan's face was already somewhat pale. It could be seen that he had already gone all out in order to refine the flame Lingji during these 3 days. Xiao Yan's finger gently touched the pale yellow energy cluster. Immediately, a warm aura that seeped into one's heart assaulted Xiao Yan's mind. The kind of strange feeling caused Xiao Yan's pale white face to recover greatly in an instant. Xiao Yan involuntarily praised in his heart, after which he ceased hesitating. He widened his mouth, and a suction force immediately surged out, swallowing this cluster of energy into his stomach. The energy sank into his stomach and reached his lower abdomen. Soon after, a wave of warm energy swiftly spread throughout his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. That kind of feeling reached his soul. His entire body suddenly felt comfortable, causing Xiao Yan to have the impulse to roar towards the sky. An explosive cry that was mixed with a vigorous energy aura continuously reverberated within the secret room. Xiao Yan's body trembled comfortably under the enrichment of this energy. Only after a long while did everything gradually return to calmness. The absorption of the flame Lingji could be considered to be on the right track. 1 month later, Xiao Yan closed his eyes and concentrated. His mind sunk into a sea of consciousness and merged into the soul bead. A cluster of pure, milky white soul essence surfaced within his mind. Observing this soul essence that did not seem to have any changes compared to before, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. In a month's time, the refining and absorption of the flame Lingji had long ended. Xiao Yan's body had become a little stronger under the nourishment of the energy. His spiritual strength had also increased. However, this soul essence and the so-called body of origin did not seem to have any clear manifestation. Of course, as for the legend that the soul essence would not be damaged or destroyed unless one was on the brink of death, Xiao Yan was naturally not stupid enough to experience it. However, in the following refining process, with the addition of the flame Lingji to his spiritual strength, the refining of elixirs had indeed become a lot smoother. Unknowingly, Xiao Yan's success rate in refining rank 7 high-grade elixirs had become higher and higher. While Xiao Yan was immersed in improving his alchemy skills, the elites of the younger generation in the Xiao clan had also left the clan one after another to experience the world. Although the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Bai clan had become increasingly tense, the younger generation was not willing to see Xiao Yan continue to grow while they did not improve. Moreover, even if it was for the sake of the confrontation between the Xiao clan and the Bai clan, it was still necessary for them to increase their strength. On the other side, Xiao Dingtian, Xiao Gan, Xiao Jinghong, and the others who usually held high positions in the clan had become silent. Currently, they had lost their authority in the clan and could only quietly retire in the mountains with the status of ordinary elders. The current Xiao clan was no longer a place where they could interfere. In Tianyang City, the clan relied on the authority given by Xiao Xian to change with each passing day. The clan's reputation in the Xiao clan grew higher and higher. On the other hand, the Zhao clan in Liang City no longer had the backing of the 3 great chiefs. In addition to the estrangement between Zhao Jin and Xiao Yan, the Zhao clan's influence was already gone. Now, they were quietly curled up in Liang City. There is almost no news about them in the outside world. The green-gold medicinal cauldron stood in the dimly lit stone room. The heavy feeling it gave off was like a towering mountain, causing the atmosphere in the stone room to become a little heavier. At this moment, Xiao Yan was holding a scroll in his hand in front of this medicinal cauldron. When he slowly opened it, the words that contained a clear golden glow were also reflected in his eyes. Earth Spirit Quenching Flame Pill, High Grade Rank 7. There is a certain chance of assisting a source sect expert to break through to the 1st star level. For alchemists, there's an extremely high chance of tempering their own flames, increasing the might of their flames. Refining this pill requires a total of 467 medicinal ingredients. The main ingredient is fire banyan branch. A trace of surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he read the various descriptions of the medicinal pill on the scroll. The corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a smile when he saw that the main ingredient was a fire banyan branch. Currently, all the fire banyan branches in the flowing fire plains were in his hands. Fortunately, this pill formula had landed in his hands. If it was someone else, they would be powerless even if they wanted to. Various thoughts flashed across Xiao Yan's mind as he kept the pill formula. With a flick of his finger, a raging heavenly flame immediately rose from within the medicinal cauldron. Soon after, his finger moved and rays of light immediately flew out. Soon after, they transformed into stalk after stalk of rarely seen medicinal ingredients. Under the control of his spiritual strength, they were thrown into the Luo Tian cauldron. Chapter 1534. The refinement of a medicinal pill emphasized on refining and merging the different medicinal strengths contained within the many medicinal ingredients. This was especially the case between high-grade medicinal ingredients. The wild and violent energy contained within them was already incomparably enormous. Wanting to perfectly merge them was an extremely great test for an alchemist. This kind of test was not only a requirement on one's spiritual strength, but it was also a requirement on one's precise control of the flame, as well as a deep understanding of the different medicinal properties of the various medicinal ingredients. Only by thoroughly mastering them and using the different medicinal ingredients to balance each other would the merging process be smooth and without error. Only then would one be considered to have achieved the prerequisite of the completion of the medicinal pill. Currently, nearly 2 months had passed since Xiao Yan had refined the ground spirit-quenching flame pill. During this period of time, due to a couple of small mistakes, Xiao Yan had wasted over a dozen fire banyan branches. If this kind of matter happened in the outside world, it was likely that it would cause countless number of alchemists to be heartbroken. However, to Xiao Yan, who possessed a mountain of fire banyan branches, this appeared to be very ordinary. After experiencing a couple of failures earlier, Xiao Yan had also accumulated quite a lot of experience. This time around, the refining process was undoubtedly even more cautious and careful. After a meticulous refining process, the medicinal liquid within the medicinal cauldron in front of him was slowly and steadily merging at this moment. Chi-chi. Under the careful separation of the heavenly flame, the 5 lumps of pure paste-like liquid approached each other at an extremely slow speed. The wild and violent energy within them repeatedly came into contact with the flame, emitting a wave of fine explosive sounds. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was already used to this. He did not care about the collision of those energies, as he wholeheartedly focused on the control of the medicinal liquid. This seemingly simple merging process, which was only a short distance of a few centimeters, lasted for nearly half a day. When all the medicinal liquid within the medicinal cauldron merged and gathered, forming a palm-sized mottled sphere, Xiao Yan's tensed heart finally quietly relaxed. Although the pill merging process was slow, it won in terms of stability. A couple of days later, the various energies within the medicinal ball merged with each other and were gradually twisted into one. A mottled embryonic pill that had been condensed to the size of a longan was considered to have been formed. Next was the most important and long step, pill formation. 1 week later, in the clear sky, the white clouds were arranged like fish scales. The dazzling sunlight swept past the edge of the clouds, forming a bright beam of light. It was very beautiful, but suddenly, an inexplicable force rapidly gathered above the clear sky. The sky immediately darkened, and heavy dark clouds gathered like rolling waves. Faintly, there were bursts of muffled thunder spreading out. This scene that suddenly appeared in the sky immediately stirred a commotion within the Xiao clan. A moment later, a couple of figures swiftly rushed out from the depths of the Xiao clan and rushed towards the thunderclouds. If one were to take a closer look, the person in front of them would surprisingly be the granddaughter of the first elder, the second young mistress of the Xiao clan, Xiao Siyu. After close to a year of closed-door training, the current Xiao Siyu had already touched the threshold of rank 7 high-grade alchemist in terms of alchemy skills. She was only one step away from truly stepping into that realm. However, due to time constraints, she had only come out of closed-door training not too long ago. Even so, she already had full confidence in stepping into that level before the pill gathering officially began. However, she did not expect to see such a shocking scene after coming out of her seclusion. When she arrived in the sky above Xiao Yan's manor, Xiao Siyu looked in the direction of the secret chamber. A thin layer of fog was drifting out from that spot. At the same time, a wave of pill fragrance quietly entered her nose. This pill fragrance. A rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill has been born. While Xiao Siyu was feeling surprised by this pill fragrance, quite a number of clan members who had gathered around immediately let out shocked cries. Immediately, numerous gazes that were filled with shock gathered on the secret room where Xiao Yan was located. Even Xiao Siyu could not resist clicking her tongue and sighing. I did not expect this fellow to be faster than me and reach this level first. She did have the experience of successfully refining a rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill. However, that was only a small amount. If one were to truly reach this level, one would naturally need to accumulate a countless amount of experience. However, from the current point of view, the level that Xiao Yan had reached was indeed one step ahead of her. All of you withdraw. What is there to see? Just at that moment, a sharp yell suddenly rang out in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. High up in the sky, the first elder, Xiao Zhen, was slowly descending with a serious expression. Immediately, the surrounding crowd hurriedly retreated some distance away. The first elder also arrived beside Xiao Siyu. How is it? Are you confident in competing with that little fellow? Grandfather, please don't make fun of me. If I could defeat him, the person watching would not be me. Xiao Siyu pursed her red lips and smiled bitterly in a helpless manner. Rumble. Her words had just sounded when the vast and mighty thunderclouds in the sky began to churn intensely. Soon after, a sharp sonic boom was heard as a purple-gold figure appeared in the sky. It was the Northern King. TSK, this little fellow's puppet is quite capable. Over the past few days, it has received all the pill lightning that Xiao Yan encountered and used it to raise its strength. Now, the strength of this puppet is likely comparable to an advanced 9-star origin ancestor. Advanced 9-star origin ancestor? Upon hearing this, the expression on Xiao Siyu's bewitching face changed. Her beautiful eyes locked onto the scale-covered Northern King as she asked in surprise. In that case, after this battle, won't this puppet have a chance to become a source venerate? That's hard to say. Xiao Zhen looked hopefully at the Northern King as he gently stroked his beard. Chi! Soon after, a clap of thunder rang out in the sky. Black thunderbolts pierced through the sky like giant swords and ruthlessly struck the secret room in the courtyard. In the sky, the Northern King seemed to have sensed something. It lifted its cold face, and its body trembled slightly as it met the thunderbolts head-on, while the Northern King and the pill lightning that descended from the sky violently clashed. A black-colored figure quietly appeared in the empty space a short distance away from the First Elder and the First Elder. At a glance, it was naturally Xiao Yan, who had just collected the medicinal pills. Hee, little fellow, you are quite extraordinary. In half a year, you have actually successfully advanced to a rank 7 high-grade alchemist. The two of them stepped forward. The First Elder's face was filled with praise as he sized up Xiao Yan in front of him. That gaze of his was as though he was looking at a monster. After all, just how many people in the entire continent could raise their cultivation and alchemist skills to such a level at the same time? That's right. From today onwards, the title of the #1 alchemist among the younger generation of the Xiao clan will change. Xiao Siyu smiled and teased from the side. Xiao Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this string of compliments. He could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and decline to comment. I was just lucky for a moment. Chapter 1535. Bang! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky after the fierce collision. The Northern King's body stood in the sky and forcefully resolved the pill lightning that was viciously smashing down from above his head with the might of a punch. He allowed the thunderbolt to wreak havoc on his body as a pair of hollow eyes slowly lifted. He stared intently at the peerless thunderbolt that was once again rapidly descending from the sky. His feet immediately stomped on the empty air. As the space collapsed, his purple gold body violently collided with the thunderbolt. Bang! The Northern King's body retreated nearly 1,000 feet after this attack. The wild and violent thunderbolt strength quickly followed. The whistling explosion was like waves of mournful roars that reverberated across the sky. That might seem as though it would not stop until it tore the Northern King into pieces. As the pill lightning approached, the Northern King's body stood like a metal tower. His body flashed and appeared in front of the enormous black thunderbolt in the blink of an eye. He waved his right arm, and a clanging sound rang out. He suddenly clenched his metal fist tightly. The silver-colored thunderbolt continued to dance on the surface of his body and wrapped around his arm. In the end, it wrapped around his entire arm. TSK, what a unique puppet. It is actually able to mobilize the thunderbolt's strength to fight. The first elder, who was watching the battle below, could not help but exclaim when he saw the silver-colored thunderbolt that was moving on the surface of the Northern King's body. A grave expression also surfaced on Xiao Siyu's face as she said, "This kind of puppet is simply the most terrifying weapon. It has no emotions or sentience and can even mobilize the thunderbolt's strength. This is definitely an invincible existence within the same level." The bewitching woman's bright eyes rotated after she spoke. She used a strange gaze to look at the owner of the puppet. She curled her lips and said, "It is fine if you and the person beside you are monstrous. Why is it that even the thing in your hand has such a heaven-defying strength?" Xiao Yin was involuntarily stunned when he heard this. His mouth parted into a smile as he teased. "Aren't you also beside me? Aren't you also by my side? Someone who can reach your level in both cultivation and alchemy is as rare as a phoenix feather and a Chilan horn in the entire continent. Aren't you one?" Xiao Siyu pursed her red lips. Her smile was quite enchanting. Xiao Yin softly smiled and sighed in response. "Me? I'm different from you." Boom! Just as Xiao Siyu was about to reply, the Northern King, who was in the sky, did not stop his tightly clenched fist. The moment he swung his fist, the surrounding empty space suddenly collapsed with a sonic boom. In the endless pitch-black void space was an arm wrapped by thunderbolt strength. Invisible spatial ripples in the darkness as the terrifying power. The Northern King. Come! Ground. In. The golden scales on the Northern King's body became denser and brighter as the enormous thunderbolt strength continued to fill his body. Just as the thunderclouds were about to disperse, a strange change occurred to the Northern King's body. Xiao Yin involuntarily frowned when he sensed this. He let out a loud cry and recalled the Northern King. Xiao Yin and the other two only noticed that the Northern King's entire body was covered by dragon scales when arrived in front of the Northern King. It appeared as though it was wearing a layer of armor. A vague rebounding force was emitted from the scales when one touched them. The thing that surprised Xiao Yin the most was that the Northern King's palms were gradually swelling and elongating until they turned into a pair of dragon claws. The strange situation gradually stabilized. The ferocious aura emitted from the Northern King's body had also reached its peak. The Northern King's fighting strength had reached the peak of the Source Ancestor level. 3 days had passed since the pill lightning dissipated. Xiao Yin had learned from Xiao Siyu that the pill gathering was approaching when he left his retreat. The clan had decided to send an elder to lead the two of them to the pill tower in 5 days. They should rest well for the remaining time and make preparations for their departure. Xiao Yin and Bai Hua were sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard. They chatted and laughed. Their eyes would occasionally look at the two young ladies who were laughing and playing nearby. Feeling the lively and interesting atmosphere among the young ladies at home, Xiao Yin could not help but sigh emotionally in his heart. At the same time, he also felt that his body and mind had become much more relaxed. Many years of traveling outside had caused Xiao Yan's mind to always be in a tense state. Being able to sit down in such a relaxed state without any vigilance was an extremely luxurious thing. How is it? How confident are you in becoming the champion of the pill gathering after breaking through to rank 7 high grade? Bai Hua gently sipped the tea in her cup and asked with a smile. How can I be confident? The Pill Tower Grand Meeting is a grand event in the hearts of all the alchemists in the continent. Such an event will naturally attract quite a number of high-grade alchemists. It might even attract some hidden alchemist grandmasters. It will not be easy to stand out from these people. Xiao Yan gently shook his head in response. The jade cup in his hand gently knocked on the green stone table. He immediately changed the topic and stared at Bai Hua. You, on the other hand, will have no one to take care of you after I leave this time around. The situation will likely be much more troublesome. Haha, relax. That thing has been in my body for so long. I still have some experience in dealing with it. Moreover, there is the formation plate that Xiao Xian left behind. Even if it does not work, the transforming pill ring can still control a little. I will definitely not allow anything to happen to me before you return. Bai Hua smiled when she heard this. A calm expression surfaced on her face. However, there was a desolation that was difficult to remove deep within her eyes. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a deep breath of air as if he had seen through Bai Hua's state of mind. He comforted her. There is no need to be too nervous. Even if I am unable to rush back in time, there is still the clan leader and first elder in the clan. I will ask them to help look after you. As for the heaven-questioning pill, I will definitely think of a way to find it during this trip to the Pill Tower. At that time, the problem in your body will be completely resolved. The next day, warm sunlight scattered down from the sky and shone on the entire Xiao clan. A few figures stood under the archway behind the ancient city hall. All right, you can send me off here. Xiao Yan looked at Bai Hua and Lian in front of him, after which he looked at Xiao Chuhang and the rest who had followed behind him. He involuntarily smiled and said, everyone was speechless. They cupped their hands together toward Xiao Yan. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Chuhang suddenly said, Xiao Yan, although this trip will be a long one, you represent our Xiao clan after all. No matter what, you have to win the championship. Xiao Yan was initially startled when he heard this. His gaze slowly swept over everyone in front of him. When he saw the hopeful expression in everyone's eyes, he immediately felt a little moved in his heart. Immediately, he nodded his head in a heavy manner. Chapter 1536. Xiao Clan, Ancient Hall. By the time Xiao Yan arrived, Xiao Siyu, the first elder, and the rest were already waiting there. What surprised Xiao Yan was that the fourth elder, Xiao Ming, whom he had met once before, was also present. Xiao Yan greeted the Ancient Hall's manager, Xiao Yan, as he approached. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the first elder and the clan leader. At this moment, the few of them were smiling as they looked at the late Xiao Yan. The first elder gently stroked his beard and said, the two of you will be participating in this event. Although the two of you will be participating in the Alchemist Grand Meeting as individuals, it is difficult to guarantee that you will not meet some fellows from some ancient factions in the Middle Region. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the clan has decided that the fourth elder will represent the Xiao clan and lead the two of you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan finally understood why Xiao Ming would appear here. Although he said that he was representing the Xiao clan, it was more like he was protecting the two of them. On the other hand, Xiao Siyu, who was by the side, curled her lips after hearing Xiao Zhen's words and said, Grandfather, are you referring to the Bai clan when you say trouble? Currently, the relationship between the Bai clan and the Xiao clan was far different from before. Even the slightest contact would lead to a series of troubles. Over the past half a year, many members of the Xiao clan had died in their hands. At the end of the day, the Bai clan is just a bunch of clowns. I am only worried that the Alchemist Grand Meeting has attracted many low-key factions from the Middle Region. There is no lack of ancient factions among them. If you meet those arrogant fellows, given your character, I do not think that you will give in. Xiao Yan and Xiao Siyu looked at each other after hearing Xiao Zhen's words. Xiao Siyu was the big sister in the clan. She had the backing of the Xiao clan in the outside world. Hence, she was naturally more fiery in her actions. As for Xiao Yin, even though he was as powerful as the Bai clan, his attitude did not soften at all. The upper echelons of the Xiao clan were afraid that something would happen if there was no one to protect them. After recovering from a shock, Xiao Yin immediately cupped his fist towards the few people in front of him with a serious expression and said in a serious voice, "Clan Chief, First Elder, please take care of Bai Hua and the others while I'm away." The few of them smiled and nodded when they saw this. They consoled Xiao Yin with a few words before he finally relaxed. Xiao Yuheng once again conversed with the First Elder and the others for a long while. The First Elder gave a few instructions to his left and right. Seeing that the two juniors were already somewhat impatient, Xiao Yuheng smiled and spoke. "Haha, all right. Since everyone is here, let's set off. There's still a long way to go. If we arrive a day earlier, we'll have one more day to prepare." Xiao Yuheng gently waved his hand and indicated for Xiao Ming to depart after uttering these words. The latter merely nodded and took the lead to hurry to the entrance of the Xiao clan without saying anything. Behind him, Xiao Yan's face was stunned as he watched the fourth elder swiftly rushing away. He widened his mouth. Only then did he hurriedly move with Xiao Siyu beside him and swiftly follow. The Pill Tower was located in the northeast of the central region. Due to the many alchemists under its command, the few most prosperous cities in the central region were also within the Pill Tower's sphere of influence. This sphere of influence was also known as the Pill region. For this trip, the three of them needed to use the teleportation formation to pass through some neighboring cities and sections. Of course, most of the time, they needed to personally fly tens of thousands of miles. The central region was vast. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength and the help of the teleportation formation, it was likely that the three of them would need nearly 3 months to reach the Pill region together. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had already passed. During this period of time, Xiao Yan's group had shuttled all the way without stopping. They had already crossed a couple of provinces during this period of time. The things that they had seen along the way had broadened Xiao Yan's horizons. Along the way, they had seen quite a number of sects and factions that usually did not reveal themselves. However, once they approached, the auras that were emitted from deep within the sects caused even Xiao Yan to feel quietly shocked. There were quite a number of auras among them that even he could not see through. This was the central region after all. Naturally, those who were able to establish a sect here were not ordinary people. This place was a vast and endless strange mountain range. The reason why it was strange was because the sky was clear and the sun was clearly blue. However, there was goose feather white snow drifting between the sky and the earth. The ruins of the mountain range below were also covered in white snow. The snow plains were empty and a strange poisonous fog rose in all directions, causing this place to become a dangerous place. In the sky, Xiao Yan's group had already flown for nearly 4 hours. However, the sky was still the same. Under Xiao Yan's careful observation, the thick snow on the ground below and the poisonous fog emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble. This is actually caused by a battle between experts. Sensing the strangeness of this mountain range, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim. Immediately, Xiao Siyu by the side nodded and said, Not only that, this place was originally a plain. It was only because of the great battle that it became like this. To be able to turn such a large area into such a state, was it a decisive battle between clans? No, there were only 2 people in that battle. As soon as Xiao Yan's puzzled voice faded, Xiao Ming, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. That battle was a decisive battle between 2 Source Saint experts who were once famous in the central region. After that battle, the heavenly capital plane turned into the current dual Saint Mountain Range. A decisive battle between Source Saint experts. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was even more shocked. The strongest experts he had seen so far were only Source Venerables. Even so, they were already extremely powerful existences. As for a great Source Saint expert, he didn't even dare to think about it. The result of that battle was that one person died and the survivor was seriously injured. That person was a woman called Yixingdu. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and muttered in his heart. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before, but before he could ponder any further, Xiao Ming continued. People call her Du Sheng Sheng. Everyone calls her Du Sheng, because she possesses the rare, woeful poison body. It is extremely difficult for someone with such a constitution to survive, but she managed to forcefully suppress it and reach the Genesis Saint stage. It is rumored that when Du Shengyi broke through to the Genesis Saint stage, even the ancestor of the Pill Tower personally paid a visit. But now everything has changed. There aren't many people on the continent who still remember her name. However, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the Crossing Adversity sect that she founded. Du Sheng sect. Xiao Yin felt incomparably shocked when he heard Xiao Ming's words. But when he heard the last sentence, he suddenly recalled the fierce battle between the Du Sheng sect and the Du Sheng sect in the heavenly Cloud Manor. At that time, the dragon race had indeed mentioned the name Yixingdu. It seemed that it was because of this reason that the little fairy doctor. However, just as this thought was swiftly circulating in Xiao Yan's heart, a strange laughter that caused one to feel nauseous suddenly sounded around the three of them who were swiftly flying. TSK, 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 TSK. We have been waiting for you for a long time, Xiao Yan. Chapter 1537. As the eerie laughter sounded, a thick black fog suddenly condensed in the void in front of the three of them. Xiao Yan's musing face immediately turned around when this black fog rose. His eyes also instantly became dark and solemn. His gaze contained some icy cold, killing intent as he stared at the black fog in the empty space on the other side. He said in a dense voice, "Don't worry. Ghost Slaughter Sect? You can say that. However, I am different from those useless people like Gue Xing and Gue Xie. You are just a runaway thief that I have not brought back after so many years. I even allowed you to grow to such an extent. Now, you actually need me to deal with you personally." As the hoarse voice fell, the strange black fog gradually transformed into a human figure, and a rather powerful aura spread out from it. The black fog dispersed, revealing a withered and old face that was like rotten wood. The expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed when he sensed the aura that this person had emitted. This person was a genuine Yuan Zun expert. His frightening aura was something that even Xiao Yan's current spiritual perception was unable to see through. From this, one could tell that this person's strength was far from what an ordinary Yuan Zun could compare with. "Humph, Green Demon, so it is you," Xiao Ming said in a cold voice when he saw the withered face. Soon after, he sneered in an indifferent tone. "You want to touch Xiao Yan? Have you asked for the Xiao clan's permission?" Xiao Ming took a step forward without hesitation. A murderous aura suddenly swept out. Snowflakes swirled in the sky and vaguely formed a tall wall that pressed down on Green Demon. Buzz! Green Demon was not afraid at all. He waved his sleeve, which was formed by the black fog, violently. Black chi swept out and dissipated with the oncoming pressure. "Ha! This venerable self did not expect Xiao Yan to have you," escorting him along the way. "However, since I have come here today, why don't I take your life on top of completing my mission? Fourth elder of the Xiao clan, this will be considered quite a great contribution when I return to the sect." Looking at Xiao Ming's pale face, the corners of Azure Demon's mouth slowly curled into a sinister smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous aura suddenly poured out from his body. His pair of deep old eyes stared at Xiao Ming as he laughed sinisterly. "Xiao Ming, I have long been curious about your strange petrification ability. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to test it out. Today, let me have a good fight with you." You are not worthy." A rare sneer of disdain appeared on Xiao Ming's indifferent face, and he snorted. With a thought, he circulated the mighty Genesis Chi in his body and shouted coldly, "Don't underestimate me. Humph, you were trash that couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from my second brother. After so many years, I want to see how much stronger you have become." Pong! The two of them exchanged blows in the blink of an eye. As their fists and palms collided, the surrounding space was instantly shattered. A strong gust of wind surged out like a ring-shaped storm. Xiao Ming and Azure Demon both trembled and staggered back dozens of steps. 5-star Source Venerate. It seems that you haven't made any progress after so many years. You're still trash. Xiao Ming clenched his fist, and ash-gray Genesis Qi flowed out from his palm. It coiled around his arm and quickly solidified into a pair of hard rock gloves. Green Demon's expression turned ugly when he heard Xiao Ming's mocking words. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to have already advanced to a 6-star Source Venerate. With such strength and his strange Genesis Qi, even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to defeat Xiao Ming in a one-on-one battle. Hee, Xiao Ming, don't get carried away. You aren't weak, but I never said that I would be the only one here today. Green Demon's shriveled hand clenched violently after his words sounded. Black Qi lingered around it as it was ruthlessly tossed into the sky. The instant the cluster of black fog exploded, 3 clusters of surging black fog swiftly gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 3 frightening auras belonging to Origin Venerates swiftly enveloped the area. Another 3 Source Venerates. Xiao Yin involuntarily let out an exclamation the moment these 3 people appeared. He hurriedly exchanged glances with Xiao Siyu and saw a deep solemnness in each other's eyes. 4 Yuan Zun level experts in a row. Such a lineup was in existence that could dominate the entire middle region. It seemed that this group of neither human nor ghost fellows intended to take them down in one fell swoop today. Even with Xiao Ming's calm temperament, he couldn't help but frown at the sight of the lineup in front of him. If the other party only had 2 or 3 Source Venerates, he might be able to stop them if he gave it his all, but it was impossible to stop 4. Xiao Ming, today, the Twin Saint Mountain will be your burial ground. A hoarse cry was emitted from Qing Mo's mouth. The other 3 Yuan Zuns immediately spread out after the order sounded. They surrounded Xiao Yan's group from different directions. The auras within their bodies erupted, and the atmosphere of the place suddenly became tense. The 2 gray-white children quickly swept their eyes over Green Demon and the others. Xiao Ming couldn't help but clench his fists under his sleeves. His mind spun rapidly, and then he looked at Xiao Yin and Xiao Siyu and said in a low voice, "I'll try my best to stall them. Later, I will try my best to delay them. The 2 of you will find an opportunity to sneak into the mountain range. With the poison barrier outside, even this group of fellows will not dare to casually charge in." Xiao Siyu's expression suddenly changed. It was needless to say what the former's words meant, but just as she was about to speak, Xiao Yin slowly shook his head and said decisively, "Fourth Elder, I understand your intentions. Fourth Elder, I understand your intentions. However, this group of fellows have never given up until they achieve their goals. Even if we escape into this poisonous miasma, we may not be able to escape from their pursuit." Before his voice sounded, Xiao Yin flicked his finger. A black light flashed beside him, and the Northern King's body appeared. It quickly said, "The Northern King has already revealed itself. So, instead of running aimlessly and waiting for death, it's better to fight with our backs against the wall." As soon as these words left his mouth, even Xiao Ming couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Yin to have such courage. Even in the face of a Source Venerate, he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Even Xiao Siyu nodded heavily after hearing this. As a junior of the Xiao clan, she had the pride that a member of the Xiao clan should have. Moreover, given their means, even if they were facing a Source Venerate, they might still be able to fight with them. Seeing the resolute attitude on Xiao Yan's and Xiao Siyu's faces, Xiao Ming could only nod silently. Then, he unconsciously glanced at the North King beside Xiao Yan. While feeling strange in his heart, an inexplicable intuition quietly crept into his heart. Perhaps, as Xiao Yan had said, only by fighting with their backs against the wall would they have a chance of survival. Chapter 1538. In the distant horizon, the auras of 5 Source Venerables filled the sky. The entire world seemed to tremble slightly at this moment. under the clear sky. The strange snowflakes floating in the air were also torn to pieces by the auras of these auras. Do you want to fight to the death? Seeing the Northern King appear beside Xiao Yan, Azure Demon's wrinkled face curled into a frightening sneer. He waved his hand and grinned viciously. I will deal with Xiao Yan. I will leave the rest to you. Remember, don't let Xiao Yan die. Green Demon suddenly waved his hand, which was shrouded in black fog, after his cry sounded. Dense black fog surged out and quickly gathered, transforming into a chain that emitted a bloody aura. Soon after, his body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming waved his left hand, and a huge stone hammer appeared in his hand. You two try your best to stall him. I will deal with this damn guy as soon as possible, Xiao Ming reminded in a low voice. Soon after, he charged forward. Behind him, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes became even fiercer as he faced the encirclement of 3 source venerates. His gaze quickly swept across the 3 people in the sky. One was a 2-star source venerate, while the other 2 were at the initial stage. This kind of battle strength might only be at the bottom of the source venerable's realm, but it was absolutely terrifying for most source sect powerhouses. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly locked onto one of them. A thought passed through his mind, and the Northern King immediately shot forward. It transformed into a ray of light that met the other party. Xiao Yan's eyes turned and looked at the 2-star source venerate. With the Northern King's current battle strength, he might be able to resist an initial source venerate for a while, but if it was a 2-star source venerate, it would be extremely difficult for him to counterattack. Leave this guy to me. I will leave the other one to you. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a deep breath of air and spoke to Xiao Siyu with a smile. You? Hearing this, the latter immediately raised his eyebrows. It was one thing for this fellow to send a puppet to challenge and source venerate, but he actually wanted to face a stronger 2-star source venerate. If it was anyone else, they would probably be unable to help but call him crazy. I have some experience in battles between origin venerates. Moreover, I'm also a 9-star origin source sect, so I have a better chance of winning than you. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as the Genesis Chi in his meridians began to gather and circulate, gradually seeping out from the surface of his body. Seeing this, Xiao Siyu snorted in rebuke. Are you looking down on my late-stage 8-star origin sect cultivation base? Xiao Siyu's delicate fingers immediately lifted to form a seal after her word sounded. A bright red flame suddenly surged from the surface of her body and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire phoenix behind her. Soon after, a lovely cry sounded. The aura around her body suddenly swelled the instant the fire phoenix entered her body. Even with Xiao Yan's eyesight, he could not help but feel somewhat surprised when he sensed the powerful aura within the woman's body, which had instantly surpassed that of a 9-star origin ancestor. Although Xiao Siyu's cultivation had yet to break through the limits of a source venerate, she was already an extremely powerful existence within the origin ancestor realm. My wind fire art may not be able to compare to your secret technique that uses heavenly flames to raise your strength, but is still somewhat useful in the current situation. Xiao Siyu glanced at Xiao Yan, whose face was filled with surprise. She turned her pretty eyes and coldly looked at the remaining initial stage source venerate. Although this second young miss was arrogant, she still had some understanding of the current dangerous situation. With her strength alone, she did not think that she would be able to survive much longer in the hands of a 2-star source venerate. According to what you said, I'll leave that guy to you. Yes, give me some time. I'll finish him off as soon as possible. Xiao Yan nodded heavily when he saw this. Immediately, he ceased hesitating. A thought passed through his heart, and the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was suddenly unleashed. At the same time that he let out an explosive cry in his heart, the aura all over his body suddenly soared at this moment. At this moment, the former was also slightly startled by Xiao Yan's words. He hesitated for an instant before suddenly moving and charging toward that opponent. In an instant, the fierce battle on the field had already begun. Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows as he felt the constantly rising aura in his body that was infinitely close to that of an Origin Venerate. He could clearly feel that after using the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, his strength had increased by a lot. After some thought, he concluded that it might be because of the clan's sacrifice. You dare to be careless in the face of an Origin Venerate? You're really courting death. In the next instant, the 2-star Origin Venerate's figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan like a ghost. As the black fog spread out, a sharp claw viciously swiped toward Xiaoyan's neck. Chi! However, those sharp claws carelessly penetrated Xiaoyan's body. If one were to carefully observe, Xiaoyan's entire body in front of him was slowly twisting and drifting away. It's actually an afterimage. That guy, when did he do it? Sensing the abnormality in front of him, the 2-star Origin Venerate was greatly alarmed. He abruptly turned around and peered into the distance. There, a black-robed figure quietly stood. At this moment, 6 balls of flames were rising in front of his chest. Waves of terrifying heat spread from them, causing the surrounding space to constantly distort and collapse. Heavenly Flame. Although he had long since heard that Xiaoyan possessed a heavenly flame, this 2-star Source Venerate was still extremely shocked when he saw it today. His shock quickly turned into a cold snort. His body suddenly shook and majestic black Genesis Chi immediately surged out. Following the sound of metal colliding, numerous dark black chains appeared. They were like numerous poisonous snakes as they charged into the sky and shot toward Xiaoyan. Chi. A dense chill surged within Xiaoyan's eyes as he faced those chains that shot explosively toward him. The flame in his hand was pushed forward when the chains arrived in front of him. A frighteningly high temperature immediately incinerated the chains. The strange black-colored metal chains were melted into nothingness amidst an intense chi-chi sound. Diebrat. The instant the chains melted, the 2-star Origin Venerate beside Xiaoyan chased after him again. His 5 fingers curled into claws, and with a burst of wind, he clawed at Xiaoyan's throat. Wherever the claw passed, invisible space collapsed. Be's easy. However, just as the hand claw was about to make contact with Xiaoyan's body, a dark black curtain strangely agglomerated in front of the hand claw. This sharp claw was extended into the dark black empty space, but it did not touch Xiaoyan's body even a little. Damn it, it's the Great Void Dao. As he watched the curtain in front of him rapidly shrink, he hurriedly withdrew his hand. Xiaoyan's figure once again disappeared before his eyes. When he turned around, he saw that Xiaoyan, who had dodged the attack, was currently kneading the heavenly flame in front of him in his hand as a terrifying power began to rapidly gather. Chapter 1539. An additional calmness appeared on Xiaoyan's face as he faced the all-out attack of a 2-star Source Venerate in the sky. His powerful spiritual perception filled the area. Every attack from his opponent was easily and accurately dodged by Xiaoyan. Although it seemed like a dangerous move, it was nothing special in Xiaoyan's eyes. With the help of the Sky Extinction Steps and the Void Great Path, Xiaoyan had faced the 3-star Origin Ancestor by roam with ease. Now that he had used a secret technique, his strength was only a hair's breadth away from becoming an Origin Venerate. Facing a 2-star Origin Venerate, the pressure in his heart was naturally much lighter than before. Corpse Transforming Palm. The instant a chilling shout rang out in the sky, a thick black chi burst out from the 2-star Origin Venerate's palms and condensed into 2 giant black ghost hands. A thick, rotting aura rapidly spread as they viciously swatted toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, Xiaoyan's footsteps changed. He continued to use the Sky Extinction Step. While he pulled back, a dark black spatial curtain swiftly appeared in the empty space a short distance behind him. Xiaoyan's body quietly disappeared the moment the ghost hand arrived. All the strength of that palm ultimately landed in the collapsed, endless empty space. Damn it, Xiaoyan, do you only know how to dodge? The black fog dissipated, revealing a sinister face. The latter's heart was currently filled with hatred and unwillingness. As a dignified origin venerate, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? After a few rounds of fighting, the other battlefields continued to collide and explode. Only in the battle between the two-star origin venerate and Xiao Yan. No matter how crazily the former chased and attacked, Xiao Yan was always able to narrowly avoid his attacks at the last moment, causing all of his attacks to be useless. Who would have thought that a mere origin ancestor's movement technique would be something that even an origin venerate could not do anything to? His gaze quickly swept across the battlefield, but a sinister sneer suddenly appeared on his ferocious face. He sneered and said, "Xiao Yan, I want to see just how long you could drag this out." At the same time that he spoke, he raised his eyebrows toward the battleground where Xiao Siyu was located. A cold smile also surfaced in his scarlet eyes. Xiao Yan's speed might be shocking, but if it was merely this, he would not be able to break the situation in this battleground. Looking at the battlefield, the battle between Xiao Ming and Azure Fiend was gradually becoming more and more intense. Clearly, the outcome of the battle would not be decided in a short time. As for Xiao Siyu, she was still an origin sect expert after all. Even though she could temporarily contend against an origin venerate with the help of secret technique, the difference in strength between the two sides will become increasingly obvious as time passed. At this moment, Xiao Siyu's situation was gradually deteriorating under the continuous bombardment of the initial origin venerate. It would not be long before she was defeated by that person. On the other hand, the other battlefield seemed to be a little more interesting. In the battle between the North King and the origin venerate, the North King was defeated from the very beginning. The dragon scale armor on his body was quickly destroyed by the bombardment of the chains. In just a few moments, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. However, perhaps because of this, the remaining power of the lightning yuan in the North King's body was able to erupt. Not only was it able to constantly repair his injured body, but even his battle strength was becoming more and more tyrannical with the continuous collisions. What was even more strange was that the North King's body had undergone another mutation during this battle. In the sky, Xiao Yan, who had noticed the change in the situation on Xiao Siyu's side, had a slight change in his expression. Then he slowly exhaled and turned his gaze back to the two-star origin venerate opposite him. His eyes narrowed as he said coldly, "It seems that I have to get rid of you as soon as possible." After saying this, Xiao Yan clapped his hands heavily. As the flames exploded, the speed at which the flames in his palms merged suddenly increased. As the heavenly flames merged, the embryonic form of a fire lotus quickly condensed. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura of extermination spread out from it. This guy, how can he gather such astonishing power? The two-star origin venerate's face could not help but twitch a few times when he sensed the gradually berserk energy in Xiao Yan's palms. A look of fear appeared on his face. The aura was so terrifying that even an expert of his level could not help but feel an aura of death. At this very moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He absolutely could not allow Xiao Yan to continue like this. As this thought rose in his mind, the black Genesis chi in his body began to frantically circulate. He took a step forward, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. His body instantly disappeared, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a ghost. Without any hesitation, he reached out to grab the flame in Xiao Yan's palm. This time, in the face of the two-star origin venerate's attack, Xiao Yan did not choose to retreat. Instead, he held the fire lotus that was about to take shape with one hand and covered it with the other. A suction force madly surged from his palm, pulling strands of berserk energy from the fire lotus and gathering it in his palm. "Since you can't wait, I'll let you have a taste of the power of this fire lotus." Xiao Yan let out a cold cry. Immediately, he slammed his palm forward and violently collided with the hand claw that was heading toward him. Bang! The flame formed from berserk energy suddenly collided with the pitch-black energy, and a low explosion immediately spread. Ripples of wind spread out in a ring shape, easily shattering the surrounding space. That origin venerate took dozens of steps back. He looked at the layer of charred black imprint on his hand, and his face immediately became incomparably gloomy. When he looked at Xiaoyan again, he had used the collision between the two to fly back. After which, he swiftly turned around and approached the initial stage Origin Venerate, who was fighting with Xiao Siyu. Not good. That cunning brat. The expression of the two-star source Venerate immediately changed when he sensed Xiao Yan's intention. His body hurriedly rushed forward, but Xiao Yan had already arrived behind that person. Although the latter had already sensed Xiao Yan, it was already too late. All that was left was for a warm hand to be placed on his back. Soon after, a frightening, turbulent, tidal-like energy poured out. Mountain River Seal. Bang! The instant Xiao Yan shouted in his heart, the initial stage Origin Venerate from the Ghost Slaughter sect was suddenly sent flying by this palm. Blood spurted out as his body uncontrollably fell towards the mountain range below. Die! Almost at the same time, the two-star Origin Venerate moved behind Xiao Yan. Surging black energy gathered in his palm, and he ruthlessly slammed it down on Xiao Yan's back. However, just as this palm was about to imprint on Xiao Yan's back, a fire lotus had unknowingly imprinted itself on the latter's chest. In the next instant, buzz! An earth-shaking buzzing sound suddenly resounded over the entire place. The sound waves swept over the place. In an instant, the snowflakes drifting in the sky were completely swept away. What followed was a frightening fire wave that reached the sky, evaporating the entire place. Even the old accumulated snow on the mountain range below and the poison fog that permeated the air were slightly affected. Outside the battlefield, Xiao Ming, Qing Mo, and the others, who had hurriedly retreated from the battle, watched the scene that had suddenly erupted. The expressions of both sides instantly turned grave. Chapter 1540. A huge wave of fire suddenly erupted from a thick black fog. The wind and snow between heaven and earth dissipated, and a terrifying energy swept out. The energy waves caused by the wave of fire directly lifted the snow on the mountain range below, and the purple-black poisonous fog floating in the air also dispersed. If one were to look down from high up in the sky, one would be able to clearly see an enormous fire ring swiftly spreading in all directions from the epicenter of the explosion. Everywhere it passed, the calm, empty space would collapse. The snow-white mountain peaks were also completely swept away by this energy. The originally cool and moist air was also completely vaporized under the grilling of the high temperature of the heavenly flame. The power of the fire lotus was terrifying. In the sky, Xiao Ming, Qing Mo, and the others had naturally relied on their own strength to successfully avoid the terrifying energy within the wave of fire. But even with their cultivation bases, they still couldn't help but be shocked by the shocking scene before them. Among them, the beginner-level Source Venerate, who was fighting fiercely with the North King, stopped with a pale face and a frightened look on his face. He stood high in the sky and looked down at the empty mountain range below, which had suddenly become empty. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After a long while, the huge cloud of fire created by the fire lotus in the sky gradually dissipated, and then two figures fell from it. Azure Demon and the others immediately looked over. Azure Demon frowned when he saw the man who was in a sorry state and whose black fog had almost dissipated. That man was the beginner-level Source Venerate who had previously fought with Xiao Siyu. As for the other figure, it was a skinny figure with a broken body that revealed flesh and blood and half a skeleton. Compared to the former, this fellow had completely lost all signs of life. This skinny figure was naturally the two-star Source Venerate who had been closest to the explosion of the Fire Lotus. Xiao Yan's attack had directly killed two of their Source Venerates. How is this possible? Azure Demon's old face turned ugly when he saw that the two figures who had fallen from the mountain range were both Source Venerates from his side. His face alternated between green and white, and extreme anger surged in his chest. But then another two figures charged out from within the fire cloud. If one were to look at them, they were surprisingly Xiao Yan and Xiao Siyu. Xiao Yan, you're still alive. The expression on Qing Mo's face immediately sank when he saw Xiao Yan's unharmed manner. He let out a furious cry, and his body suddenly flashed, after which he appeared in front of Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. His shriveled hand was gently extended forward. Soon after, it landed on Xiao Yan's neck. Heaven and earth. However, the next moment, the air, including azure demons, suddenly froze. Although it was only for a moment, when azure demons summoned the black fog to protect himself, Xiao Ming had already retreated hundreds of meters away with Xiao Yan and Xiao Siyu. The gray-eyed boy looked directly at Azure Demon, and the latter was facing him. Xiao Siyu. Xiao Ming waved the giant hammer in his hand and said coldly, "Without those two fellows getting in the way, I can fight one against two and kill them without hesitation." Upon hearing this, the actions of Qing Mo's subordinates came to a sudden halt. The corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched as he sensed the strange pressure from the other side. His gaze swiftly shifted to the initial level source Venerate beside him as the murderous intent in his heart churned once again. He naturally knew that he had no chance of winning against Xiao Ming alone, except for delaying the battle. However, if the person beside him risked his life, puff. A fierce flame once again rose in front of Xiao Yan just as this thought rose within Qing Mo's heart. 6 clusters of flames slowly floated under the control of Xiao Yan's hands. Densai stared at Xiao Yan. This guy, seeing Xiao Yan's posture, Azure Demon's face turned slightly pale. Facing the Fire Lotus, even someone as strong as him had to treat it seriously. Xiao Yan, let's wait and see. I don't believe that Xiao Ming will follow you forever." A moment later, Qing Mo finally let out a cold snort in a dense manner. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to capture Xiao Yan even if there was someone guarding him, since he had led 3 Yuan Zun experts this time around. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan's fighting strength was actually this frightening. He had relied on his Yuan Zone cultivation to forcefully kill a Yuan Zun expert. This was something that they had not expected. Looking at the mountain range where the poisonous fog was slowly converging, Azure Demon completely dispelled the thought of rescuing Xiao Yan. He looked deeply at Xiao Yan again, twisted his body, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Watching Azure Demon's figure leave, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He dispersed the stone hammer in his hand, and the moment he turned his head, huffed. Xiao Yan's face suddenly turned red, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The flame in front of him dissipated, and his face instantly turned pale. Xiao Yan. This sudden scene caused the expressions of Xiao Siyu's group to change drastically. Only when Xiao Yan raised his hand and gestured did the 3 of them decisively descend. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, they safely stood on a mountain peak below, after which they swallowed a couple of medicinal pills and slowly began to refine them. At the same time, the Northern King, who was high up in the sky, stood straight between heaven and earth. Wisps of silver lightning shuttled back and forth on his dragon-scale stomach, which was filled with purple-gold flowing light. His appearance also began to change strangely. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Following the refinement and absorption of the medicinal pill within Xiao Yan's body, the injury from the palm that he had suffered in the big battle earlier gradually recovered on the Bear Mountain peak. When he opened his eyes, a sharp flame flashed through the deep recesses of his eyes. His aura had finally returned to its peak. "Are you all right?" Seeing that Xiao Yan had awakened from his cultivation, Xiao Siyu immediately asked with concern. "Yes." Xiao Yan gently nodded when he saw this. He stood up and looked at the poison barrier that permeated around him. A thought passed through his heart, and the fierce heavenly flame immediately spread apart, forming a tunnel above the 3 of them. After staying for a couple of days, it was time for them to make the best use of their time and hurry on their journey. Just as the 3 of them rose into the air and were about to move, the Northern King, who was standing in the distance, caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily cry out in surprise. The Northern King returned to Xiao Yan's side in the blink of an eye after the summon. Even Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he sensed the sudden increase in the Northern King's speed. When he once again focused his eyes, the Northern King in front of him caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely surprised. Chapter 1541. Is this a dragon man? Xiao Yan was a little surprised when he saw the North King's transformation. Even Xiao Ming and Xiao Siyu, who were beside him, looked at the North King with interest. At this moment, the dragon scales on the Northern King's body were brighter and denser than they had been a few days ago. Aside from the dragon scales, there were also a few mysterious lightning symbols on his ice-cold face. Even his cold eyes were filled with lightning. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of dragon horns on his head and the thick and powerful dragon tail behind him. There was even lightning energy coiling around it. As he swung it gently, the violent lightning energy easily cut through the void with faint explosive sounds. What a magical puppet! Not only has it reached the level of a source venerate, but it has also transformed into a legendary dragon man. Even with Xiao Ming's experience, he couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the magical puppet in front of Xiao Yan. As the fourth elder of the Xiao clan, it went without saying that he had a lot of experience in the continent. Even so, he had only seen the legendary dragon man with his own eyes today. After all, even the Xiao clan, one of the top forces in the continent, couldn't compare to the proud ancient Void Dragon clan. I didn't expect the North King to become a source venerate because of this misfortune. Xiao Yan's eyes were somewhat stunned as he looked at the Northern King in front of him. A curiosity immediately rose in his heart. With a cry, the Northern King's body immediately faced an empty space. Immediately, its hand, which had transformed into a dragon claw, was clenched tightly. One could hear a wave of crackling explosions. Numerous thunderbolts lingered around its wrist. The moment it threw a punch forward, the sky-high thunderbolts transformed into numerous enormous rings that spread out, shattering and collapsing the empty space in front of it. What a powerful force! The joy on Xiao Yan's face became even denser when he saw this scene in front of him. With this move, the Northern King alone would be able to suppress an ordinary Yuan Zun expert if he met one. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he recalled the North King. When he turned around, he saw the envious looks on Xiao Siyu and Xiao Ming's faces. He couldn't help but be startled and smile awkwardly. Needless to say, Xiao Siyu was envious of the North King's strength. Anyone below the level of a source venerate would be tempted by such a magical puppet. As for Xiao Ming, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed when he saw a lifeless puppet with the strength of a source venerate like him, even though he was naturally indifferent. After putting away the puppet, the three of them sorted out their emotions and hurried in the direction of the Pill region, with the example of Qing Mo's group intercepting them. Xiao Yan's group was naturally much more cautious during the subsequent journey. It was also during this period of time that Xiao Yan learned that Qing Mo belonged to the Ghost Gate. He also held the position of an elder within the Ghost Gate. It could be said that his position was quite high. Even Xiao Yan did not expect that the Ghost Gate would actually dispatch such an expert to capture Xiao Yan this time around. On top of quietly feeling anxious in his heart, he involuntarily inquired of Xiao Yan about some of the reasons. The latter naturally gave a non-committal reply. After all, the two Shi ancient gods Jade involved too many things. Even the current Xiao clan might not be able to completely believe it. Moreover, even he didn't know what secrets the two Shi ancient gods Jade held in the Yuanwu continent. The only thing he could imagine was that it might be related to that level again. Xiao Yan's group had various complicated emotions along the way, but it was still relatively peaceful for them. Along the way, they had borrowed the teleportation formations of various large cities to hurry along the way. The three of them were also getting closer to the territory of the Pill Tower. As they got closer, the number of alchemists that Xiao Yan saw along the way also gradually increased. Other than many of the best amongst the younger generation, there were also some older generation alchemist grandmasters who had made a name for themselves in the Middle region for many years. There were even quite a number of ancient factions that had resided in the Middle region for a long time. Not only were there origin venerates leading the group, but there was also a young alchemist among them. It was likely that he wasn't much better than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed in his heart when he saw this. This was finally a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were many factions that were usually unknown to others. However, once they revealed themselves, they would cause one to be incomparably shocked. Compared to the factions that they had met along the way, which only had a single origin venerate, these factions paled in comparison. Xiao Yan's group finally successfully arrived within the territory of the Pill Tower 2 months before the start of the Pill Gathering due to this hurried journey. Glass City. A strange glint involuntarily flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the majestic city that stretched like a mountain range. Along the way, he was already used to seeing various spectacular city sights. Hence, when he saw this city at the edge of the Pill region, there was naturally no longer the shock in his eyes that he had in the past. This is only a city on the outskirts of the Pill region. There is also a rank 8 transportation array in the city. Let's rest here for a while. If everything goes well, we should be able to reach the Pill City before evening. Xiao Ming casually glanced at the ancient city that was built like crystals and spoke in a casual manner. He then led the way. Behind him, Xiao Siyu and Xiao Yin both curiously observed the surrounding environment. Xiao Yin arrived in front of the city gate. Now that he was close, he could clearly sense the ancient aura that this city emitted. This was especially the case when Xiao Yin used his spiritual perception to touch the crystal wall. A strong and powerful aura spread from it. This is spiritual force. Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched violently. The layer of crystal on the surface of the wall was actually formed by a huge amount of spiritual force. Compressing one's spiritual strength and agglomerating it into an essence was something that Xiao Yin believed that he could do. However, if one were to say that a brick wall that was agglomerated from one's spiritual strength and covered the entire city within it, it was likely that this method was far from something that a single person could accomplish. It is indeed worthy of being the gathering center of the continent's alchemists. Only the Pill Tower is able to use spiritual force to build a city's defense. Xiao Yin could not help but shake his head and feel speechless as he secretly praised in his heart. Soon after, he followed Xiao Ming's footsteps and stepped into the majestic city. After passing through the city gate, the group was first startled by the bustling scene in front of them before they even entered the city. Perhaps it was because the alchemist grand meeting was approaching, but the flow of people in Luli City, which was some distance away from the Pill Gathering, was especially terrifying. Currently, there were various tyrants in this place. Not only were there crooks mixed in with the honest folk, but some rare and strange things that were rarely seen in the outside world had also spread in this place. Naturally, there was no lack of true treasures among them. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had sufficient eyesight. Chapter 1542. The three of them slowly shuttled through the human flow on the street. Due to Xiao Ming being at the front, the area around Xiao Yan's group was quite spacious. They did not have to squeeze among the crowd with great difficulty like the others. Along the way, Xiao Yan looked at the stalls on both sides, which were gradually filling up with items. The corners of his mouth curled into an interested smile, and a hopeful look appeared on his face. Although these stalls did not appear to be popular, it was difficult to guarantee that there would not be any rare treasures hidden within them. After all, there were quite a number of good things on him that he had obtained from these inconspicuous stalls. Therefore, each time he saw them, Xiao Yan would not tire of them, even though there was rarely anything that caught his eye. In the end, these stalls were a competition of luck. As the crowd headed towards the center of the city, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the number of powerhouses around them was increasing. Unlike other places at the border of the Middle Region, and even under the three great clans, the expert from the Source Zone could be considered the cornerstone of the clans. However, such a strength was merely ordinary in the current Luli city. Xiao Yan's spiritual perception even sensed that there were at least 3 auras of the Source Zone class around the street they were currently on. The Pill Tower was indeed worthy of being called the #1 faction in the continent. A pill gathering in an ordinary city could attract such a large number of source venerates. It was hard to imagine how many powerhouses of such strength would be gathered at the Pill Tower's headquarters. As they passed through the street, Xiao Yin was surprised by the various powerhouses in the city. His gaze swept across the surrounding stalls one by one, but unfortunately, he did not find any special treasures. Xiao Yin had no choice but to quicken his pace. Instead of wasting time on these worthless stalls, it was better to hurry to the final destination of this trip, Pill City. He believed that they would be able to see even more rare items there. However, while Xiao Yan's group was moving quickly, a rather unusual stall suddenly attracted Xiao Yan's attention. There was only a pitch-black metal scroll placed on top of the huge stall made of blue stone. Other than that, there was nothing else. The owner of this stall was currently sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He did not seem to care about the few people who were examining the metal scroll in front of the stall. This action caused quite a number of passers-by on the street to cast curious gazes in succession. Some of the people who were familiar with them had a mocking smile on their faces. Immediately, they shook their heads and left. The old man was well known in Valerium City. He only bought one item every day until he sold it. Only then would he change to another item. For some unknown reason, the iron scroll on the stone platform had been there for almost a month. During this period, many people had come forward to inquire about it, but the final result was not satisfactory. Old man, you actually dare to demand such an exorbitant price for a soul skill with an unknown background. Aren't you a little too greedy? At this moment, the few people in front of the stall revealed impatient expressions on their faces after inspecting the black metal scroll in front of them. Their disdainful gazes landed on the old man with his eyes closed. However, the old man acted as if he did not hear these disdainful words. The expressions on the faces of the few people turned gloomy when they saw the old man's attitude. Clearly, they were quite interested in this metal scroll. However, the seller's price and attitude were really unacceptable. Get lost. The old man appeared to have become a little impatient in the face of the endless chatter of the few people in front of the stall. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a threatening voice that contained a spiritual pressure was suddenly emitted. Those few people immediately became absent-minded for a couple of seconds under this cry. Their expressions had changed drastically by the time they recovered. They immediately snorted coldly and swiftly left. After that, Xiao Yin stepped forward with interest. Xiao Siyu frowned as she watched Xiao Yin's actions. Her cautious gaze also landed on the old man. However, Xiao Ming's eyes were fixed on the black metal scroll when he saw it. He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Old man, may I take a look at this metal scroll? Xiao Yin stepped forward and asked the old man politely with a smile. However, the old man ignored him. Seeing this, Xiao Yin immediately felt a little embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly. Then, with a thought, spiritual strength gathered and slowly approached the metal scroll on the stone platform. However, when that old man sensed the spiritual strength in Xiao Yan's body, a pair of tightly shut old eyes were immediately opened. His expression was somewhat surprised as he looked at Xiao Yan. He sized him up, but was unable to find any younger generation alchemist who was comparable to Xiao Yan from his memories. At the same time, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was poured into the metal scroll in front of him. After a short period of continuous pouring, there was indeed a soul technique hidden deep within this metal scroll. However, just as Xiao Yan was attempting to probe it, he sensed that there was a layer of restriction that had been added by an external force. Xiao Yan immediately frowned when he sensed this. It was likely that no one would do such a foolish thing if they were to bid for it, without even knowing the tier of this soul technique. A long while later, Xiao Yan could only withdraw his spiritual strength in disappointment after confirming that there was indeed nothing else within this metal scroll. Immediately, he sighed softly. In the end, he still adopted a curious attitude as he asked the old man, "Senior, how much do you intend to pay for this metal scroll?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyelids and nodded slightly. 2 high-grade class 7 pill recipes. Xiao Yin was immediately at a loss when these words were uttered. His face immediately revealed a bitter smile as he shook his head and said, Senior, there is indeed only one soul skill in this metal scroll. If you want to exchange it for such a price, it is a little too high. Umph. I thought that you're also a Class 7 alchemist, but you are actually such a mediocre person. This old man has overestimated you. Let's go." The old man sneered. His tone was full of mockery. These words caused Xiao Siyu's face to darken. She was about to step forward to argue when Xiao Ming suddenly reached out and stopped her. His lips parted slightly, and his words were quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. Soul Stone Metal Scroll. After hearing Xiao Ming's voice transmission, Xiao Yan's face, which had just revealed a disappointed expression, was suddenly stunned. A moment later, he nodded silently. His pitch-black eyes, which were staring at the metal scroll in front of him, gradually became fiery. Chapter 1543. Xiao Yan, if I'm not wrong, this thing should be the Soulstone Iron Scroll that is rarely mentioned in the ancient books. Xiao Ming's surprised voice entered Xiao Yan's ears, causing the latter's expression to change. The Soulstone Metal Scroll was a mysterious item that was rarely recorded even in the ancient books. Xiao Ming had only learned about it from Xiao Ming Yuan in his early years. Although the latter was rather lazy in his training, he had a vast understanding of matters related to alchemy. It was just that Xiao Ming did not expect that they would actually come across a legendary treasure that even Xiao Ming Yuan yearned for. When it came to the Soulstone Metal Scroll, Xiao Yan was fortunate enough to learn a thing or two about it from a couple of ancient books within the Xiao clan. However, he had only focused on investigating the things within the metal scroll and had neglected the metal scroll itself. Now that he was looking at it again, the densely packed ancient symbols carved on it were arranged in an orderly manner. From the looks of some of the unique symbols on it, this metal scroll in front of him should undoubtedly be the legendary Soul Stone Metal Scroll. The Soul Stone Metal Scroll was an extremely rare soul skill secret scroll that usually only existed in the records of ancient books. The reason why it was called this was because this Soul Stone Metal Scroll was mostly created by powerful alchemist grandmasters using their spiritual strength and special materials to create it. This kind of metal scroll usually existed as a set. If there was really a high-class soul skill within it, there would at least be 2 scrolls. If a person who did not understand it used an ordinary method to investigate it, the result would usually be the same as the one that Xiao Yan had obtained. However, if one was able to investigate the reason behind it, one might perhaps obtain an unexpected gain. If there are 2 scrolls or more than 2 E-class soul skills, it is not a bad deal to exchange 2 high-grade rank 7 pill formulas for them. Xiao Yan quietly calculated in his heart and made up his mind. He immediately lifted his eyes and looked at the old man on the opposite side of the stone platform, who had his eyes shut in concentration. He parted his mouth and said, "May I know if Elder can tell me the rank of the soul skill in this iron scroll?" The old man's shut old eyes were once again opened when he heard this. His mind was slightly surprised when he saw the calm expression on Xiao Yan's face. His eyes swiftly looked to Xiao Ming behind Xiao Yan. His heart seemed to have understood something when he saw the grayish-white eyes of the child. "It seems that this old man has underestimated you. This mister is an expert." The old man nodded slightly at Xiao Yan. Then he turned his turbid eyes back to Xiao Yan. "This old man's offer isn't low, but I won't let you down. What you see is a mid-grade intent rank soul skill. Middle-level intent." Xiao Yan frowned slightly, but a huge wave had already formed in his heart. Compared to high-class DO skills, high-class soul skills on the continent were even rarer. A high-class soul skill could even be exchanged for a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Although the heart-shattering palm that he had mastered could similarly shatter one's spirit, it was ultimately still lacking compared to the surprise nature of soul skills. If he could obtain this Soulstone Metal Scroll, he would be able to add 2 E-class soul skills to his body. It would also be a great boost to Xiao Yan's fighting strength. But now, Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped on the stone table in front of him. His pitch-black eyes moved as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he slowly shook his head and said, "Old mister, although a mid-grade intent rank soul skill is valuable, is still only a mid-grade intent rank soul skill." After saying that, Xiao Yan turned his palm and took out a scroll and a jade bottle from his storage ring. He said, I have a scroll with the pill formula for the 7 live suspension pill and 2 medicinal pills. What do you think about it? Think about it. Haha, you don't have to trick me with these things. You and I are well aware of the value of this metal scroll. If you really want to take it, you better take out something of real value. Hearing this, the old man curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a mocking smile. Then he crossed his arms and sat back down with his eyes closed. If you feel that you have lost out, you can leave on your own. After saying that, the old man returned to his previous posture. He was too lazy to bother with Xiao Yin in front of him. Only the latter frowned slightly and stared at the soul stone iron scroll in front of him. There was a slight hesitation in his expression. Forget it. A short moment later, Xiao Yin appeared to have made up his mind. He sighed and flipped his hand once again. Another jade bottle appeared in his hand. The instant he opened it, a wave of searing, rich medicinal fragrance immediately spread swiftly around the area. The spread of the medicinal fragrance attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by around them. The old man in front of Xiao Yin threw a gaze that was filled with shock over the moment the jade bottle was opened. Although the shock merely lasted for an instant, it was still captured in the eyes of Xiao Yin, who was carefully observing. I believe that old mister has heard of the earth spirit quenching flame pill. Xiao Yin smiled and spoke in a relaxed manner. Earth spirit quenching flame pill. Hearing this, the expression on the old man's face changed once again. He had naturally heard of this mysterious medicinal pill that was revered by countless alchemists. However, he did not expect that this medicinal pill, which was only passed down in legends, would actually appear in front of him today. I can use this earth spirit quenching flame pill and the 7 lives suspending bone pill formula in exchange. The excitement on the old man's face became even denser when he heard Xiao Yan's words. If he was able to obtain the ground spirit quenching flame pill, it would definitely raise his achievements in the path of alchemy. However, this old man was ultimately a shrewd old man. When he saw the medicinal pill in front of him, the emotion that had become increasingly great in his heart was forcefully suppressed. He turned his old eyes and once again sat back down. He laughed and said, "The collection in young friend's hands has indeed surprised this old man. However, medicinal pills are after all only medicinal pills. No matter how many there will come a time when they are exhausted. Moreover, you only have 1 medicinal pill. If young friend is willing to add the earth spirit quenching flame pill formula, you can have this metal scroll." Hearing this, Xiao Yin was startled. Immediately, displeasure appeared on his face. That pill formula was a remnant of the Fire Banyan tribe. If he casually gave it away, it would go against the trust of the Hua Rong siblings. No matter what, he could not easily take it out. Immediately, he shook his head with a regretful face and said, "I only obtained this earth spirit quenching flame pill by luck. I don't have the pill formula in my hands. What I said just now is also my bottom line. If Elder is still dissatisfied, this junior is not willing to force it." After saying these words, he stood up without hesitation and kept the jade bottle in his hand. He turned his head and exchanged glances with Xiao Ming and Xiao Yin behind him. He shook his head slightly and ignored the old man's reluctant expression as he lifted his leg and left. Seeing Xiao Yin leave so decisively, a struggling expression immediately appeared on the old man's face. The prize had already reached this point. At this moment, both parties knew that they were competing in patience. Whoever could last until the end would be the final winner. Even if the old man did not sell, there would still be an endless stream of passers-by coming forward to inquire. However, once he missed the earth spirit quenching flame pill, he was afraid that he would not have it in his life. Seeing that Xiao Yan's group was about to disappear into the crowd, the old man finally clenched his teeth hatefully. He used his spiritual strength to transmit a voice and shouted, "Young friend, please wait." The moment his words sounded, Xiao Yan's forward footsteps suddenly paused. His tense face also suddenly relaxed. He immediately turned his head around and returned to the front of the stall with a calm face. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in front of him. Dan said, "Old mister, have you changed your mind? There is no need for you to put on such an attitude. This old man has ruthlessly released many customers. It is just that I am unwilling to miss the earth spirit quenching flame pill in your hands." Seeing Xiao Yan's manner, the old man curled his mouth in a somewhat mocking manner. The latter immediately laughed and did not hide anything. He extended his hand, and two items that he had prepared beforehand were revealed from under his sleeves. They were the pill formula for the 7 Lives Bone suspension pill and the earth spirit quenching flame pill. The old man involuntarily sighed helplessly when he saw the medicinal pill that Xiao Yan extended his hand to hand over. For an alchemist, especially an alchemist like him, who had reached the end of the path of alchemy, there was no other possibility other than relying on external items if he wanted to take another step forward. Hence, the excitement in his heart was overflowing with words when he first saw the earth spirit quenching flame pill. The old man swiftly put away the jade bottle scroll that Xiao Yan handed over. The expression on his face gradually became warmer. An excitement that could not be suppressed surged out from his pair of old eyes. This scene caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily laugh softly. Immediately, his gaze was withdrawn and landed on the stone metal scroll in front of him. He quietly sighed in his heart about how dangerous it was, after which he extended his hand and took it. However, just as Xiao Yan's hand was about to touch the metal scroll, a white hand suddenly extended from the side. A suction force surged from the palm, and the metal scroll was moved. A laugh was also transmitted over at the same time. "Haha, this friend, everything is first come first serve. I saw this metal scroll first. Although I returned a little late, I want this metal scroll." Chapter 1544. The sudden change in the situation caused Xiao Yan's face to darken. He extended his hand and flicked his finger. An invisible force immediately shot out and knocked the metal scroll, which had just floated in the air, back onto the stone platform. Glancing over, a young man in luxurious green clothes was standing with a slight smile on his face. Looking at his cultivation, it was likely that he had just entered the 6-star origin sect. However, the spiritual pressure that faintly spread from his body caused Xiao Yan to be slightly surprised. The young man stepped forward. His refined eyes contained some disdain as they swept over the surrounding crowd. He was not annoyed by Xiao Yan's previous actions. With a wave of his sleeve, a ray of light landed on the stone platform, transforming into 2 scrolls that quietly lay there. "Old Senior, these are 2 high-grade rank 7 pill formulas. They should be sufficient to exchange for this metal scroll." The young man's face was warm as he looked at the old man behind the stone platform. His face was filled with confidence as he spoke. "I'm sorry that you are late. The goods have already been sold, and the rest has nothing to do with me. This metal scroll has already been sold to this young friend. As for your item, take it back." However, what the young man did not expect was that the old man merely casually glanced at the 2 pill formulas before gently shaking his head, after which he lazily leaned against the back of the chair. The hand under his sleeve gently rubbed the jade bottle in his hand. The current him was completely focused on the earth spirit quenching flame pill in his hands. Although the 2 high-grade rank 7 pill formulas were precious, it was not enough for him to use the achievements of the latter half of his life to exchange for them. The young man involuntarily frowned when he saw the old man's indifferent attitude, after which his gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan opposite him. A smile was lifted on his face as he said, "This friend, I am Yao Ling from the Yao clan. May I know your name?" "Yao clan?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's brows twitched slightly. The Yao clan was also one of the ancient clans. Their foundation was considered to be one of the top clans. Currently, they lived in the north of the Pill region, close to the Beast region of the extreme north. From a certain perspective, they could be considered as a vassal of the Pill Tower. However, these people were arrogant and refused to admit it. By relying on the Pill Tower and the terrain of the Beast region, the Yao clan had been able to live peacefully for many years. They did not end up in a miserable state like the northern Ishur clan. Moreover, in recent years, the Yao clan had nurtured quite a number of talents in an attempt to send them to the Pill Tower in order to strengthen their position. However, the outside world did not know whether this was effective or not. When it saw the change in Xiao Yan's expression, The smile on the medicinal rock spirit's face became even wider. At the same time, its expression also involuntarily revealed an arrogant expression. It immediately parted its mouth and laughed. Humph, humph, little brother. Since things have already developed to this point, I think that both of us are well aware of the background of this metal scroll. Although you have bid first, I have taken a fancy to this thing first. If you are afraid of suffering a loss, I can offer double the price you offered earlier. Treat it as making a friend. I will not lose you out. Medicinal rock spirit ignored the expression on Xiaoyan's face after saying those words. He simply minded his own business and walked toward the metal scroll. However, just as his hand was about to land on the metal scroll, a warm hand suddenly landed on his wrist, causing his entire movement to suddenly come to a halt. Both Android and Apple are acceptable. The movement of his hand suddenly stopped. The smile on the medicinal rock spirit's face instantly disappeared. When he raised his eyes, he saw Xiaoyan staring at him with an expressionless face. He said, "I'm sorry. I have no intention of changing the owner of the thing that I have obtained." The moment these words were spat out, Xiaoyan's wrist trembled gently. A huge force poured out. The medicinal rock spirit's expression immediately sunk. His body involuntarily took a couple of steps back, after which his arm trembled. Only then did he remove the force that came from his body. What a powerful physical body. Xiaoyan's sudden attack also caused a cold glint to flash across the medicinal rock spirit's eyes. There were not many people within the Pill region who dared to do such a thing to a member of the Yao clan. Xiaoyan did not hesitate even a little after randomly forcing back the medicinal rock spirit. Soon after, he once again extended his hand and grabbed the soul stone metal scroll on the stone platform. He had seen too many cases of using one's strength to bully others and snatch things. He had also experienced countless numbers of arrogant and despotic people. Unfortunately, such people had never caused him to take a step back. The dark and solemn expression on Yao Shirling's face became even denser when he saw that the person in front of him did not have the slightest intention of giving way. He immediately waved his sleeves, and an extremely sharp wind immediately erupted. It instantly interrupted the movement of Xiaoyan's hand. At the same time, he swiftly moved forward and his other hand landed on the metal scroll. "Why, you still want to snatch it?" Xiaoyan's expression turned cold. His body swiftly moved forward. His right hand pressed down on the empty space, and a huge force poured down. Soon after, a clear sound of metal rang out, and he once again ruthlessly pressed the metal scroll that the young man had picked up onto the stone platform. Immediately after, the medicinal rock spirit's hand blade attacked. Xiaoyan easily brushed aside the attack with his left hand. With a gentle shake, the two immediately took half a step back. Subsequently, Xiaoyan rotated his hand, and the Genesis Chi within his body swiftly gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Boom! A low, deep sonic boom sounded. Xiaoyan's body did not move even a little under this palm. Instead, medicinal rock spirit's expression changed drastically in the face of this attack. Its footsteps involuntarily took over a dozen steps back. After forcefully stabilizing its body, it raised its head to take a look. A pair of eyes that were filled with surprise instantly locked onto Xiao Yan as it cried out in disbelief. 9-star origin sect? In response, Xiao Yan ignored him. He picked up the metal scroll in front of him and was about to keep it in his storage ring when a chilling look suddenly appeared in the medicinal rock spirit's eyes. He had not recognized the metal scroll when he first saw it, but since he had returned, he naturally could not return empty-handed. After all, the value of the soulstone metal scroll was something that even a grandmaster alchemist could not resist. Open flame slash. The young man let out a low cry in his heart. As he opened and closed his palm, a fierce, intense flame immediately rose. Immediately, he twisted his wrist, and a sharp flame violently shot toward Xiao Yan's wrist in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, he raised his cold, stern face and cried out to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. "Brat, it is not a wise choice to offend a member of the Yao clan in the Pill region. Xiao Yin frowned slightly in the face of this vicious attack from the medicinal rock spirit. His hand, which was holding the metal scroll, loosened slightly, and he extended his hand with lightning-like speed, forcefully grabbing the flame that had shot over. Noisy fellow. A somewhat impatient low and deep voice was slowly spat out. Soon after, one could hear a bang sound. The powerful dose skill that the medicinal rock spirit had unleashed was forcefully shattered in Xiao Yan's palm due to this overbearing action of his. A cold and stern expression surfaced in Lin Dong's eyes the moment he lifted them. His icy cold eyes stared at the medicinal rock spirit. In the next instant, his body suddenly turned into a black shadow. He appeared in front of the medicinal rock spirit in an instant. A fist was thrown out and struck towards the medicinal rock spirit's chest. Xiao Yan's sudden, lightning-like attack also caused the young man's expression to be startled. His body hurriedly pulled back. Soon after, however, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Yan's speed was actually a couple of times faster than his. At such a distance, it was impossible for him to dodge this attack from Xiao Yan, even if he used all his tactics. Brat, how presumptuous! However, just as Xiao Yan was about to close in, a stern cry suddenly sounded from behind the young man. Soon after, a white-robed old man with a cold and stern face appeared beside Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. His shriveled hand was like an eagle's claw as it grabbed towards Xiao Yan's throat. Source Venerate Expert. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly when he sensed the person beside him. However, this was merely the case. Immediately, he placed his mind back onto the medicinal rock spirit in front of him. Before the latter could rejoice, Xiao Yan's heavy fist heavily landed on his chest. Bang! Amid the low and deep sound of flesh colliding, the medicinal stone spirit's body drew through a perfect arc in midair, after which it flew backwards and charged into the crowd behind. Xiao Yan's body slowly drifted into the empty air from where he stood. The soul stone metal scroll in front of the stall, which had yet to land on the ground, was once again gently received by a white hand. When a figure appeared, one could see that it was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. On the other side, the moment the source venerate expert behind the medicinal rock spirit made his move, Xiao Ming, who had been standing on the side of the street, had unknowingly appeared in front of the old man. His pair of gray-white eyes stared straight at the old man in front of him. Although there was no killing intent, just a glance from him was enough to make the latter's claw abruptly stop in midair. You are... Looking at the strange expert in front of him whose skin and eyes were all grayish-white, the old man's mind froze for a moment before he suddenly recovered and exclaimed, "That's right, the old man's eyes are all grayish-white. Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan. Get lost." Ignoring the old man's exclamation, Xiao Ming coldly shouted. The old man's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated into the crowd and helped the pale-faced medicinal rock spirit up. In front of the stone platform, Xiao Yan gently waved the soul stone iron scroll in his hand with a smile. Immediately, he kept it in his storage ring. He turned around and stood side by side with Xiao Ming. The invisible aura that he exuded actually blocked the flow of people on the street for a moment. On the other side, the medicinal rock spirit also watched Xiao Yan keep the iron scroll. His originally pale face suddenly became as white as a sheet of paper. There was an additional sinister look in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Yan. "I will remember this punch. When the time comes, I will definitely return it many times over. Respectfully waiting." Hearing this, Xiao Yan just smiled disdainfully. He really didn't care about this medicinal rock spirit. After leaving these harsh words, the medicinal rock spirit quickly left with the help of the old man beside him. Xiao Xiu gently twirled her hair with her jade-like fingers. After the matter was resolved, and she joked with Xiao Yan for a while, the three of them didn't stay any longer and hurried towards the teleportation array in Luli City. Because of this incident, their movements were undoubtedly delayed a lot. They didn't know what the situation would be like when they reached Pill City. Chapter 1545. Night. Xiao Yan and the other two were currently seated around a table in a quiet room that was isolated by Genesis Qi. The item on the table was naturally the Soul Stone metal scroll that they had obtained during the day. After obtaining the Soul Stone metal scroll, Xiao Yin and Xiao Siyu began to search all over Luli City with great interest. They hoped that they could try their luck and find some treasures that would surprise them. However, good luck did not continuously descend on one's head. After a moment of excitement, the two of them could only follow Xiao Ming to his residence with dejected faces. They began to study the dark black metal scroll in their hands. The legendary Soul Stone Iron Scroll that even alchemy grandmasters yearn for day and night. Let's see what kind of earth-shattering treasure is hidden in it. The gazes of the three of them focused on the black-colored metal scroll in front of them. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a fiery heat. Immediately, he extended his finger and gently touched the icy-cold metal scroll. A thought passed through his heart, and the enormous spiritual strength in his mind immediately followed the guidance of his mind and swiftly probed into the interior of the metal scroll. A short moment later, he sensed an external force being transmitted from deep within the metal scroll. It was a restriction that the old man had placed. However, this restriction did not have the intentional support of that old man. Currently, it was merely a thin piece of paper in front of Xiao Yan. With a gentle touch, it instantly turned into nothingness. The enormous amount of information contained within it transformed into a green light following the release of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. It was displayed in the empty space above the metal scroll. Is this the Do skill contained in the Soul Stone Iron Scroll? Xiao Siyu couldn't help muttering to herself as she gazed at the spreading green light in front of her. Then, she and Xiao Yin focused their gazes on the green light. Spirit-shattering finger, a mid-E-class soul skill. This Do skill gathered spirit power at one point and unleashed an absolute explosion. The stronger the spirit power of the user, the stronger the power after the condensation. It could even shatter the soul and body together. Anyone who received this attack would be injured. After a simple description, a huge flow of information flowed into Xiao Yan's mind. Of course, because of the uniqueness of the Soul Stone Iron Scroll, Xiao Siyu also sensed it. Only Xiao Ming leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. Spirit power wasn't his forte, and he wasn't interested in it. Therefore, he naturally had no interest in the Do skill inheritance that was regarded as a treasure in the eyes of ordinary people. A long while later, when the green light gradually faded, Xiao Yin and Xiao Siyu also withdrew from their immersed minds. After recovering, they looked at each other and saw a glimmer in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they had gained a lot of benefits from it. It's a good Do skill. Although the method is a little cold, it should have a good effect if used properly in a fight. Xiao Siyu stretched out a jade finger and condensed a huge amount of spirit power at the tip of her finger. Then, she used an inexplicable method to make the huge power invisible. The seemingly weak and slender jade finger easily cut through the space in front of her. It continued to shake violently for a while before it gradually calmed down. Xiao Yan nodded his head in agreement. In terms of strength, this Do technique was no different from an ordinary Do technique. However, the surprising thing was that its special method of unleashing it was able to turn the agglomerated spiritual strength into nothing. Such an attack was likely something that even an expert at the Source Zone level would not dare to underestimate. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. His gaze once again returned to the Soul Stone metal scroll in front of him. The fiery heat in his eyes became even more intense. He pursed his somewhat dry and hot lips and slowly said, I am curious now. The soul-shattering finger is only one of the Do skills in the Soul Stone Iron Scroll, but it has already reached such a level. How strong would the second or third Do skill be? Could it be the legendary Saint Class Do skill? Some ripples surfaced in Xiao Siyu's bewitching eyes as she asked expectantly. If a Saint Class Do skill really appeared, the Soul Stone Iron Scroll wouldn't be discussed by you guys here. Even the usually quiet Xiao Ming could not help but mock when a Saint Class Do skill was mentioned. Without waiting for Xiao Siyu's expression to change, he closed his eyes and leaned back. Xiao Siyu spat softly. Xiao Yin nodded gently and said, the Saint Class Do skill is indeed a Saint Class Do skill. My expectations for Saint Rank Do skill are indeed a little high. However, if I can find a middle rank Intent Rank Soul skill, or even a stronger one, then this trade won't be considered a loss. Once he finished speaking, he once again poured his spiritual strength into the dark black metal scroll in front of him. Xiao Siyu's hand gently held a strand of hair as her pretty eyes stared at the metal scroll on the table. However, after nearly 15 minutes, the expression on Xiao Yan's face, which was originally filled with anticipation, gradually disappeared. Even his eyebrows could not help but slowly knit together. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiao Siyu's face immediately changed. Even Xiao Ming, who had his eyes closed, could not help but narrow his eyes curiously. After nearly 2 hours, Xiao Yan, whose expression was slightly gloomy, finally withdrew his spiritual strength helplessly. He looked at the two people in front of him and shook his head regretfully. He sighed deeply and said, "I have searched every corner of the metal scroll. I can confirm that there are no other soul skills in it other than this soul-shattering finger." An expression of disbelief immediately surfaced on Xiao Siyu's face when these words were said. She said seriously, "How is this possible? Since all the Do skills in the Soul Stone Metal Scroll exist as a set, how can there only be one scroll? Could it be that the old man lied to us and the Soul Stone Metal Scroll is a fake? That should not be the case. The Soul Stone Metal Scroll itself is extremely special. If it is really a fake, it is impossible for you and I not to be able to find some clues given our methods. Moreover, there is also the fourth elder. However, as of now, I'm afraid that we will not be able to understand the mystery of this metal scroll within a short period of time." Xiaoyan shook his head slightly and exchanged glances with Xiao Siyu. Soon after, the two of them shifted their gazes to Xiao Ming. Currently, they could only rely on this almighty source venerate expert. However, Xiao Ming was at a loss when faced with the expectations of the two of them. He shook his head and said, "I have only heard about this thing. As for the details, I don't know. You can look for Xiao Ming Yuan." Hearing this, the two of them immediately became silent. Subsequently, Xiaoyan once again injected his spiritual energy into the soul stone metal scroll in front of him and tried to search. Xiao Siyu stretched her waist, and her soft and delicate body immediately swelled up in a proud arc, after which she lazily shrank back into the chair. Since it was only a matter of time before they found the remaining treasures, there was naturally no need for her to worry about it. However, seeing Xiao Yan's unwilling expression, her pair of slightly tired, beautiful eyes turned slightly. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and smiled. "I think you don't need to be anxious for now. If you are so unwilling, why don't I bring you to find an opportunity tomorrow?" Xiaoyan gently furrowed his brows and took the opportunity to withdraw his spiritual energy. He raised his eyes and asked curiously, "Opportunity? Here?" Chapter 1546. Although it was already late at night, the liveliness in Glass City did not lose out to the daytime. Under the deep night sky and the brightly lit streets, Xiaoyan sat alone on the roof of a building as he stared into the distance with a listless expression. Everything that had happened in the twin St. Mountain Range flashed in his mind, causing his heart to involuntarily sink. Since the Green Demon had made a move, it meant that the enormous being behind him, whose strength was second only to the Pill Tower in the entire continent, Ghostgate had finally made a move against him. From today onwards, the opponents that he would face would be much stronger than before. Before he could officially fight with that group of neither human nor ghost fellows, he needed to possess sufficient strength. Phew! Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been buried deep in his chest. As he opened and closed his hands, the Genesis Chi gathered at the center of his palms transformed into a beautiful face that was reflected in his pitch-black pupils, causing him to feel endless tenderness. Sun Air. This great appearance was naturally Sun Air, whom Xiao Yin had been longing for. The latter was currently in the Ghost Gate, and her situation was difficult to predict. However, the appearance of the experts from the Ghost Gate this time around caused Xiao Yan's heart to quietly form a premonition. The day he would meet Sun Er again was not far away. The next day, after a night of rest, Xiao Yan's group had recovered to their peak condition. When dawn broke, Glass City was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Dense streams of people moved through the city, ultimately gathering at the giant plaza at the end of the street. As the teleportation array activated, a buzzing sound of intense energy undulations could be heard. Golden light rose and fell, and the figures in the array disappeared. Pill City. Giant stone plazas stood in the distant sky. At a certain moment, golden light suddenly shone from one of the plazas. Moments later, when the light gradually faded, a group of figures with various gazes appeared. Xiao Yan's group was standing among them. Everyone focused their eyes as exclamations quickly sounded. The scene in front of them caused them to feel extremely shocked. Even Xiao Yan could not help but widen his eyes. His face was stunned as he looked at the world that had appeared in front of him. Even though he was very experienced and was used to seeing the grandeur of the Xiao clan, he still involuntarily lost his composure when he saw this scene. Looking from a position of the giant stone plazas in the sky, the place where everyone was standing was surprisingly a vast mountain range. The mountain ranges in all directions were gathered together like pillars that supported the sky. In the middle, which was directly below Xiao Yan's group, was an extremely vast lake. The misty clouds on the lake gathered together under the guidance of some kind of energy, forming a pillar of air that rose into the sky. A city was connected to it. A majestic city that was suspended high in the sky and emitted an overlord aura. Pill City. What a domineering city. It is indeed worthy of being the Pill Tower. Even this headquarters constantly shows its position as the overlord of the continent. After being stunned for a moment, waves of shocked voices finally sounded from the crowd. At the same time, human traffic also surged out from the other plazas in the surrounding empty space. The scene from before began to repeat itself in this world. Seeing that more and more people were gathering, everyone in the square no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and hurried toward the entrance of Pill City. Xiao Yan's group exchanged glances with each other when they saw this. They nodded gently and moved their bodies. They also turned into light figures and appeared in front of the entrance of the city within a couple of flashes. Xiao Yan only noticed that this place was already filled with a black mass after he arrived in front of it. In front of the majestic city gate, there was an invisible barrier that blocked countless people outside. No matter how hard they tried, it was to no avail. The Pill Tower is known as the Holy Land in the hearts of all alchemists. Now it seems that not everyone can enter this place. Xiao Yan felt the pressure on the barrier. It was likely that even ordinary rank 6 alchemists and those below the Origin Emperor would not be able to pass through it. The Pill Tower has stood on the continent for so many years. It naturally has its own unique selection methods. Whether one wants to use it to make a name for themselves or to rise to the top, one must first show enough qualifications for it to take them seriously. Xiaoming only spoke indifferently in response to Xiao Yan's words. Hearing this, Xiaoming frowned slightly, shook his head, and sighed. It is this qualification that makes many people unable to reach the Pill Tower. They can only stand in front of this door for their entire lives. They will not be able to see the real Pill Tower until they die. Therefore, the Pill Tower is still the #1 faction on the continent. After saying that, Xiaoming tilted his head slightly and glanced at Xiao Yan. Then he walked forward. The two behind him looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. Then they followed Xiaoming's footsteps, not choosing the good. Such a harsh selection method was enough to cut off the continuation of any family. However, the Pill Tower, a super faction on the continent, had always been in a position that people could only look up to because of this. Facing the crowded crowd, Xiaoming only glanced at them, and an invisible pressure made the people in front quickly open a path. Then, under the respectful gazes of the people around them, the three of them walked into the city with light steps. After entering the city, the streets in front of them immediately became a lot more spacious. Although there had been a lot of people gathering in the Pill City during this period of time, it did not seem to have any impact on the city. Xiao Ming walked forward with ease, and Xiao Siyu introduced the city to Xiao Yan with interest. Compared to the latter, Xiao Siyu was indeed very familiar with the Pill City. When Xiao Siyu mentioned the place they were going to next, Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched. His interest was finally piqued. So you're saying that the testing hall is the opportunity you spoke of? It could be considered so, although there are many rumors. No one has been able to prove that the 9-word soul tablet contains the opportunity left behind by a certain almighty from the Pill Tower. There are only 2 results. Therefore, most people still have the attitude of trying their luck. There is no harm in giving it a try. Xiao Siyu smiled. She had casually mentioned it because she saw Xiao Yan's obsession with the Soul Stone metal scroll. She did not expect that Xiao Yan would be so concerned about it. While the 2 of them were conversing, they wandered around the city for nearly an hour amidst the noise around them. Finally, they stopped in front of a large hall in the southern part of the city. However, this place was already packed with people compared to other places. The bustling crowd filled the square in front of the large hall. All kinds of experts were waiting outside the hall. No matter what kind of strength or status they had in the outside world, they could only line up obediently here. When Xiao Yan carefully observed the crowd present, he could even faintly sense a few terrifying auras of Source Venerables. Even Source Venerables are no exception, Xiao Yan quietly muttered in his heart. He involuntarily felt ashamed of the strength of the Pill Tower. However, Xiao Ming by the side suddenly flicked his finger. A white ray of light shot out and swiftly flew over the heads of everyone present. It shot into the large hall. Within a short couple of minutes, an old man swiftly walked out. He arrived in front of the 3 of them and respectfully handed a white jade tablet with the word Xiao carved on it to Xiao Ming. Only then did he say, "This is the Pill Tower. Mister, please." Seeing this, Xiao Yan was taken aback. This jade tablet was issued by the clan. He also had one in his hand, but he did not expect it to have such a use. Chapter 1547. Let's go, Xiao Ming said indifferently when he saw Xiao Yan in a daze. The 3 of them followed the lead of the Pill Tower elder and smoothly passed through the bustling crowd towards the hall in front of them. Along the way, Xiao Siyu saw Xiao Yan playing with the jade token in his hand with great interest. She seemed to have seen through his doubts and pursed her red lips slightly. Although the structure of this identity jade token is simple, it is the symbol of the clan. Even some of the elders of the Pill Tower have to be polite when they see it. Oh, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect such a small jade token to have such great power. Don't underestimate the status of our Xiao clan in the continent. Even if we aren't as glorious as we used to be, we are still one of the 3 great clans. The Pill Tower may be overbearing, but they aren't incorruptible people. They won't be so stupid as to offend our Xiao clan. Xiao Siyu raised her delicate chin slightly when she finished speaking. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a proud look. It wasn't that she was overly arrogant, but the Xiao clan had the qualifications to be valued by the Pill Tower. Putting aside their status as one of the 3 great clans of the Central Region, their status as an ancient clan was something that no one in the Central Region could easily shake. Xiao Yan sighed inwardly when he thought of this. Indeed, strength was the best stepping stone. Even ordinary Source Venerables had to line up and wait here, but they could easily enter with just a jade token. The foundation of the Xiao clan could be seen from this. With the Pill Tower elder leading the way, the congested crowd successfully opened up a path for them. This caused the originally anxious crowd to immediately cry out sternly. The noise was like a demonic sound that shook one's eardrums to the point of pain. At a certain spot in the crowd, there were 2 groups of people facing each other under countless curious gazes. At this moment, there was a young man and a young woman with their backs against the large hall. The young woman's figure was slightly petite. Her fair cheeks also faintly emitted a naive innocence. As for the man beside her, he had a slightly sturdy figure. On his firm and determined face, there was a faint domineering aura that was not angry but mighty. However, compared to his age, this domineering aura seemed to be overly mature. It was as if this aura was grafted onto someone else. The order of the queue is based on first come, first served. What is the meaning of your actions? At this moment, these two people were staring at the three young men opposite them with gloomy expressions. The sturdy man's voice was like thunder when he opened his mouth. It was filled with a sharp aura. At the same time, his eyes swept across the entire place before finally returning to the three people opposite him. It was as if he wanted to use this opportunity to make the surrounding people make things difficult for him and force the three people to back off. However, in the face of the strong young man's stern yell, the three men with fierce faces only laughed strangely. One of them, a thin man, glanced at the former with a dark gaze and immediately said disdainfully, "What a joke." He disdainfully said, "Brat, less nonsense." Obediently scram to the back. Not only will it save me the trouble of taking action, it will also save you from embarrassing yourself in front of your little girlfriend. The sturdy young man frowned when he heard this. He extended his hand and stopped the young woman, who was about to flare up. At the same time, the expression on his face gradually became denser. He knew that words were useless. He immediately snorted coldly and took a step forward. As his body straightened, the aura that belonged to an Origin Emperor swept forward. Oh, a 6-star Origin Emperor? The young man's imposing manner might have caused a slight commotion in the surrounding crowd. However, in the eyes of the three people on the other side, all it got in return was a disdainful ridicule. Before the muscular young man could do anything, the skinny man, who had spoken earlier, suddenly glared coldly at the former. In an instant, a powerful aura that was dozens of times stronger than the former's suddenly pressed forward, forcing the man back into the crowd behind. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. Origin sect. The expression on the sturdy young man's face abruptly changed at this moment. He had long known that the heroes of the Central region were gathered in large numbers. However, he never imagined that the first person to take action today would actually be a Origin sect level fellow. Such strength would be considered a peak expert, even in his hometown. A mere Origin Emperor dares to be impudent in front of others. You truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As the thin man's Origin sect aura spread out, the other two people beside him also released their own auras. One of them even sneered and said, "You're the one who's going to make a move. Why aren't you scramming? If you don't, we'll make you crawl out of here. You're going too far." At this moment, the girl who had been stopped by the sturdy young man finally could not help but curse. She raised her Genesis chi and was just about to step forward when the skinny man casually raised his hand and pushed her back in the blink of an eye. Even King Yuan dares to take action. You really don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, his figure swiftly moved forward like a phantom, arriving in front of the girl in the blink of an eye. When he saw the fear on the girl's face, the sinister smile on the skinny man's face grew even wider. His 5 fingers reached out, grabbing toward the girl's body. Amidst the size of the crowd, the skinny man's outstretched hand was getting closer and closer to the young lady's delicate body. Just when everyone thought that they were about to witness a beautiful scene, some people's expressions suddenly changed. Their gazes all turned towards the empty space beside the two people on the stage. At the same time, a fair hand suddenly extended from the young lady's side. With a gentle clench, the skinny man's hand, along with his entire body, was instantly blocked. It was as though he was suddenly fixed on the spot. Soon after, a random wave of the hand caused the man's body to uncontrollably fly backwards, flying back to the side of his two companions. When the crowd focused their gazes again, they saw a man in black robes slowly turning around beside the girl, a gentle smile on his face as he looked towards the frightened girl and teased, "Girl, it's been so many years since we last met. You don't seem to have grown much." Hearing this familiar soft laughter, the young lady, who had yet to recover from her earlier shock, was initially startled. A moment later, she finally raised her head abruptly. Her face was filled with disbelief as she looked at the smiling face of the young man in front of her. Xiao Yan." The moment the young lady's words sounded, The body of the burly young man behind her, who had just stabilized his aura, shook violently. He immediately lifted his head to look at the man in front of the young lady. Soon after, a wild joy and excitement surfaced on his face. "Xiaoyan, it's really you." Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled faintly as his gaze swept across the two. Soon after, he gently rubbed the girl's head and said with a faint smile, "Qianqian, Muling, long time no see. How have you been?" Chapter 1548. At the front of the testing hall, Xiaoyan was looking at the two people in front of him with a warm expression on his face in a relatively spacious spot among the congested crowd. The young lady who was called Qianqian was the beloved daughter of the Green Phoenix clan in the distant western region, Murong Qianqian. Muling was naturally the young man whom Xiao Yan had met in the southwest border of the continent in his early years. At that time, he was determined to become Xiao Yan's disciple. However, due to a twist of fate, he became the student of Zhou Tai of the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance. Unexpectedly, even he had come to the Pill Tower Grand Meeting. "I did not expect to see you here." "All right." Seeing these two old friends again after so many years, Xiaoyan felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. This was especially so since Murong Qianqian had an inextricable relationship with Lung Bingshuang. This also caused another peerless face to surface in Xiaoyan's mind when he looked at this girl. At the same time, a sense of guilt involuntarily rose. He had left the southwest continent for many years. Although it was not easy to travel alone, it was also not an easy task to put the entire Xiao Gate on Lung Bingshuang's shoulders. Now that he had established himself in the middle region, he did not know what Lung Bingshuang's situation was. No matter what, she was still his wife. "I was appointed by the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance to come to the Pill Tower Grand Meeting. However, she insisted on coming." "All right." Muling, whose aura had gradually calmed down, opened his mouth with a face full of smiles. When the young lady heard this, she pointed her nose at him and snorted softly. "Who followed you?" "I wanted to come to the middle region on my own. It was clearly you who dragged me all the way and forced yourself to follow behind me." These two people spoke one after another, causing Xiaoyan to recover from his temporary absent-mindedness. Muling sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said to Xiaoyan, "This girl secretly left her clan. I met her halfway. After I used the Alchemist Alliance to contact her family, they asked me to take care of her. Just like that, we arrived here." "All right." Xiaoyan softly smiled and nodded when he heard this. Running away from home was a common occurrence for this girl. However, it was likely that the Murong clan did not expect that she would actually run away to the middle region this time around. "Where's Bai Hua?" "Since you're here, Bai Hua can't possibly not be here, right?" Murong Qianqian lightly spat at Muling. Soon after, she swept her gaze around Xiaoyan. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan was slightly startled. Thinking about the intimate relationship between this girl and Bai Hua, he paused for a moment before saying, "He didn't come with me to the Pill Assembly this time. What's wrong? Could it be that he's in trouble?" Knowing that Bai Hua was not by Xiaoyan's side, the young lady's face immediately revealed a worried expression. The former smiled in a comforting manner and said, "Don't worry. It's only because Lian and a few other companions are still in the clan, so Bai Hua stayed behind to look after them. If you want to see him, I'll take you there after the Pill Assembly ends." Hearing these words, the expression on Murong Qianqian's face became much more relaxed. It was only at this moment that noisy curses suddenly sounded from behind Xiaoyan. "I thought that it was some kind of hero saving a damsel in distress, but it turns out that it's another brat who doesn't know his limits. Although you're also a Genesis ancestor, you're facing the three of us at the same time. Even if your entire body is made of iron, how many nails can you twist?" The skinny man who had been forced back by Xiaoyan earlier took a few steps forward with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the aura of a 4-star Genesis ancestor spread forward. The other two people beside him also stepped forward, mocking and ridiculing him. The three auras of the same level intertwined and spread, causing the expressions of some of the surrounding people to involuntarily change. A 4-star Genesis ancestor. Although this kind of strength was nothing in the Genesis realm, If the three of them worked together, even an ordinary high-tier Genesis ancestor would not be willing to provoke them. Mu Ling's and Murong Qianqian's expressions changed once again when they saw the three pressuring over. From Xiaoyan's previous actions, it was not difficult to determine that he was also a Genesis ancestor expert. However, if he was facing three Genesis ancestors at the same time, the situation was clearly not optimistic. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he saw the attitude of the three of them. Mu Ling by the side was just about to advise Xiaoyan to withdraw when the latter suddenly turned his head. His tone was somewhat impatient as he spoke to the three of them. The person reprimanded in a deep voice. Scram! Murong Qianqian's appearance had caused Xiaoyan's mood to return to the past, causing his emotions to become much more complicated. The two people in front of him were fine, but these three brats actually dared to be long-winded, causing Xiaoyan to feel a little impatient. Immediately, the aura of a peak Genesis ancestor unfurled, causing the expressions of the three to instantly turn ashen. The aura that had leaked out from their bodies instantly shrank back into their bodies like mice that had seen a cat. Even the surrounding crowd immediately became much quieter. A long while later, Xiaoyan's eyes turned around and saw the stunned expressions of the two beside him. He was slightly startled, before he gently smiled and said a few words of comfort. Only then did he turn his head to look at the Pill Tower elder in the crowd and asked with a smile, "These two seniors are my friends." "Senior, these two are my friends. Would it be possible for them to travel with us?" Hearing this, the old man didn't suspect anything. He just nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, of course." All right. After obtaining the approval of the Pill Tower elder, Xiaoyan bowed slightly and expressed his thanks. After which, he led the two of them to Xiao Ming and Xiao Siyu's side. The Pill Tower elder's old eyes stared deeply at Xiaoyan's back. He was secretly surprised in his heart. A 9-star Genesis ancestor. Such a strength was considered a top genius, even among the younger generation in the entire Middle region. Moreover, he was an alchemist. Since when did the Xiao clan produce such a person that they were unaware of? Looks like I should pay extra attention to the Xiao clan. The old man gently rubbed his fingers under his sleeves. His eyes inadvertently swept past Xiao Ming, only to discover that the latter was looking at him. His heart trembled slightly as he suddenly turned his head and looked at the three people who had been intimidated by Xiaoyan. His old face became solemn as he said, "The Pill Tower has its own rules. No one is an exception here. Since you're in the wrong, withdraw from the queue and queue again at the back." Enough! The moment the words of the Pill Tower's elder sounded, not only did the three young men with ugly expressions, but even quite a number of people by the side revealed sigh. The ranking order was based on one's strength. This was an indisputable fact. Incidents like the one that had just occurred were common in the past. Even the Pill Tower's elders were non-committal when they saw this, no matter how one looked at it. This action of the Pill Tower at this moment seemed to have the intention of treating others as food. The expressions on the three young men's faces became increasingly ugly in front of everyone's eyes. At this stage, the entrance of the large hall was right in front of them. How could they be willing to be chased out just like that? The atmosphere was anxious for a moment before one of them finally clenched his teeth. His face revealed a dispirited manner as he respectfully said, "This elder, the three of us know that we are in the wrong for the matter earlier. Moreover, these two friends have already left the queue. Why don't we? You are not qualified to talk about conditions in front of the Pill Tower." Enough. However, before the young man could finish speaking, the old man interrupted him. His words were calm, but there was no lack of overbearingness in them. "Leave. Leave." The faces of the three people in the square immediately turned green when the old man's words sounded. Since the words had already been spoken, there was no turning back. Today, the three of them could only leave in a dejected manner. Chapter 1549. After casually dealing with the three people in front of him, the old man returned to Xiaoyan's group, bowed slightly to Xiao Ming, and said in a humble voice, "Sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to have let you see such a farce. I'll bring you into the hall now." The few of them began to pace. Mu Ling and Murong Qianqian continued to observe Xiao Yin beside them with some disbelief. Regardless of how ignorant they were aware that the Pill Tower was an overlord faction on the continent. However, an elder from such a super faction had to be this respectful when facing Xiao Yan. This really caused them to feel extremely stunned. What had this fellow beside him experienced all these years? Xiao Yan bitterly laughed in the face of the strange gazes of the two of them, who appeared as though they were looking at a monster. He could only roughly describe his relationship with the Shao clan in the Middle Region. Although these words sounded simple, they caused Mu Ling and Mu Sun to be stunned when they heard them. Shao clan? Is that one of the three great clans, the Shao clan? Mu Ling asked in surprise. His eyes constantly swept over Xiao Siyu and Xiao Ming in front of him. Murong Qianqian, who was beside him, had a very interesting expression. They had naturally heard of many forces in the central region along the way. Other than respect, they were also very curious about the so-called three great clans. However, they had never imagined that Xiao Yan's real identity was actually a member of the Shao clan. Moreover, looking at the lineup today, his identity in the Shao clan was obviously unusual. Xiao Yan did not have time to talk about these trivial matters. Instead, he talked to the two about the northwestern continent. When he learned that Zhou Tai had actually joined the Shao clan, Xiao Yan could not help but be a little surprised. After all, the Alchemist Alliance never interfered with the factions at the border. Zhou Tai's action would undoubtedly be criticized. However, on second thought, Zhou Tai was a casual person. Even when he was in the Alliance, no one could restrain him. It was likely that the condemnation from the outside world would not affect him. While the three of them were conversing, the footsteps of the group had unknowingly paused. The few of them, who had recovered, followed the voices in the hall and looked forward. There were already quite a number of human figures seated on the seats on both sides of a large hall. Numerous gazes that contained various meanings were thrown over when they saw Xiao Yan's group arrive. With his sharp senses, Xiao Yan instantly sensed a gaze that contained enmity. Medicinal rock spirit, it's him again. Xiao Siyu crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her long and narrow pretty eyes contained a trace of disdain as she spoke. It is unimportant. Compared to him, I am more curious about whether there is anything interesting on that tablet. Xiao Yan gently lifted his chin. His dark black eyes looked towards the middle of the seats at the front. Two gray-robed old men were quietly standing at that spot. Between the two of them was an extremely large stone tablet that was over 10 feet tall. This was the opportunity that Xiao Siyu had mentioned, the 9-word soul tablet. Haha, everyone, please take a seat. It will be your turn to take the test in a while. After leading Xiao Yan's group to a seat, the Pill Tower elder chuckled and gave a few compliments before quickly leaving. Xiao Yan's group, who had recovered, once again observed some of the people seated around them. His gaze swept over the crowd. Other than a portion of the old alchemist grandmasters who had made a name for themselves in the Middle Region, most of the people present were from the younger generation. All of them had an origin venerate protecting them. This scene caused Xiao Yan to quietly praise them in his heart. These factions usually did not reveal themselves. It was unexpected that a pill gathering would cause all of them to take action. From this, one could see just how important this pill gathering was. Hiss, what a turbulent fire aura! Suddenly, Xiao Yan's roaming eyes stilled. They paused on a red-haired, young man seated at the front of the seats. From his senses, he could sense that the man might not have used any strength, but there was a wave of hot air rising around him. It was as though the man's body was a boiling hot furnace. Moreover, it was not just him. Even the other people beside him who were traveling with him were the same. That is a member of the Hua Sun clan. Almost everyone in the Hua Sun clan has comprehended the Great Tao of Fire. They even have a unique cultivation method for comprehending the Great Tao of Fire. Hence, the Great Tao power that they possess is much stronger than ordinary people. Even if they do not deliberately control it, it will still gather on its own. Xiao Siyu's eyes stared intently at the red-haired young man. A wisp of flame continuously swam between her fingers. She, who also comprehended the Great Tao of Fire, was curious about the Hua Sun clan, which was known for its Great Tao of Fire, just like Xiao Yan at this moment. Just as the few of them were looking over, a young man in front of the stone tablet was pouring his spiritual strength into the stone tablet in front of him. As the spiritual strength crazily poured in, the words from 1 to 9, carved on the stone tablet from bottom to top, also lit up one by one. Finally, the faint light stopped at the 7th position. At this moment, the young man's forehead was covered with perspiration. However, from the way he was frowning and his eyes were shut, it seemed that he did not intend to withdraw his spiritual strength. It was a long while later before he opened his eyes with a disappointed expression. After observing the black stone tablet in front of him once again, he accepted the rank badge that the Pill Tower elder handed over to him. After which, he returned to the seats at the back. You really did not manage to find anything. This young master has checked this tablet countless times. You, a fellow who has just advanced to rank 7, actually dare to covet this opportunity. You're really dreaming. The medicinal rock spirit was not afraid of blowing up the matter when he saw the disappointed face of the young man sitting opposite him. He did not hesitate to mock and ridicule the young man when he saw the young man frown and become angry. Forget about the fact that there is no opportunity within the stone tablet. Even if there is, it is likely that only an alchemist above rank 8 would be able to find it. With your half-baked alchemists, it is best that you give up on this thought as soon as possible. The medicinal rock spirit did not forget to look at Xiao Yan's group with a mocking expression when he finished speaking. Mu Ling and Qian Qian could not help but curse in a low voice at this annoying fellow. Xiao Xiyu curled her lips but still sighed and said, "This fellow is indeed annoying." However, what he said is true. This 9-word soul tablet has always been sought after. Even some people from the Pill Tower have checked it a couple of times. However, they have all returned without any results. It is likely that if one wishes to obtain any opportunity from this tablet, one must first possess an even stronger spirit. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh when he heard this. It is strange. Although most accomplished experts are willing to entrust their inheritance to those with great talent and strength, a rank 7 alchemist is already considered to be at the peak of alchemy. If one is really a rank 8 alchemist, why would he lower himself to seek this so-called opportunity that everyone knows about? Wouldn't it be a waste of his reputation if he did not obtain anything? That is why so many people are skeptical about this stone tablet. However, to the Pill Tower, whether the inheritance is real or fake is not important. What is important is that as long as this stone tablet stands here, countless alchemists will flock to it and ultimately become a subordinate of the Pill Tower. A bright voice that contained some laughter suddenly sounded from the side when Xiao Yan's words sounded. Turning his head, Xiao Yan saw that the person who had come closer was the person from the Huisun clan that he had noticed earlier. Chapter 1550. Junior Huishuan Mingcheng greets the 4th elder. By the time Xiao Yan's group noticed this person, the latter had already respectfully bowed to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's face was expressionless. He coldly glanced at him before ignoring him. Huisun Mingcheng was unconcerned about this. The 4th elder of the Xiao clan had a reputation. Everyone in the middle region was aware of some of his habits. Naturally, they would not be displeased. Huishuan Mingcheng turned his gaze to Xiao Xiyu, a hearty smile appearing on his handsome face. I think this must be the 2nd miss of the Xiao clan. Xiao Xiyu bowed slightly and politely returned the greeting. When Huishuan Mingcheng looked at Xiao Yan, the latter cupped his fists. Xiao Yan. As soon as the words came out, Huishuan Mingcheng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. His eyes quickly sized up Xiao Yan, and then he cupped his fists and said, I heard that there's a newcomer in the Xiao clan. Even the 2 young masters of the Bai clan were defeated one after another. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. You're welcome. Brother Huishuan's mastery of the great Tao of Fire has reached perfection. The 2 of them exchanged some polite words with each other. While they were conversing, Xiao Yan unintentionally noticed that the medicinal rock spirit had become quiet at this moment. Occasionally, it would look in his direction with some fear in its eyes. This caused Xiao Yan to be quietly surprised in his heart. Listening to Mr. Xiao Yan's previous words, It seems that you're also interested in the inheritance in the 9 words soul tablet. The two of them did not obtain anything from the other party's words after conversing for a while. Hua Sun and Ming Chung immediately changed the topic and returned to the 9-word soul tablet. Xiaoyan's interest was immediately piqued. I'm just curious. I just want to try and see if there is really any opportunity in this tablet. When it comes to opportunities, it is indeed true. As soon as the topic slipped out of his mouth, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up slightly. Huishu and Mingcheng immediately said, "But it's not that I'm intentionally discouraging mister. I've tried many methods with the intention of finding some clues from this stone tablet. But this thing is like a bottomless black hole without a source, and there's no way to investigate it. I'm afraid it's really as everyone said. Only a rank 8 alchemist is able to open it." At the end of the sentence, even Huishu and Mingcheng sighed helplessly. It seemed that he had put a lot of effort into this. Xiaoyan nodded slightly and looked at the stone tablet again. Since even the person in front of him said so, perhaps he would really have to return resentfully on this trip. Just as Xiaoyan was in a daze, he suddenly heard a few cries. He immediately frowned and looked over. Shockingly, a young girl in a blue dress was standing before the stone tablet. The young girl's delicate body was slender, and her sexy figure was curvaceous. She looked extremely tempting, so much so that the gazes of some of the youths in the surrounding seats were constantly focused on some parts of her body. Their eyes were filled with passion and greed. After a series of tests, the young lady's final result was that she had reached the level of a rank 6 high great alchemist. Although this was the case, it still caused Xiaoyan, an experienced Taoist, to feel slightly shocked. From the way he saw it, this young lady was likely much younger than Murong Qianqian beside him. Being able to have such an achievement at such an age was really shocking. It's someone from the southern borders Qi family. It seems that this Qi family has also produced an incredible fellow. Huishu and Mingqing's sharp gaze swept across an old man beside the young girl. After noticing the special inscription on the old man's sleeve, he also judged the origin of the two. Qi family? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly, but said that he had never heard of it. On the other hand, Xiao Xiu, who was at the side, thought for a moment before finding some traces of the Qi family from her memory. Southern borders, Qi family? It's the Qi family that is near the eastern region. It is said that they seem to have a close relationship with some magical beast forces in the eastern region. If it were not for the fact that the family is located in a remote location and keeps a low profile, I'm afraid that there would be another one of the 3 great clans. Hearing this, although Xiaoyan nodded silently, some ripples could not help but appear in the depths of his eyes. He thought to himself that the more the people of the central region saw, the more they felt that their own strength was insignificant. Although the Xiao clan was famous in the central region, from the recent events, what he had seen and heard in the past few days was the Yao clan that was attached to the Pill Tower, the Huishuan clan that specialized in the power of the Great Tao, and now a Qi family had appeared. Their strength was extraordinary. There were countless hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the central region. As for him, it seemed that since he returned to the Xiao clan, he had been too comfortable. Phew! With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan's eyes drifted to the Mu Ling duo beside him. He secretly decided that perhaps after this matter was over, it was time for him to properly roam the central region. While Xiaoyan was lost in thought, Huishu and Mingcheng seemed to have received some information. He politely greeted the few people in front of him before turning around and walking to the front of the 9-word soul tablet. When the few of them looked over, a Pill Tower elder beside the stone tablet was actually bowing and saying something to Huishu and Mingcheng. Seeing the respectful attitude of the Pill Tower elder, Xiaoyan could not help but be a little stunned. Xiao Xiu by the side finally said, "There are 2 great clans in the Pill Tower. Although the Yao clan is also attached to the Pill Tower, its prestige is far inferior to the other clan. Compared to the Yao clan, the Huishuan clan can be called the number 1 clan in the Pill Tower." No wonder, hearing this, Xiaoyan finally understood. No wonder the medicinal stone spirit had completely quieted down after Huishu and Mingcheng appeared. The reason was actually this. Under the gazes of the crowd, Huishuan Mingchang calmly raised his hand and gently placed it on the 7-word inscribed on the stone tablet. As his thoughts flowed, majestic spiritual strength was quickly poured into it. This scene was completely different from the previous few testers. Xiaoyan was not too surprised when he saw this scene. There were many different methods to test one's soul. However, at the end of the day, they all had one goal. Huisun and Ming Cheng's method was merely more decisive and confident. The only difference between this method was that one was unable to test a higher spiritual level. However, it was already sufficient for Xiaoyan. As the spiritual strength within the inscribed word became increasingly abundant, the initial gentle glow on it gradually became glaring. In the end, the extremely bright glow seemed to be about to flow out from within. Immediately, numerous surprised voices sounded within the large hall. TSK, Rank 7 High-Grade Alchemist. It is said that quite a number of Rank 7 middle-grade alchemists have appeared during this 1 month. However, there is only one Rank 7 high-grade alchemist. It seems that he is an old man who is nearing the end of his alchemy path. It is unexpected that the younger generation of the Huishuan clan has already reached such a level. They are indeed the #1 clan in the Pill Tower. Even in the entire continent, no one can compare with them. The quiet medicinal rock spirit's expression undoubtedly became much uglier when he heard the many envious voices around him. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the inscribed word that was emitting a bright glow. His eyes swept up and down the stone tablet. His fingers under his sleeves were also quietly rubbing. A thought flew in his heart, but he was unable to make heads or tails of it. A moment later, the medicinal rock spirit quickly followed after Huishuan Mingcheng ended his test. However, unlike the former, the medicinal rock spirit was undoubtedly under a great amount of pressure when he stepped forward to accept the test. Rank 7 middle grade. A moment later, the Pill Tower's elder beside the stone tablet reported the results of the test. It did indeed stir a commotion in the surrounding seats. Although it was not as good as the former, it still caused the originally ugly expression of the medicinal stone spirit to recover significantly. Its eyes swept over the place, and an arrogant expression once again surfaced on its face. No matter how one put it, a rank 7 middle-grade alchemist was a peak existence in the alchemist world. Even in the middle region, where there were many heroes, there were only a handful of people of the same generation who could match him. At the very least, the medicinal rock spirit did not pay any attention to some of the people present. This thought flashed in the medicinal rock spirit's heart. His dark and cold eyes once again looked at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the Pill Tower elder in front slowly spoke. Next, that Pill Tower elder's eyes directly looked at Xiaoyan's group after his voice sounded. The latter was a little stunned as he exchanged glances with Xiao Siyu. Xiao Siyu's arms were crossed in front of her voluminous chest. Her enchanting face contained a faint smile, but she was unmoved. Xiaoyan could only shrug his shoulders when he saw this. He slowly stood up from his chair and softly sighed. All right, let me give it a try. P.S. I can tell that the rhythm of these few chapters is a little different from the previous ones. Firstly, I am not online. Secondly, I might need to take the test at the end of this month. Furthermore, I might need to work. My entire person is a little messy. Fortunately, the main content of this short paragraph is a narrative. I only need to insert some things to obtain the buff. After that, it will be the main show. Chapter 1551. Xiaoyan arrived in front of the stone tablet, in front of the various gazes of everyone in the hall. His eyes carried some curiosity as he observed the black-colored stone tablet in front of him. Only after the Pill Tower elder by the side gave him a signal did he slowly inhale a breath of air. His expression was as calm as an old well. After which, he raised his hand and gently placed it on the 7-word like the others had done. Pretentious. You're just a guy of unknown origin. If your alchemy skills can go hand in hand with your Genesis Chi cultivation, then don't stay in the alchemy world. Seeing Xiaoyan's appearance, the medicinal rock spirit could not help but curl his lips in disdain. I hope you won't go back on your words later. Xiao Siyu involuntarily replied, coldly, when she heard this. The medicinal rock spirit was just about to retort when it raised its eyes and saw Xiao Yan's back. Its heart involuntarily trembled. That figure actually caused it to faintly feel an uneasiness. But even so, the medicinal rock spirit still shook his head and tossed away those negative emotions. Yao Stone admitted that he was a little inferior to Huasun and Mingcheng when it came to refining medicine. However, he had the pride of being a member of the Yao clan when facing Xiao Yan. He was confident that he might be a little inferior to Xiao Yan in terms of cultivation, but when it came to refining medicine, other than the Huasun clan, which was doing very well in the Pill Tower, there was no one in the entire continent who could compete with the members of his Yao clan. However, Xiao Yan had no time to care about this at this moment. The instant his hand came into contact with the stone tablet, the icy cold temperature and the hard metal-like feeling caused Xiao Yan's eyes to instantly brighten. This thing was actually made of the same material as the soul stone metal scroll in his storage ring. Realizing this, Xiao Yan was wild with joy. In other words, the so-called 9-word spirit stone tablet in front of him was a larger spirit stone iron scroll. As long as he probed his spirit power to the deepest part, he might be able to. However, as expected, Xiao Yan's fiery hot heart was mercilessly extinguished by a basin of cold water after a careful investigation. Only then did he recover. If this method was useful, the inheritance within this stone tablet would have long since been obtained by someone else. Why would he need to go through the trouble of rummaging through it? Isn't the result the same as the spirit stone iron scroll? Unless I use some special method, it's impossible to find it. The majestic spiritual strength wildly swept back and forth within the stone tablet. However, it was ultimately to no avail. The eyes of everyone in the outside world were filled with ridicule as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was frowning in front of the stone tablet. This scene was something that they had witnessed many times. However, they still felt that it was interesting. The higher a person's desire is, the more heart-wrenching and bone-piercing the pain of defeat is. Amidst the disdainful mockery from the outside world, Xiao Yan, who was fully focused on the stone tablet, calmed his mind. He recalled the day before, when he was searching for the spirit stone iron scroll. Wasn't it the same situation? At this moment, his method of searching had not changed. The only difference between the two spirit stones was the size of the shell and the inscriptions carved on it. Wait, inscriptions! At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's mind. A wave of excitement instantly surged in his heart. His jumbled thoughts seemed to have found an exit. He quickly calmed down and threw away the previous search process. After sorting out his thoughts, he started to think again. In this way, there is no difference between the size of the spirit stone. The only difference is the inscriptions. If the spirit stone is used as a medium, then the so-called inheritance is actually the inscriptions. The thoughts within Xiao Yan's heart suddenly became clear when he thought of this. The only reaction that could be formed between the spiritual strength and this stone tablet was the inscription that had been carved on it by a strong person. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and the spiritual strength that was poured into the stone tablet began to wildly gather. Since the first 7 words on the stone tablet have been tried countless times, then the only thing left is the last 2 words. Calming down, Xiao Yan mobilized all the spirit power and crazily rushed toward the top 8 and 9 words on the stone tablet. After a wave of spirit power, the last 2 words were like an abyss and did not move at all. He was afraid that only a rank 8 alchemist could give it a try. However, this time, Xiao Yan did not give up easily. Since this was the only possibility, even if he tried his best, so what? Buzz. Until a certain point, the eyelids of Xiao Yan, who had his eyes shut in front of the stone tablet, trembled slightly at the next moment. He slowly opened his eyes. The instant he focused, a thread of light flashed and disappeared from deep within his eyes. At the same time he withdrew his hand, the words engraved under his palm suddenly emitted an extremely bright glow. The moment this glow was emitted, silence immediately covered the interior of this large hall. Not even the slightest unusual sound appeared at this moment. The entire large hall was covered in a strange atmosphere. This quiet atmosphere lasted for about half a minute. Just as everyone in the hall looked at each other, a slight trembling voice suddenly sounded from somewhere in the seats. Rank 7. High grade. How is this possible? The light on the stone tablet already indicated the alchemist rank of the person who was testing. If the light was dim, it meant that it was low grade. If it was soft and full, it meant that it was middle grade. At this moment, this extremely bright light was not weaker than the result of Huoxuan and Ming Cheng's test. This was also the proof of a rank 7 high grade alchemist. What followed was an uproar that was filled with surprise. The gazes of everyone present were uniformly focused on the skinny figure in front of the stone tablet. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Forget about the person from the Huoxuan clan. It was just that they did not expect that this ordinary-looking black-robed young man in front of them was actually a rank 7 high-grade alchemist. With such an achievement, it was likely that it would be difficult to find a match among the younger generation in the entire middle region. At this moment, Mu Ling and Murong Qianqian also held the same thought. They believed that their familiarity with Xiao Yin far surpassed others. Even so, they did not expect that not only did Xiao Yan's cultivation was shocking, but his alchemist rank had also reached such a level. At this moment, Medicinal Stone Spirit's face was even more ashen. As a member of the Yao clan, he had been sheltered by his ancestors and had a talent that far surpassed others in the art of alchemy. He did not expect that he would actually suffer in the hands of a single person. This was simply a great humiliation. Xiao Yan. The medicinal rock spirit paused after each word. It was a hateful voice that was forcefully forced out from between its teeth. Both of its eyes were red. Its gaze was vicious as it stared at Xiao Yan, who had returned to the side of his companions. The hatred in its heart continued to churn. My Xiao clan has always spoken loudly. However, I wonder if the members of the Yao clan keep their word? The purposeful mocking pause at the end of the sentence instantly angered the medicinal stone spirit to the point that his face twitched violently. He clenched his teeth as he raised his eyes and glared furiously at the smiling Xiao Siyu. That gaze of his appeared as though he wished to kill her on the spot. After pausing for a moment, the fury in his heart finally transformed into a cold snort. He turned his head and swiftly walked out of the large hall. Behind him, that old man's eyes were dark as they swept over Xiao Yan's group. After which, he let out a dense cold laugh and quickly left. Xiao Yan, whose arm was being hugged by the little girl, was involuntarily stunned when he saw this scene. He frowned as he looked at Xiao Siyu and asked uncertainly, "What happened?" Xiao Siyu pursed her red lips when she heard this. An alluring arc was lifted as she laughed. "You asked for it."